Merhabalar, günaydın.
Günaydın. Üçüncü Uluslararası Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Kongresi'nin ikinci gününden.
Good morning. We are on the second day of our Agricultural and Food Ethics conference. As target, we are honored to announce that we have very important guests who will be taking over the floor in order to deliver their presentations today. First, I would like to turn the floor over to Professor İsmet Boz. He will also be the moderator of this session from 19 Mayıs University, Faculty of Agriculture. Hello, hello. I would like to salute you all from a very sunny day in the city of Samsun. Aziz Göksu was supposed to be the moderator of this session, but he couldn't make it on time. That's why I wanted to moderate this session for you. Actually, at 9:30 this morning, we were supposed to host a significant expert on the agricultural ethics. Madam Naska was going to be with us, but unfortunately, she's been recently diagnosed with COVID-19. She has been hospitalized, and I would like to wish her an expeditious recovery and hope that she will be able to attend our future meetings. We have another esteemed guest, Erkan Rehber. Unfortunately, he has recently passed. I would like to extend my condolences to his family members. I would like to initiate today's session. We have five important moderators, excuse me, five speakers, and their topics will be exclusively focusing on agriculture and food ethics. The first presentation, without any further ado, will be delivered by Elif Tuğçe Aksun Tümerkan from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University, Department of Food Processing. She will be focusing on the topic of a hidden risk of fraudulent actions, seafood allergen. We have simultaneous interpretation available, so it's completely up to the speakers to choose a language of their liking. We have five presentations, and three of them will be in Turkish, and I will be moderating in the Turkish language as well. But as I've said before, we have simultaneous interpretation, so you can choose whichever language you want to speak. I hope that our meeting will be really successful, and I would like to turn the floor over to Elif now. Well, hello, distinguished organizers, distinguished professors. I would like to extend my respects to you from a beautiful morning in Ankara. Let me share my screen with you. This is going to be the topic of my presentation. In fraudulent actions, seafood are quite prone to significant risks. I can't share my screen with you yet. I don't know if I have been authorized to do that. I think our secretariat can help you with that. I think I got it now. Okay. I think I got it now. Okay. I hope you can see my screen clearly. Yes, we can clearly see your screen now.
Geçen toplantıya katıldığımda hani kongrede sunduğumuz şekliyle İngilizce olduğu için sunumu
In my
İngilizce
previous seminars, I had used the same presentation that was drafted in English. So I'm going to use the same presentation.
Capital of Turkey, best wishes from Ankara.
So
Today I will give
I think I should speak in Turkish as well.
depending on the food fraudulent actions, which was the really big problem around the world. So the first of all, I will give to very briefly the outline of my vision. I will give a talk about introduction, what is the problem definition, and then the ending of the presentation, I will give very briefly conclusion remarks. So for the introduction, the food allergies frequently cause several different health issues. So in recently decades, the epidemiological research or studies, and depending on this area, that the food allergies in the humans are occurring with the increasing frequency around 1 to 2%, but actually recently the amount really big, around 10% of the general population. So depending on the age of the human, so the food allergy rates approximately a little bit higher in the children than adults. So the economic, emotional, and the safety burden in the response to food allergies is very extensive. So the World Health Organization considered as an importantly part, the food allergies is the fourth most important public health issue. So you can see here how the top page, you can see how the allergic reactions globally diverse and which types of food products the very responsible these types of food allergies, and you can see how the affect people, the health problem, and many different symptoms around the world, depending on actually human response. And you can see here, unfortunately, some of the case conclusion the death for these types of food. For example, in 2016, in England, maybe the containing peanut caused the death of the human, and now 10 years old children in Australia caused by the coconut drink containing undeclarated cause milk. So you can see very easily that is very important for the food allergies, and also what inside the packaged food, the other component, especially in the world. So in my case, for the presentation, in my case, I would just focusing on the seafood allergy. Why I chose the seafood allergy? Because, as you know, the seafood is increasingly important protein source, so the important role on the human nutrition and health. So these benefits have to lead increasing seafood consumption. Here you can see the maybe 3 different or 4 different pictures. I will summarize how the aquaculture or how the seafood processing around globally impact. For example, the packages, financiers, processors. So many people affecting this industry, and very important. So how we can divide the seafood, and the crustacean is a shellfish or the fish we can divide, and we can processing and consuming around the world. So you can see here how the shellfish dividing the shrimps, crabs, or other types, and we have to consume around the world very differently because of the benefits. So here I will introduce what is the responsible protein seafood in terms of mollusk, crustacean, and the fish. The main major allergen is the parvalbumin in the fish products and the fish species. Crustacean, the major allergen is the tropomyosin, and the mollusk also, the tropomyosin is the main responsible types of the allergen protein. As allergen protein is highly stable to heat or the acidic treatment. So the main problem for these types of even after cooking, we have to mention, we have to be dangerous around these types of allergen. So seafood allergy has a very serious problem around 3% of the global population. So why it is important, how we can using these types of risk we are consuming these products, and how we can face to these types of risks. Around actually if we are going to very beginning the culture and fisheries activities, and then during the processing process, for example, canning or freezing or out, so we can directly using these types of problems. So here actually the seafood is the main of the response allergen food products. You can see here milk, eggs, peanuts or soy, and also the crustacean, fish and shellfish of the part of these types of things. In the other words, actually maybe most of us know the fish gelatin and fish collagen has become so very popular around the world in recent years due to many benefits offer, for example, the thermal conductivity or other things as a food additives or the other application, for example, encapsulation or other things. But the main problem for the fish gelatin or fish collagen, marine derivated food additives, the risk also to occur because this allergen is very heat stable, so we can't protect ourselves these types of reaction. So it's very important. These proteins are so important from the marine source, but also we have to be considered to allergen reaction. Actually, my topics related to food fraudulent hidden risk. What is the food fraudulent? I will a little bit give the information, and then I will cross-linking these two topics. As you know, the food fraudulent generally participate illegally and unfair financial gain, but actually the main problem for the mislabeling or species substitution caused impact problem. As for example, the allergenic issue or other things. You can see here, the main part, species substitution seems just unfair financial gain, but we don't know which types of product or which types of species, including the allergen. So if we don't do labeling correctly, this is the main risk of these types of things. So for the threatening biodiversity and fishing is another issue, but the main problem of the digs is the allergenic of these types of protein or these types of heat stable risk to the consumer. So how affecting this one? As you know, maybe you can see here this one, the biological hazards, the fraud. This table related to how the fraudulent affect to human health. So you can see the allergens around to 5% to global incidence. So the food allergens or the seafood caused by the fraudulent action is really high if you're talking about the global scope. So maybe the misdeclaration in part and the use of unlabeled or the illegal manufacturing process. This is the second part of these types of actions, and the blending of different origins without the appropriate labeling. So as you see, the labeling is the main maybe the part of the protecting consumer or the producer. As you know, the legally if any person that or has some health issue depending on your product product. So this is the main issue for maybe the sustainability or your company or your production. As you see, due to difficulty taking seafood allergies by immunotherapy, avoiding of these types of allergen is the best way for the public. So the prevalent allergens by high reliable methods, because as you know, maybe here I will give talk about the methodology, how we can detecting these types of allergy, we can interpreting the food fraudulent actions. As I said before, you can see here the parvalbumin and tropomyosin are the main allergenic proteins from the seafood, and you can see here the different type of the actually the detection is very difficult to buy or other things. So the labeling are the legal regulations is very important from the government or the industry or the. So here you can see the labeled product from the different maybe the allergic advice which contain the other things in the restaurant, catering agents, or in the commercial products. So even these types of allergen is the thermal resistant. Even we were cooking these types of seafood or fish, any seafood kinds. So this is the protein is really high resistance. So we have to finding another options to detection these types of fraudulent actions or the other human-based, for example, the home-based stick scale. So we have to doing these types of things. So actually here, molecular methods are very important, very promoting methods, these types of allergenic or this protein-specific analysis. Why? I will tell here. So the reliable, well-designed allergen is very vital for all manufacturers and the consumer. So actually in the formally, the ELISA or the other method, protein-based methods have used these types of immunogenetics or the reactions. So direct ELISA or indirect or ELISA methods have used, but actually the protein are not maybe degraded during the heat statement or the heat or acidic trait. DNA is more stable than the protein, so we have to mention how the DNA-based methods for the detection of these allergenic methods. As you know, the DNA barcoding or any other PCR-based methods has become very popular around the world due to it offers many advantages. Actually here, so the traceability, here we can see the protein-based chromatographic or the metabolite analysis, and the DNA also so important. The reliability or sensitivity of the molecular-based analysis for these types of allergenic or space identification. So methods are also used for the allergenic protein for in the food, any food products, not only the specifically seafood, but also we can use in all of the products. So DNA-based methods based on generally amplification of the specific genes encoding allergenic proteins. Here you can see how the heat stable protein degraded during the ELISA, but maybe we can take it from the DNA-acted methods. So actually in the Japanese or the German government accept these types of methods for the official government methods. So that's why choosing this one, because the reliability or sensitivity is very high than the other methods. So in this table, you can see compare the other methods or maybe sensitivity for which types of advantage or disadvantage. For example, ELISA is maybe a little bit cheaper than the and the DNA-based, protein-based methods, other maybe molecular methods, but the sensitivity is so important. As I said before on the previous my slide and at the beginning of my presentation, and these types of allergenic reaction unfortunately ended the maybe Kirkensteins or the very sensitive people we have around the world, not only Turkey, but around the world. This becomes very big. So yes, and maybe the molecular methods, identification of specific response protein in the very component maybe matrix is a little bit difficult, seems a little bit difficult and expensive, but it's really high stable and very reliable methods. So maybe in the future maybe we can compare to the biosensor or DNA methods. I will give a brief conclusion around at the end of my presentation. So here the heat stable protein you can see in the DNA-based method, as I said before, very heat degraded protein. In my previous research, not only related to allergenic food, as I said, I compared 6 different heat treatment for the different food products, and I say very clearly I see the heat stable protein degraded during the processing, but the DNA is most of the resistant in the food particles. So we will focusing on how the DNA barcoding or other methods, for example, loop mediated isothermal, as we said, LAMP method, different within the technology advance, we are using the many different types of DNA approach. So actually, for these types of things, we are just focusing on the specific allergen code, and then we are extracting this one, and then we are finding how the allergenic is stable or not. So here you can see the different thermally activated or deactivated seafood allergen or other things, and many studies here you can see the way I just want to give very important research recently. So many of the researchers doing the allergen, especially the fish or shellfish, the parvalbumin and tropomyosin, during the real-time PCR or other methods, the very promising approach actually, because of the hidden risk for the fraudulent actions. So for the conclusion, actually around the world globally, besides the fresh consumption of seafoods is very popular food industries, several processing methods as canning or smoking or other methods. You can see here how the affecting the food allergies or how the fraudulent actions to the children or human and other around the world, especially the non-declarated food products on the labeling. Labeling is very important, and mislabeling or the species substitution, how affect these types of food allergies. Actually, I will give the very brief conclusion here. So the fighting the food fraud, our main purpose, and the second one, we have to doing to food regulations, decrease the food recalls, economical loss, and the food industry, and the other one, the reducing the fish risk. Actually, it's necessary to develop different approach. I will suggest to biosensor or the other activities to comparing the maybe the food fraudulation methods or other things. So different approach attempts to reduce food allergenity during processing, and reliable and robust in vitro detection methods to prevent the occurrence on the undeclarated allergenic residue of the food products. And I will suggest to future research studies must design to determine cross-reactive feed collagens and also the fish gelatins or the seafood protein. So maybe the collagens or numerous species and the development of the hypoallergenic fish and especially for the patients for the fish allergies. I will suggest the collagens or also the other proteins is high stable for the treatment. So we have to mention on labeling and find the very easily and cheaper methods. I will working on it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you my sharing my screen and give opportunities to finding and sharing my talks. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to, actually I give my mails, contact me if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Evet, Elif Tuğçe Hanım'a bu güzel sunum için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Soru cevap kısmında herhangi bir soru göremiyorum. Ancak benim de bir tüketici olarak, su ürünleri tüketici olarak Elif Tuğçe Hanım'a bir sorum olacak. Siz bu konuyu gerçekten bilimsel bir şekilde ele aldınız.
I would like to ask you a question. You have so scientifically handled this topic.
Evet.
Evet, şimdi acaba bu
I would like to ask you,
deniz ürünlerinde gıda sahtekarlığını
when it comes to
önlemek için
seafood, in
depolama
order to
ve
stop
işleme
fraudulent action
konusunda
for
Türkiye'de ne
storing
gibi bir kontrol mekanizması
and for
var? Yeterli
handling,
yasal
what
önlemler
kind
var.
of
Belki direkt konumuzla
monitoring
ilgili değil
mechanism
ama
is
ben
there?
sadece bir
It's not necessarily
olarak
relevant
merak
to
ediyorum.
our topic,
Teşekkür
but
ederim.
I just wanted to ask you if there was any monitoring mechanism.
Bu konuyla alakalı çalışmalarım mevcut hocam.
Yes, about this, I have certain studies that I have already conducted. Let me tell you briefly. The processed foods in Turkey,
alakalıydı. Türkiye ya da işte
it was actually collecting these processed foods and detecting any fraudulent action imposed upon them. And this was my postdoctorate degree subject that I have pursued in Rome. We have many missing links between the handlers and the processors. I don't want to give names, but many companies in Turkey have started exporting tremendously abroad, and they have started using barcodes on their canned products. And when you log on to their website, if you use this barcode, you will be able to trace the origin of the product in question. We still have not adequate monitoring mechanisms at the warehouses and the processing factories, but we can still improve. I am especially focusing on the heightened impact of the allergens upon people due to their sensitivity and due to the processing actions that were carried out. And I specifically wanted to highlight what kind of fraudulent action could be imposed upon our canned goods, and especially when it comes to smoked goods or processed shellfish. We are talking with our interlocutors at the ministry, and we are going to surmount these challenges in the future, I hope. Well, thank you so much. I hope and pray that your very successful endeavors in the future will continue as well. Now, I would like to turn the floor over to our second speaker of the morning, Ibrahim Adnan Saraçoğlu and Eda Büker from Gazi University Faculty of Pharmacy, background, present, and future of food supplements. I would like to turn the floor over to Eda Büker.
Buyurun Eda Hanım. Sıra sizin. Sesi açarsanız duyamıyoruz sizi.
Please turn on your microphone because you're muted.
Ses gelmiyor Eda Hanım. Sesi açmanız
We
gerekiyor.
can't hear you. I hope you can hear me now. Yes, yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. And if you could switch to slide mode, slideshow.
Tamam, tamam.
I
Çok
hope it's okay right now. Yes, I will make my presentation in English as well. This was a research that we prepared together with Ibrahim.
Presentation. Today I'm going to talking about our study, which name is Background, Present and Future of Food Supplements. Here is the plan of my talk. First, I'm going to giving you general information of food supplements, then the food supplements and natural nutrition, the follow step pro-carcinogenic and carcinogenic, then the mice experiments, the beginning of food is the seed, then the follow step is the food supplements are really safe, the last section is conclusion. A group of researchers from Harvard University in the mid-50s explained that lycopene, a pigment in the carotenoid that gives the tomato red color, was a powerful antioxidant and was effective in cancer control. Such a result was caused tremendous impact throughout the world when was announced by the Harvard University Research Group. After the publication of this work, thousands of scholars began researching this kind of study. They started to investigate secondary metabolites in different vegetables, grains, and fruits. Some manufacturers stated the statement beta-carotene capsules for cancer prevention on the food supplements. The FDA has introduced a requirement, the clinical working condition, so that it can be written. Clinical studies were shown that beta-carotene food supplements were triggered lung and stomach cancer at high grades. Food supplements and natural nutrition. For example, beta-carotene tablets are obtained from carrots. It's triggering lung or stomach cancer, so should we not use carrots in our salads or not drink freshly squeezed carrot juice? Omega-3 are present at fish, prostate, and breast cancer. Increase the risk. Should we be careful in the fish consumption? In the Far East countries, breast and prostate cancer is much less common than in Europe and America. This is mainly due to soybean, which is placed on the top among the foods that these countries are predominantly consuming. Genistein, which is found in the isoflavone group, and soybean, efficient to prevent breast and prostate cancer. This view is partly right and partially wrong. The right one is that the soy is protective and preventive in prostate and breast cancer. The wrong is to reduce the protective and preventive potential of the soybean containing over 10,000 functional active substances to a single agent. As a matter of fact, it has been proven by clinical trials that breast cancer is triggered by the genistein in tablets taken as food supplements. Foods are one of the factors responsible for the increase in cancer, as well as the changing the proportion of flavonoids, minerals, vitamins, fatty acids, proteins, carbohydrates in the content food handling, adding additives, or by purifying or extracting one or more of the ingredients in the content. These don't obey the biological conservation principles. When the total biological nature balance of the food deteriorates, the feature of the food's balance, functionality, and functioning is also changing in the body. The people of the Far Eastern countries are fed directly with the soybean, not with food supplements made from the soybeans. The fundamental mistake that science makes is to the genistein molecule is isolated alone from soybean, and it's the physical, chemical, and biochemical properties are examined in the outside the natural environment. Each molecule or microorganism exhibits behavior according to the medium in which it is present. The behavior of a molecule or microorganism in its natural environment constitutes the most important parameter, that is the proportion of that molecule or microorganism. When the balance is intervened, proportion will diminish rather than benefit, because of the proportion will deteriorate. It shouldn't be forgotten that in countries that alter natural nutrition cultures and increase in diseases and especially cancer, Each country or region has its own nutrition culture. In the Scandinavian countries, for example, there is scarcely any complaint of thyroid-related complaints. The reason for this, they baked always their breads, cheeses, various dishes, and even salted cookies with the Anatolian. Anatolian is a species that exists in the nutrition cultures of Scandinavian countries. French and Hungary are among the least encountered countries in terms of polycystic ovary syndrome and myoma. The reason for this, the French often consume the onion soup, that is national dish. The Hungarian national meal is named goulash. It's made with plenty of onions and consumed frequently. The mice experiments, experimentation with mice in cancer research increases the likelihood of being misleading on research results. The most important reason for this is that mice produce their own ascorbic acid themselves. Vitamin C is a metabolite, not a vitamin for mice, but humans have to buy vitamin C from outside with consumed food. Mice have a metabolism that the vitamin C always online monitoring according to their needs. For this reason, they respond to against free radicals or carcinogenic metabolites much more quickly and strongly respond than the human. Since there is no such monitoring metabolism in the human body, vitamin C levels are important in the fighting against the free radical or carcinogenic metabolites. The consumption of products of hybrid seeds which containing missing or inadequate levels in terms of secondary metabolites, vitamins and minerals, and the preparation of food supplements from this seed also bring with very different problems. In human metabolism so complicated, many of small and big molecules, lipids, enzymes, primary and secondary metabolites, cells play a role in the system. We cannot predict which single molecule repair the not working well area in our body. So we should use the functional food as total extract, which is from obtain the original source. Thus, we get all antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and their complex molecules that are ingredients in food to our metabolism systems and benefit their molecules' synergistic effect. Synergistic antioxidants, when the FRS activity of a mixture of compounds is better than the sum of their separate activity, the system is shown to be synergistic. For example, ascorbic acid and tocopherol characterize a synergistic pair of FRS whose total antioxidant activity is raised through their chemical interaction. Alpha-tocopherol readily stops lipid radicals by donating a proton. Ascorbic acid then renews tocopherol to its nature from accepting the unpaired electron from the hydroascorbate. The mixture of tocopherol and ascorbic acid works well in emulsified food systems. However, there is minor case to confirm the advantage of taking vitamin supplements by normal, healthy individuals. On the contrary, overconsumption of supplements can be detrimental. To explain the vitamin A, a fat-soluble vitamin, can have reverse effect on bone. More than values of vitamin A are stored in the liver and fat depots and are slow to be used for or removed. Vitamin E, too, a fat-soluble vitamin, makes antioxidant properties, but overconsumption raises the risk of heart attack in cardiovascular system. Consumption of iron as a supplemental, while essential for those with anemia, can also improve the risk of heart attack in normal individuals. In the conclusion, human beings who are aware of these are looking for natural, organic, or ecological source product in organic food section of markets. The consumption and use of food supplements are rapidly diminishing all over the world. A famous company in all over the world with food supplements has closed all stores also in Turkey. It continues to close its stores in many European countries. Thank you for your attention and listen.
İsmet Hocam, sesiniz kapalı.
Çok
Professor,
özür
you're
dilerim
muted.
İsa Hanım'a bu güzel sunum
I
için
apologize.
teşekkür
Thank you,
ediyorum.
Ms.
Teşekkür
Büker,
ederim.
for this presentation. Thank you,
Gerçekten
Professor.
bilimsel çalışma
It was
ve
yet another scientific
ancak
research.
bir soru cevap kısmında bir soru göremedim. Ben
I
de
could not
bu
see
tür
any questions in the
çalışmaları
Q&A.
dinleyince, okuyunca
And
biraz
when I read
korkuyorum yani.
such research, I feel
Katkı
scared
maddeleri katılıyor.
about
Muhakkak bilimsel çalışmalar
supplements
devam
and
etmelidir. Yani
additives.
tarımsal
I
üretim
believe that
artmalı,
we have to
üretilen ürünlerin
continue with
raf
scientific
ömrü
research.
uzatılmalı,
We
dayanıklı
definitely
ürünler
have to increase
şeklinde düşünülmeli
agricultural
yani bu konuda
production,
kesinlikle
and we have to also
bilimin
make sure that
önerdiği
the shelf life
uygulamalardan
of
vazgeçemeyiz.
products are
Ancak ben de
increased
bir
and that they become more durable. But of course, we have to attach more importance to scientific proof and evidence. But I am an agrarian, therefore I attach a lot of importance to the protection of our resources, and I'm in favor of no additives in products, in food products. But it will be very difficult, of course, with the increasing world population. So I believe we have to increase natural production and make sure that we continue with our scientific research so that we can provide healthy food to our consumers. Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I'll move on to the third presentation.
Teşekkürler hocam.
I wish you
Sağ olun.
success in your future work.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Okay, our
Öncü
next
sunuma
speaker, our third
İstanbul
speaker,
Üniversitesi'nden Mustafa Evren hocamız
is
sunumu
going to be
yapacak.
delivered by
Petek,
Mustafa
Ataman ve
Evren from
İzle
19
Beekeeping ile
Mayıs
hazırlamış
University.
oldukları
This is
salgın
another paper
günleri ve
that they
güvenli
prepared
gıdaya
together with
erişim.
Petek Ataman and
Bu
Busa
sunumumuzda
Yegin.
gördüğünüz gibi
He's
güzel
going
sunum.
to make a
Evet Mustafa
presentation
hocam söz
on
sizin.
access
Buyurun.
to safe food
Çok
in the
teşekkürler
days
Özür
of
Hocam.
pandemic.
İstek Hocam
Well, thank you very much,
toplantıya
Professor
başlarken
Boz.
güzel bir Samsun sabahından
Professor
herkese merhaba
Boz
demişti. Evet aynen ben de şekliyim
welcomed
şu
you
anda.
from
Güzel bir
Samsun
Samsun
when he was
sabahından
opening the
herkese selamlar
meeting.
diyor.
Yes, I'm also in Samsun, and it's a very
İzninizle sunumuma
beautiful
başlıyorum.
morning here. So,
Teşekkür
good
ediyorum
morning,
Mustafa
everyone.
hocam.
Can you please make it full screen, your
Şu anda
slides,
en büyük haliyle
Mr. Evren?
alıyorum.
This is actually the largest, but I will try it again.
Hala büyümedi mi hocam?
Büyümedi.
Is it still not full screen? It's not.
Şu anda nasıl hocam?
How
Yani
about
daha
now?
ekran yapamıyoruz
It
ama
is
böyle
not
bir
full screen. If you can't
Tabii
turn it
ben
into
şu anda
full
başladım.
screen, then
bizde henüz
we'll
bende
have to
görünmedi.
make do
Ama
with
idare
this. I can't
edebiliriz
see the
yani.
full screen
Fazla
right now.
Tamam hocam.
Okay,
Tamam
if you
hocam.
can't
Tamam.
turn it to full screen, then there's not much we can do.
Evet,
Okay then, let's go on.
tabii öncelikle bu toplantıyı düzenleyen Tarım ve Gıda Eti Derneği içinde
Well,
bulunduğum
first of
konuda
all,
buradan kendime de
I'm a
bir
board
teşekkür
member of
babında
Target.
çok teşekkür
I
ediyorum.
would like to thank the organizers of this meeting, including myself, because I'm a board member.
Ve salgın hastalıklarıyla karşılaştırılması sonucu binlerce insan hayatını kaybetmiş.
Thousands of people lost their lives due to the pandemic, and time has changed, but pandemics always remains. There's been migration, there's been an increase in sea travel, and all these developments brought together many different human beings and larger masses, as a result of which the diseases became more common. And as trans-border trade became more and more common, human beings experienced more diseases. In the past, there have been many diseases, of course.
Özür dilerim Mustafa hocam.
Professor Evan, your slides are not changing, actually. We don't see your new slides. We still see the first page. We still see the first page, the first slide.
Şu anda görünüyor mu hocam?
Can
Şu
you
anda
now see
görünüyor.
my new
Evet.
slides?
Tamam.
Yes, yes, we can see your slides now.
Salgın belirli bir alanda, belirli bir grup insan arasında belirli bir süre boyunca beklenenden daha fazla vaka görülmesi olarak
A
tanımlanmıştır. Bir
pandemic
hastalığın enfektör
is
etkeninin çeşitli
an
ülkelerde reaksiyonu
extraordinary
eğrisi,
number of
hatta
cases
tüm
of a
ülkelerin,
certain disease
tüm dünyanın
among an
çok geniş bir alanda yayılım
extraordinary number
göstermesi,
of
küresel
people
salgın
for
yani
an
pandemi olarak
extraordinary
adlandırılır.
amount of time. And of course, an epidemic can become a pandemic if
Covid-19
it's seen
salgını
in many
küresel ve bölgesel
countries.
olarak gerçekleşen
The
doğal
COVID-19
afetler veya
pandemic
savaşlar dışında Aralık 2019'da Çin'in Wuhan şehrinde insanlığın karşılaşmadığı bir felaket olan yeni
uh,
koronavirüs yani Covid-19
is
salgını sebebi
a
belli olmayan bir
pandemic
şekilde ortaya
that
çıkmış
started
ve bir
in
aydan
December
kısa bir sürede ülke
2019
içinde
with an
hızla yayılmıştır. Bu hastalığın
idiopathic
etmeninin
uh,
moleküler
origin,
yöntemleriyle yeni
and
bir
it
koronavirüs
spread
olarak
rapidly in
belirlenmiş,
less than a month.
Uluslararası Virüs
It was
Taşıması
found that there was
Kontrolü
a new
Komitesi'nden Uluslararası
coronavirus
Çalışma
that was
Grubu
causing the
Ağustos-Kasım
pandemic. The
akut sağlık
coronavirus
şartları
working
yaşanılabilecek
group
yani SARS-CoV-2
called
olarak
this
bu virüsü tanımlamış.
SARS-CoV-2.
Salgının bu süreçte tabii dünyada çeşitli etkileri var. Dünya nüfusunda
Of
meydana
course,
getirdiği azaltıcı etki haricinde yani nüfusta bir azalma
the
haricinde
pandemic
ekonomik açıdan da
reduced
farklı
the world
etkiler söz konusu.
population, but it also
Toplumsal
created
kayıplarla
different
yaşanıyor
economic
oluşu
effects.
emek piyasasını etkilemekte.
It caused
Özellikle
mass
yoğun bakımda bulunan sektörler
fatalities, which had an
salgının seyirci
impact on
davranışına bağlı olarak
the labor
üretimde
world.
birçok kez sekteye uğramakta. Aynı
Production
zamanda
was hindered,
üretimin devamlılığını sağlamak için
and
yeterli
in
iş
order to
gücünün
achieve
ulaşılamamakta.
sustainability of production,
Salgın sonucunda
not enough
dünya
workforce
genelinde
can be
birçok firmanın da
mobilized.
üretim süreçlerinde
During the
durma
pandemic,
veya azalma durumları
many
görülmüş.
companies either
Türkiye'de
halted
de izlenen
or
durumun
decreased their
bizler de aynı
production
boyutta olduğunu görmekteyiz.
processes.
Özellikle bu
It was the
süreçte
same
pek
in
çok üretici
Turkey.
firma
During
üretimlerini
this
askıya
period,
almış,
many
hatta bazı fabrikalar
manufacturing companies
standart
suspended
üretimlerini
their
çalıştırmışlar,
manufacturing, and
üretim
some
bantlarının
other
bir kısmını
factories
bu
went beyond
süreci
their
uygun
standard
hale
practices,
getirmişler.
made their
Maske, sabun, cam
production
gibi krizle
lines
mücadelede
meet the
öncelikli
new
ürünleri üretmeye
conditions, and
başlamışlar.
started producing
Yine
prioritized products
bankalar,
such as
finans
masks and
kuruluşları, benzeri bir
respiratory
takım kurumlar ve
devices.
kuruluşlar evden
Banks,
çalışma
financial
seçimleri uygulamalarını
institutions, and some
seçmişler.
other
Aynı zamanda
institutions
karantina
switched to
önlemleri
working from
alınması,
home,
birçok iş
and
yerinin kapanmasına ve özellikle gıda ve
due to
sağlık sektöründe
lockdowns,
sektörler
many
dışında
businesses were
birçok
shut
sektör
down, not
ürününe
only
olan
in
talep
food,
miktarında düşüşler yaşanmasına
and
neden
there's been a
olmuştur.
decrease in the demand for products in the food
Salgından diğer
industry as
tüm
well as many
sektörler
other
de özellikle
industries.
gıda sektörü de olumsuz yönde etkilenerek
Of
büyük
course, the
bir
food
krizle karşı
industry was
karşıya
negatively
kalındı.
affected by
Salgının yayılmasını
the
önlemek için
pandemic. It caused a
bazı
huge
önlemlerin
crisis,
kapatılması,
and certain
insanların sosyal mesafelerinde durmak
operations had
amacıyla
to be shut
özellikle
down
dışarıdan gelirken
in order to
ürünler
prevent the
uzak
spread
durulmasına
of the
yapılan
pandemic.
başvurması
People
ve gıda güvenliği
hesitated
kurallarına uyulup uyulmadığı
or
konusundaki endişeleri gibi nedenlerden dolayı
avoided
gıda
eating
sektöründe
abroad,
önemli
as a
derecede
result of
iş ve gelir
which
kayıpları
there's been
yaşanmıştır.
a significant employment
Gıda
and
kaynaklı
revenue
virüsler
loss in the
çoğunlukla
food
bağırsak sistemiyle
sector.
ilgili virüsler olup fekal
Food
veya oral
viruses
yolla
are
insanlara
usually
bulaşmaktan ölüm
intestinal
sağlayabilmektedir.
viruses, and they're
Tabii
contracted
yapılan
through
bazı
fecal or
çalışmalar var.
oral
Önceki
means.
virüslerle, geleneksel virüslerle ilgili genel
There
olarak
were
gördükleri
certain
meyve
research
sebze ve
carried out
yeşil gıdalar
on
dahil gıdalar
previous
ile bulaştığına
traditional
dair
viruses,
bilimsel verilerin çok
and
yaygın bir
there's
şekilde
no
gösterilmekte bulunmamakta.
scientific data
Gıda
showing
paketleri ve
that
gıda
this
işletmeleri yoluyla
virus
üretim
is
gıdalardan
contracted
bulaşısına dair
through
hastalık bulaşıcı risk faktörü
raw
olduğu
produce.
düşünülmemekte. Bununla
And
birlikte
food
elde
is
edilen
not
kanıtlara
considered to be
ölçüsü
a
yüzeylerde
risk
birkaç saat
factor
ile
for
birkaç gün arasında
the
kalabiliyor
contraction
olması
of the
nedeniyle
virus or for the
bu
spread of
virüsün
the virus.
takiplerde
But the evidence
enfeksiyonist
shows
olarak
us that the
temizlik ve
virus can
dezenfektan
live
kurallarına
for
uymak
a couple of
gerektiğini
hours on
yapılan
surfaces,
çalışmalar ortaya koymuştur.
and that is why it is very important to meet
Virüsle mücadelede
the
gıda işletmelerinde özellikle
disinfection
iyi hijyen
rules
uygulamalarının
and
verimli
hygienic practices.
gerçekleştirilmesi,
Good
evlerde
hygiene
hijyen kurallarının
practices, if
uyulması,
they're performed in
yeterli
the right way at
uygulamaların yürütülmesi,
workplaces, and if other
Covid-19
hygienic
etmeni olan
conditions are met at
SARS-CoV-2
home,
virüsü
then they seem to
basit
be sufficient.
dezenfektanlarla ve sabunla
SARS-CoV-2
yıkanarak
virus
kurtulmaktadır.
can easily
Söz
be
konusu
gotten
virüsün
rid of
inaktif
by
edilmesi,
simple
gıdalardaki
disinfectants
diğer virüsle
or
bakterilerin hayatını
soap.
verilen sıcaklıklarda gerçekleşmekte. Bu da yeterli sıcaklık
Again, the
uygulamasıyla
virus
bu
can
virüsün
be
sadece edilmesi
inactivated if it
anlamına
reaches a
gelmektedir.
certain temperature
Yine
that
özellikle
also
çapraz enfektasyon, çapraz
inactivates or
bulaşıyı engellemek,
deactivates
çiğ ve pişirilmiş
other
gıdaların
viruses
kaynırması,
on food.
gıdaların pişirilmesi,
Of
yeterli
course,
soğuklukta buzdolabında saklanması gibi
while
hijyenik kurallar
cooking your
uyulmakta
food well,
burada önemli bir nokta olarak karşımıza
separating raw and cooked food items seem to be an important measure. And again, if there are enough disinfection stations at workplaces, that also would serve as a good measure. Masks and gloves have always been in use in food establishments, and it became even more important during the pandemic. Food security. Many speakers referred to food security yesterday. It has become even more vital. And this can only be achieved if people have access to nutritious food physically, socially, and economically. The definition of food safety, as you can see, is very broad. There are four dimensions of it. Food safety, availability, accessibility, and use. These four dimensions are included in food security. Well, there are three main reasons behind food-related problems in the world. First of all, societies have bad eating habits. Food security cannot always be achieved, and there are also problems to do with food safety. But of course, wars, refugees, an unbalanced distribution of food around the world, they're also equally important in distorting food security. There's a very significant population in the world that dies of starvation each and every day. Many people are starving around the world, and 1.5 billion people are obese. David Beasley, the director of FAO, stated that by only 2% of Elon Musk's wealth, 42 million people could be saved from dying of starvation. Self-sufficient country profiles used to be popular, but following international trade in agricultural and food products, no country meets this profile anymore. Certain products are provided by certain countries. When borders were shut down, it created a disastrous effect. And consumers concerned about having access to food looted the markets, and the shelves were empty. Agricultural production was negatively impacted during the pandemic for a while, and farmers had difficulty in harvesting their staples in time. Of course, mobile workers or migrant workers, agricultural workers, faced problems as well, and the supply chain was distorted during the pandemic. That's why many food items went to waste, unfortunately. In spite of the fact that, just like in the rest of the world, measures were taken against the pandemic in Turkey as well, and there are rules in place. But of course, people are expected to abide by these rules. In spite of the fact that the measures are gradually lessened, there will always be high measures applied to the food industry. This will have a negative impact on food safety and security. In order to overcome these problems with the least damage possible, we have to meet at a common denominator and find solutions. The agricultural sector plays a very important role in a healthy and balanced diet, as well as food safety and security. Following the start of the pandemic in the world, all countries once again remembered that agricultural and healthcare industries were two strategic industries, And of course, starvation and unbalanced diet became more common following the pandemic because people rushed to the markets when the pandemic first started and they wanted to meet their nutritional needs. That's why they went for grains and pulses that can be stored for a long time. They also wanted to buy fresh produce and meat, of course. It was almost like a competition and a rush. And people there actually didn't go after luxurious or lavish items. They went after their basic needs, their fundamental needs. They didn't go for a refrigerator or a TV. They went for the food items. A country is rich today as long as it is self-sufficient in its agricultural and food production. The most important problem that one can experience during the pandemic is providing sufficient and safe food to the citizens. And this again increases the importance of small producers and family establishments. In agricultural production, sustainability is important simultaneously with the protection of farm workers' health. So seasonal workers and the protection of them from the pandemic required measures. Same holds true for people working in food establishments. And their health has to be protected as well. Well, for the supply chain to be sustained, all stakeholders in the supply chain have to contribute. This will increase in confidence in food safety as well as availability. It is very important to protect all the workers in the food industry so that we can reduce or mitigate the risk of the pandemic. That's why we have to meet hygienic rules from seed to fork. And it is, of course, very important to get the right information from the right people because disinformation causes a lot of damage. And that is why people who are not experts should not give statements to the press. The existing food and agriculture system that is in line with the global economic order and free market economy actually deepens inequalities, and this is what we discovered during the pandemic. What kind of measures can we take? The pandemic that we experienced caused a huge impact on people's lives. The demand for food and therefore food safety dropped. Of course, this will have more of an impact on the low-income population. And of course, when the cases increased, large-scale measures were taken, which had an impact on the global food system. And the chain here, food chain, is very important. It's very important to maintain this chain and to prevent the pandemic from distorting the chain. In achieving food safety and security, all stakeholders play a role, but the biggest responsibility lies with the governments. So the existing food and agricultural policies have to be reviewed. With the latest developments, we have to approach access to food from a larger perspective and maybe make plans to change some of the policies that are in place right now.
Virüsler sindirim sisteminde canlı kalarak dışkıyla
Viruses remain alive in the body, in the digestive tract,
genel hijyen kurallarına
and we need to pay significant attention to general rules of hygiene in order to protect the producers and the consumers. The most important thing is, after contact with food or any other surface, hands should be washed, no touch. You shouldn't be touching your mouth, your nose, or your eyes, and at least for 20 seconds, we have to wash our hands. The approach to packaged food became a little bit of a prejudice issue. People were refraining from consuming packaged goods during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this process showed us how important it was to have a convincing and reliable packaging. So, finally, without further ado, we need to sit down and think again. While we are producing the products in our country, we need to pay attention to the policies that we develop. We have unfortunately become an importer country due to the international rules of free trade. This led to us having less of a security in terms of food supply. We should never give up on agricultural production. We have to produce food and allow the growers to live in prosperity and allow them to organize. These should be our priorities. The food chain requires its components to have a balanced relationship. Under these circumstances, food supply security and safety will be easily ensured, and we have to take the necessary steps forward. It's an obligation for us to take matters at hand, and I would like to thank you for listening to me. Yes, Mustafa Evren, thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. I don't see any questions in the chat box, but I would like to have a few comments. Most certainly, the conditions of the pandemic impacted heavily the supply chain on a global scale, especially when it comes to food. And it showed us once again as to how important it is to pay close attention to production and consumption of foodstuff. I would like to thank Mustafa as a Turkish person. The agricultural manufacturing, distribution, and processing in Turkey. I would like to ask you your opinions. Can we improve the situation? Can we be hopeful for the future? And what your expectations are with regards to the food production and food distribution chain in Turkey? Thank you so much. We are experiencing this process all together. These are the remarks that we have been repeating over and over again for many years. We were aware of these points. But of course, this pandemic showed us that we needed to be more solutions-oriented. We needed to be more sensitive and more careful. Looking at the tendencies, of course, the NGOs and even the organization of this conference will contribute tremendously. Looking at the activities of the association, along with other NGOs during the pandemic, we see efforts being invested in order to make up for what the government is lacking in action in certain areas. So I think with the stakeholders, the issue can improve tremendously. Everybody has to take up an initiative in order to change this situation around. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your remarks, for your comments. I would like to wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. And I also would like to thank you for your great contributions to our conference. Now, I would like to turn the floor over to our fourth speaker, Zeynep İspir from Ankara University Faculty of Law. The right to nutrition in the 11th Development Plan within the framework of intergenerational justice approach. I would like to give the floor over to Zeynep. İsmet, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, that's great. Thank you. As you have so rightfully suggested, intergenerational justice approach, and within the framework of this approach, I am going to talk to you about the 11th Development Plan. I would like to thank everybody for their preparations and for their contributions. And I also would like to thank the speakers for being so sensitive in terms of enlightening us. The development plans are significant in terms of identifying the priorities of the area that requires legal protection. And these documents, these legal texts, are guiding principles in order to ensure access to food as a basic human right. The political scientists are focusing on the philosophy of the law, and I would like to draw your attention to the issue of the fundamental rights of the individuals to have access to food. And I will talk to you about the 11th development plan that was established officially last year. The reason why I investigated this issue has got something to do with another question that I was trying to answer in my mind. I will partially touch upon that, but maybe in the future, in the next conferences, I will be able to deliver a much more detailed presentation. Intergenerational justice approach will oblige us to focus on the right to food, and we need to identify the role of law within these discussions. Development programs are estimates for the future in order to determine the policies of the government and the state in any given field. Maybe United Nations food reports stood exemplary. They provide a blueprint of the discrepancies. If you had the chance to investigate the last two reports issued by the United Nations, especially during the pandemic, you will see certain structural problems everywhere. Reporting allows us to estimate for the future as to what kind of policies and what kind of programs we need to develop in order to have uninterrupted access to food. We are trying to answer certain questions, talking about the future access of the next generations to food and responsibility of our generations to the next generations to come. I will, within the first part, talk to you about the international justice approach, and then I will also talk to you about our responsibilities for the future generations. And thirdly, I will give certain examples from the Turkish situation, and I will identify the right to food within the framework of development program. Intergenerational justice approach has been heavily debated all around the world, encompassing the ramifications of global climate change as well as the recent pandemic. The global climate change does not only impact us today, but also all the creatures living around us, as well as potentially the future generations. If I need to give you an example, Montaigne had a report on global justice, whereby he speaks about the long-term ramifications of greenhouse gases. The changes in the climate and the fluctuations in the temperatures on a global scale will have a direct impact on the lands cultivated by farmers, thus food growers as a whole, impeding potentially the right to access to food in the future. I will refer to Montaigne's report again. He is talking about global justice, global climate justice, as I've previously mentioned, and he is trying to identify who is going to bear the brunt of the ramifications of the global climate change and who will fulfill our responsibility for the future generations. And Lucas Mayer has issued a report talking about the ramifications of global justice. The living generations, and do they have any justice-related concerns for the future generations as well as the past generations? And secondly, for the past and for the future, us, what kind of moral obligations do we have? And thirdly, certain mistakes made by the past generations, they are quite significant, and what their ramifications might be upon us and how we may compensate them, how we may eradicate those negative ramifications for the future generations. Of course, in legal texts, you will find certain philosophical analyses of issues of this scale. But while these documents are being produced, these discussions matter, or else the right or the rights to be protected will not be bonded strongly. If you don't have that bond between the rights to be protected and our endeavors, these legal provisions will not suffice for a full protection of intergenerational right to access to food. If I need to quote Mayer once again, I can say that our relations and the relations between different generations should be described differently. There's a potential right to be protected here, but how are we going to establish a framework around this? Who is responsible against whom? And how are we going to eradicate a potential inequality in that regard? For how many generations are we going to be held responsible? So these are all dependent on ethical, philosophical, and legal questions. I don't have much time, that's why I won't be able to dwell upon the full details, but there's one issue that I wanted to especially mention. Healthy, just, and accessible food that has not been violated is a basic human right. And we have to consider this right within the framework of the global climate change. Global climate change is the single biggest threat that we are imposed. The social policies, economies, and new models of economy will have to be investigated, and technological opportunities will have to be mobilized. And there will be certain endeavors to be undertaken in fields such as health and education. If we don't act now in these fields collectively, it will not be possible for the future generations to have access to the same amount of food that we did. These topics will be collectively and individually investigated. Just like the work for global climate justice, we need to open a new agenda for discussions for the justice dimension of intergenerational relations. As I've previously stated, global climate change and global justice approach will require us to mention a few exemplary responsibilities. There are things we need to do for the future, but they are not going to be confined to my statements. During this conference and the conferences before, you are familiar with certain responsibilities that I will highlight. First, the soil, the water, and the land. The measures to be taken in order to stop the pollution expanding any further and to eradicate the existing negative impact and the restriction of greenhouse gases. Are we just going to focus on the populations of the countries or the industrial production capacity of certain countries? So how are we going to establish an equality between the burden, between different countries in terms of the burden that they will bear? Another responsibility is to redefine the existing production models by taking into consideration the ramifications of the global climate change and the greenhouse gases. Yesterday and today, of course, these were the issues that were analyzed critically. We are always talking about fast and larger scale production. The genetically modified organisms and the plant seeds derived out of the GMOs and the handling of animal husbandry activities and the welfare of animals. Another important discussion issue is the seed. It's not just national, but it's also global. To fairly and in a just manner ensure populations access to healthy and safe food begins with the seed. The seeds are our common legacy as the human race, and they will have to be transferred over to the future generations to have access to healthy plants. We need to investigate where healthy seeds can be multiplied, and we need to create a model where we will ensure an equal distribution of healthy and safe food between different countries and different nations. This is an issue for fundamental rights as well. Seeds will have to be considered differently, and the intellectual property rights behind the seeds will have to be considered significantly as well. We need to plan new models, as we had witnessed during the pandemic, for supply chain management, because once after the borders were shut down, many growers had to dispose of their products, and so much foodstuff had to be wasted. But on the other hand, shelves were empty all around the supermarkets on a global scale. So we need to create a new model where the distance between the consumers and the actual growers will be shortened, and a more fair and a just compensation system can be established in order to satisfy the growers and allow them to live in prosperity. While we are trying to identify rights to be protected within the framework of the fundamental rights, we need to have an interdisciplinary approach, because all of the stakeholders will have to be incorporated within the strategy for the future. We have certain acute problems for the future, and we need to establish global cooperation in order to eradicate the problems on a global scale. This is a responsibility as well, because it will lead to irregular migration due to climate change. We also have certain other problems such as famine, obesity, food waste, and food safety and security. These are all aspects of food justice, especially for the adolescents. The schools will have to offer healthy and nutritious food, and it can only be done through political will and political planning. We have responsibilities blanketing many generations collectively, and intergenerational justice discussions will also have to include a wider approach. The consequences of our actions have a negative impact on today, and we are going to see that impact on in the future as well. So our responsibilities will never evaporate once after our generation is through. Maybe Before the final part of my presentation, I should mention that the English and Turkish versions of my presentation will be available to you if you will be curious. The 11th development program, the plan, was established in order to walk towards a more prosperous future with a 5-year perspective. It was created by the executive presidential system once after introduced for the first time. So this is the first program, development program established by the presidential executive presidency system in Turkey. We are talking about sustainable environment, livable cities, state of law, rule of law, good governance, and democracy. In addition to the priority sectors, there are direct references to agricultural activities. Agriculture sector is a priority development area right next to education and industry. There are direct planning provisions. For example, in terms of productivity, agriculture is deemed to be a priority development area. Under the topic qualified populations, rights of children and women are frequently mentioned. And in terms of sustainability, underneath the sustainability topic, you find environmental protection and sustainable urban living. Without moving to the individual items of development, every part of the program encompasses in-depth analyses, such as the efficient use of water resources. When I share this document with you, you will be able to track my words on the relevant pages. For example, the water resources issue is running between page 75 to 100. In this section, there are direct references to the global climate change and its ramifications, the ever-increasing demand for food, and how it impacts the resources, as well as the efficient use of water resources. There are also references to geographical location of our country, making it prone to the negative ramifications of global climate change more than many other neighboring countries. Right next to global natural disasters, such as fires, famine, and flash floods, we are still trying to take the necessary measures in order to provide better disaster preparedness for the future. There are also references to growth, and certain provisions within this program incorporate an economic growth estimation and perspective. There are certain key performance indicators varying from one sector to another, pointing out to the level of development of any given sector. For example, because of geographical location of Turkey, Turkey is prone to the global climate change ramifications more than many other countries. And we are intellectually working on how we might eradicate these ramifications in the future. We are leading a policy for a green transformation and bringing the greenhouse gases down to zero beyond 2053. And there have been references to the Paris Agreement, and certain resolutions were highlighted. The 11th development plan allows a stronger and a more prosperous country where food is equally shared and it's safe and it's easily accessible. Economic prosperity, competitiveness, strategic investments, and sustainability are the important topics in a nutshell of this program, of this plan. And there is, for the first time, reference to the intergenerational justice approach. Under this topic, certain social improvements will be made, and fundamental rights of the individuals will be protected in every field, in every social dimension one might think of, but especially the right to have access to food is being defined as a fundamental human right. There are certain plans in order to strengthen Turkey's competitiveness, especially in the field of halal food sector. I would like to provide a dissenting opinion, especially vis-a-vis Article 219. In industrial endeavors, the use of technology is quite important, but technology intensivity will not always bring the safest and the most secure and nutritious food. The visibility of local products will be increased within the framework of creating pure foodstuffs. And there are certain provisions talking about the adjustment of the inflation rate in foodstuffs. It is a part of right to have access to food as well. There are certain references to the unlawful employment, and there are certain provisions about the seasonal laborers traveling from one field to another when the seasons change to harvest the crops, and their rights will have to be protected as well in order to ensure that they live a satisfactory and dignified life. The R&D activities will be increased, and the local seeds will be developed. Standardization and certification, all of these issues will be supported according to the plan. Environment, construction, and agriculture are some of the areas where specialized courts will be established. And this is actually a big warning for us. We need specialized labor force to focus on the legal processes involving access to food. They don't necessarily have to work in courts, but specialized individuals will be more critical to identify legal rights. And under the agriculture topic, we are talking about environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable agriculture sector that can compete internationally, heightened capacity based on latest technology. Infrastructure problems have been completely eradicated, involving qualified labor force, as well as there are references to the establishment of a digital agricultural census system. The agricultural production will be electronically modified, will be classified, and will be listed. The small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as small and medium-sized growers, will be supported. Irrigation-related issues are tackled. Irrigation is directly relevant to the global climate change as well. I would like to highlight one more aspect here: the intellectual property rights and commercialization. Intellectual and scientific efforts will have to be protected to create added value, but we need to be very careful. We have seen several discussions around the vaccines for the COVID-19. The developers wanted to hold back their intellectual property rights. What is the scale of intellectual property rights? The jurists, as well as politicians and specialists, as well as members of the academia, will have to focus on the scale of intellectual property rights, especially for the agriculture sector. The construction, the green cities, the green transformation, and technological transformation, they are all connected to right to food as well. There are references to the schools offering nutritious food to the students. especially in disadvantaged locations, the school foods should be available for all pupils. The relationship between food and health has been specifically mentioned. There are certain references to the encouragement of the citizens to live less sedentary life, become much more mobile, and become much more healthy and eat healthy. And from the point of view of children, especially poverty and famine are significant issues. Starting from the early childhood, children should be tackled specifically, taking into consideration their poverty levels. We need to have flexible and differentiated approaches in order to ensure, first and foremost, they will have uninterrupted educational lives and have uninterrupted access to healthy food and nutritious food. Financial literacy is highly debated, but there is a reference to nutrition literacy in this plan as well. Economic, social, scientific literacy will have to be encouraged, and certain activities will be conjured up in order to educate children. And there are certain issues that we need to highlight, such as the livable urban cities and sustainable environment. Here we see global climate justice and global climate change related issues. They have direct ramifications on food safety and agriculture. We have articles 666, 667, talking especially about the development issues within global climate change framework.
Moreover, the sustainability of housing, the international water system, achieving a certain standard in drinking water, encouraging rural development, and the protection of environment are other headings that are related. And then there's one more title on disaster management. There's no specific provision on the use of food systems in times of disaster, but there is a reference to risk maps. And of course, I deal more with fundamental rights. The Human Rights Action Plan was not yet prepared back then, when this development plan was issued. There's an article stating, there's a provision stating that the Human Rights Action Plan will be prepared and made effective. So I looked into the Human Rights Action Plan as well, and I saw two targets here. One is about the protection of healthy and livable environment, and the second one is under food and water safety. But there is no direct reference to right to food in the Human Rights Action Plan. So as a result, I discussed the 11th development plan in this presentation. Here, of course, there is a reference to intergenerational justice from the perspective of climate change, but other than that, there's no specific commitment that makes a reference to the right to food. I personally believe that the right to food should be discussed more within this framework. So the target has to be shared openly, and that's I believe that we need a systematic that shows that development goals and right to food are directly related. Now, in this plan, of course, there's a reference to many different elements using which you can make a reference to the right to food, but there's a 200-page documents, and I try to follow the order in the planning, but none of these segments or chapters was directly called the right to food. But in terms of planning commitments, there's a certain systematic in place. But it seems to me uh, that some legal rights precede fundamental rights. The right to food is a fundamental right, and it shouldn't be discussed together with other legal rights that are not considered to be fundamental. The plan is not clear in this regard, and it's not limited to the 11th development plan. The development plans are shaped according to economic targets, and that is why we do have a plan as such in place. But development cannot only be explained through economic developments. I'm sure development economists can inspire jurists and lawyers and can focus more on small-scale plans. The plan is more industrial and zoning related, but consumption in this plan is not that clearly planned. One has to be fair. Of course, I cannot state that there's no reference. For example, Article 521 is about conscious consumption and promotional activities to raise awareness on conscious consumption. So I believe this is very important for responsibility towards future generations. So it's very important actually to plan how you produce as well as how you consume. So this has to be on the agenda of lawmakers as well. When I first started this presentation, I had told you that I was going to discuss this single example from this perspective. In the next Congress, I plan to make a more detailed analysis. Once again, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this very well prepared Congress. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Zeynep, for this beautiful presentation. I don't see any questions, but you touched upon a very important topic, and you referred to intergenerational justice and equitability. This reminded me of the sustainable development definition made by the World Environment Organization many years ago. According to that definition, the existing generations should not pawn the future generations' rights when they're making their plans. Unfortunately, I'm not very optimistic because I don't believe that we can meet the needs of future generations if we go on like this. I think we're distorting this balance as we speak. And as you mentioned, in this development plan, there are important issues to do with intergenerational equitability and justice, but the legal framework is not concrete enough. This has always been a problem in Turkey. Legal framework is never clearly defined, and that causes practical problems. There are problems even in clearly defined principles of law in Turkey, and that is why I personally believe that we have to work on this even more. What is your opinion on this?
gelecekte olumlu sonuç vereceği konusunda
Do you think I mean, are you optimistic about these plans and their future? Thank you, Professor, for this observation. Actually, political laws, contents, and limits are clarified by these discussions. I don't only care about codification. Of course, we're used to the practitioners of law saying that, but this is not enough on its own. And that's what I wanted to actually emphasize. Because in this plan, we see that there are many issues that are mentioned, but if the lawmaker doesn't have this ethical perspective, then you don't see it in practice. Well, the plan, of course, is 1 year from its end. Oh, in spite of the fact that the plan states that it is a development target for 15 years. It gives us an idea. The last couple of years gave us a general idea. If the theoretical discussion does not become more widespread among the lawyers, then in practice we won't see more of it. Because codification on its own is not enough, but I'm still hopeful. I still have hope, and that's why I work on this issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to work. Maybe this is selfish to say, but I'm still waiting for a positive development, and that's why I'm working on this. Thank you. Thank you. Wish you lots of success in your future work. Now I'll pass the floor on to our last speaker, Muhteşem Torun from the Turkish Seed Association. He's going to talk about the Turkey seed sector and misconceptions. The floor is yours, Muhteşem Torun.
Evet, Sayın Hocam, çok değerli katılımcılar, Muhteşem Torun, Türkiye Tohumcular Birliği
Mr.
Genel
Professor, esteemed participants, my name is Muhteşem Torun. I'm the Secretary General of the Turkish Seed Association. I greet you all with respect.
Sesim geliyor mu hocam?
I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can.
Efendim ben bugün kısaca
Now,
Türkiye
today
tohumcu
my
politiği
presentation is going to be
durumu,
very brief, and I will focus on the seed sector in Turkey and some misconceptions
yanlış bilgiler
in the public opinion.
onları kısaca özetleyip düzeltmeye
I'll try to
çalışacağım
make a short
bilgilerimi.
summary and correct these misconceptions as much as I
Türkiye'de
can.
tohumculuk sektörünün gelişimine bir bakacak olursak,
Let's have a look at the development of the seed sector in Turkey.
1960'lı yıllara kadar tohumculukta
Up until 1960s, we used to have a system that was based on traditional supply in the seed business. Then the seed law numbered 308 was issued in 1963, which brought about a public sector-based supply system. Starting with the 80s, the system changed, the policies changed completely, and in the supply system, the private sector started playing more of a role. In 2004, a new law was issued for new plant varieties, and in 2006 a new law on seeds numbered 5553 were issued, and of course this paved the way for important developments in the seed sector. Of course, here we're referring to seeds, saplings, and ornamental plants.
miktarlarına bakacak olursak
Let's have a look at
2020
the
yılı
production
itibarıyla
numbers as of
1,2
2020.
milyon ton tohum,
We're talking about 1.2
2
million
milyon
tons
adet
of
fidan,
seeds,
5 milyar civarında fide ve 1.6
192,000
milyar civarında
saplings,
bitki
and
üretimi
1.6
gerçekleşmiştir.
billion ornamental plants.
Sektörün dış ticaretine yine 2020 yılı itibarıyla bakacak olursak,
Let's
tohum,
have a
fidan
look
ve
at
süt toplamı üzerinden bakacak olursak,
uh,
242
the
milyon
international markets
dolarlık
and
ithal,
exports and imports.
277 milyon dolarlık ihracat gerçekleşmiş.
Here you see the
Ticaret
export and
açığı
import
hacmiyle
figures in
520 milyon
2020.
dolar olmuş.
The total trade
İhracat
volume
ve
was
üretimdeki
$520
karşılanan
million.
maliyet 2020
The
yılında
balance in
%114 olmuş.
2020
Aslında bu
was
oran ilk defa 2018 yılında
114%.
%100'ün üzerinde
For the
gerçekleşmiş.
very
Yani
first time,
ihracat
this figure
ithalattan
exceeded
daha fazla
100%
olmuş.
in
2019'da olduğu
2018. For the
gibi
very first time,
2020'de
imports were higher than
%124 olarak
exports.
gerçekleşmiştir.
And 2019, we reached
Türkiye'de tekstil modelini
123%, and last year it was
bakacak olursak 1 Ocak
114%. Let's have a look at the
itibariyle
species
toplam
registered in Turkey.
12.741
As of the 1st of January 2021, we
Buna
have
göre
in total
2021 tarihi
12,931
itibariyle
registered
1626
species
adetten
or
üretimci uzun bir
varieties,
çeşit vardır.
and there are
Resmi belirli sayılı
1,606
tohumculuğun
varieties
kanununa
that for which
göre
we have a
tahmin
production
edildiği
license.
üzere faaliyet alanlarına göre 7 adet birlik, alt birlik
Uh,
kurulmuştur. Bunlar
there are
bitki
7
ıslahçıları, fidan üreticileri, fide
sub-unions
üreticileri,
for plant rehabilitators, for sapling producers, seedling producers, ornamental plant producers, seed distributors, seed industrialists, and seed cultivators. And of course, as an umbrella organization, the Seed Association was established. In total, all these unions have 64,000 members. As you can see, the seed industry in Turkey is quite a young sector compared with developed countries, but it still reached a certain momentum in this short period of time and made significant strides. However, the industry still has certain needs that need to be met, and there are problems to be resolved. Rather than focusing on these, I would like to focus on some other information and some misconceptions. There are people who are not experts on the seed industry and who do not have sufficient knowledge on the seed business, and they make statements which are not scientific. This has a negative impact on the positive momentum that we achieved, and it also causes worries and confusion among our citizens. I will now try to share with you some of these misconceptions, and we'll try to explain why they're wrong. Well, about the seed law. One of the misconceptions states that the sector was left to foreign companies and their domination following this law. If we were to look at the capital structure of all the companies in this industry, we see that companies that operate in the seedling, sapling, and ornamental plants business mostly have domestic capital, and a very few of them have a partnership. In the seed business, 93 companies have local partners, 3% have domestic and foreign partnership, and 4% have foreign capital. So companies with local capital and with mixed capital have a trade volume share of 70%. So looking at these figures, I leave it up to you to decide whether the sector is in the hands of foreign capital or not. Another misunderstanding states that this law banned the production of local seeds, and seeds have to be bought according to law only from companies. According to article number 7 of the law, the seeds that are registered in Turkey can be traded, and these have to be in line with the standards, should have certificates, and should be recorded in the logs. So this article states that only seeds with a certificate can be traded, others are banned from trade. However, law number 14 of the law, article number 14 of the law brings some exceptions and says that if the seeds are, or the plant-based products are to be exported, then registration is not necessary. And as long as it is for exports, the farmers can exchange seeds with one another, and experimental exchanges again are an exception to article number 7. Yes, there's a ban introduced in article 7, but article 14 lists a number of exceptions and states that the farmers can have an exchange of seeds among themselves to meet their own needs. So they can exchange seeds among themselves, the farmers, but they can't trade in those seeds. About certified seeds, they say, as the Seeds Association of Turkey, we are in charge of issuing certificates, but that is not true. There is a seed registration and certification directorate under the Ministry of Agriculture that issues the certificates. Certified seeds are imported. Yes, imported seeds are certified. Uncertified seeds cannot be imported, but of course we have seeds in Turkey that are produced locally and still certified. So not all certificated seeds are imported. I gave you figures about our foreign trade a minute ago. So if we were to look at the sector in general, including seedlings, saplings, and ornamental plants, then we can say that in the last 3 years, our exports exceeded our imports. So it would be wrong to say that we are dependent on other countries. Well, yes, we do import seeds, but we can also produce our own seeds as well. We are dependent on Israel in the seed business. We buy all the seeds from Israel. This is yet another misconception. Here you see our seeds business with Israel. Yes, we import from Israel, and in 2019, 6.5% of our total imports came from Israel. So out of 100 liras of seeds, only 6.5 liras were bought from Israel. And this was mostly for tomato seeds. So it's wrong to state that we buy all seeds from Israel. Israel plays with our genetics by selling us seeds. I mean, in my opinion, this has no foundation at all, because since 2015, we've been exporting a lot of tomatoes to Israel, fresh, chilled, frozen, dried. Well, we export all of these to Israel. So in 2019, the total trade figure for tomatoes, for tomato exports to Israel was $75 million. So we buy tomato seeds from them, we produce tomatoes, and now we export those tomatoes back to Israel. So if this was true, then Israel wouldn't buy tomatoes from us. Now that they buy tomatoes from us, apparently this is yet another misconception or disinformation. There are some other misconceptions about local varieties, saying that the seed industry is against local varieties. Here's what the seed sector thinks on this issue. First of all, we see local varieties as a source of genes. So this is an indispensable need for the sector to protect and gather all these genetic resources and define them and preserve them. And we're not against the commercialization of these seeds under the name local varieties. So we are in favor of gathering, defining, registering of local varieties, and the industry also supports limited reproduction of these local varieties in the geography where they're found. However, certified seeds are an obligation.
Kamuoyunda ticari tohumlukların kullanımı yerine yerel çeşit tohumluklarının kullanılması gerektiği gibi yaklaşımlar vardır.
And again, there's an opinion in the public opinion that local seeds should replace commercial seeds. Actually, this is not forbidden. However, we have a large population, and I don't think this is enough. Let me give you an example. In 1961, our average wheat productivity was 90 kilos per decade, and our population was 27.2 million back then. In 2017, this was multiplied by 3, 280 kilos per decade. But the population was multiplied by 3 as well. So we can't continue using the varieties that existed 60 years ago, get 90 kilos out of a decade and feed 80 million people. As the Turkish Seed Association, we're also involved in a social responsibility project that focuses on our gene resources and local varieties. And we added more than 300 materials to our gene bank in line with the project named In Search of Seeds. This is the only project, the first and only project that is supported by a non-governmental organization, by an organization that is not in the public sector. So all in all, without genetic resources, we can't have new varieties, and without new varieties, we can't have an increase in production. That is why our genetic resources and local varieties are a must. So it's very important to collect them, define them, preserve them, evaluate them, and commercialize them in line with the definition of local varieties. However, the principle is having certified seeds, so we are bothered by the fact that the local varieties are trying to replace certified seeds. And the reason behind this is not our economic concerns. We know that this is technically wrong, because it would weaken our position, production position, and it will cause us to import more. There is yet another opinion stating that local seeds are becoming extinct. This is true to a certain extent. Some local varieties can survive for a very long time, but not all local varieties can. So in time, some of the local varieties are replaced by highly productive or highly efficient varieties. We have 2 gene banks in Turkey where local varieties are preserved. Most of the local varieties are preserved in these banks. There are constant scanning needed to increase the number of these varieties. However, the selection cycle, I mean, it's very important for these new varieties to adapt to new conditions, to go through an evolution, and to be preserved where they are, geographically and environmentally. And that is why it would be very useful to have a preservation program on site. That's why we need farmers to continue planting these seeds, and this can only be achieved through state supports. There is yet another misconception about GMOs, that is. GMOs are being produced in Turkey. Well, actually, this is not true. It is banned, and if this is violated, then one may receive an imprisonment of 12 years. So this can only be allowed by a permit of the biosafety boards. Otherwise, GMOs cannot be produced in Turkey. Now, there are some other claims about hybrid seeds. Well, hybrid seeds naturally appear in nature. Let me try to explain it briefly. It's just like individuals which have better genes or superior qualities than their mothers and fathers. I mean, shorter parents, for example, may give birth to a higher stature child. But when this happens in nature, it's very difficult to identify this. That's why this is done under controlled conditions.
Hibrit tohumla GDO aynıdır diyenler var. Hibrit tohumla GDO tamamen farklı teknolojilerdir. Ancak eğer hibrit bir çeşide gen aktarımı yapılmışsa bu tohum hem hibrit hem GDO'ludur. Yapılmamışsa sadece hibrittir ve GDO ile ilgisi yoktur. Efendim, hibrit teknolojisiyle buğday artık...
Yes, about the hybrid technology, the wheat has become a 48 chromosome structure instead of 14. That's why there is usually manipulation with breads and floured goods. There is not a single hybrid wheat product that has become commercialized on a global scale. The allegations are untrue, and the wheats have become hybrid almost all naturally. Hybrid seeds are fertile, and they will make people infertile as well. This is another allegation. Hybrid seeds are infertile. The seeds, if they are planted again, will never yield harvest, is a wrong conception. A hybrid seed can flourish once again if it's planted consecutively for the second time. However, the yield will not be as efficient as the first year. That's why the hybrid seeds will have to be renewed. That's a recommendation for every year. And there are no scientific research proving that hybrid seeds cause infertility in humans. We have never seen anything like that before. So, as a conclusion, seeds are very important in order to meet the food needs of the ever-increasing global population. And it has to be one of the most important components of the global food supply. It is not only commercial, but also it is strategic. And the seed sector, both in Turkey and on a global scale, will have to keep on progressing. What we need is a seed industry that is competitive on a global scale, which is sustainable, and which focuses its efforts on food security. In order to reach that vision, we need to be self-sufficient. Right now, in seeds import, Turkey ranks number 11, and we hope and pray that very soon we are going to rank even higher as of 2023. In order to accomplish this goal, as soon as possible, the sectoral situation and the needs will have to be revisited and solutions will have to be created. What we expect from the public is for them to preserve their sensitivity vis-a-vis seeds, but not move towards these wrong allegations. Just being critical will never contribute to solutions. With your support, we can achieve our targets together. And thank you. Well, Muhteşem, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. Distinguished participants, our time has come to an end, but I would like to say a few words about this presentation as well. Out of your presentation, Muhteşem, I have seen that significant efforts are being undertaken in the seeds sector in Turkey. We have to trust you, we have to confide in you. This is a very important sector. It's not only for food production, but also for increasing our exports capacity. It's a very important industry. I hope we will see more studies oriented towards developing this sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of every session, I would receive questions. And if you have a special question to Muhteşem, you can use the chat box, where you can relay your questions to him. There is not a question, so thank you. We are out of time. I would like to thank all our participants for their beautiful contributions, and I would like to wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors. In developed countries, what shapes the agricultural policy are the NGOs. And as target, the Agricultural Food Ethics Association of Turkey is investing tremendous efforts in order to make that possible. And while conducting this session, I have realized that I am obliged to provide more contributions to these discussions. And as soon as possible, I will become a member of this association. I have been neglecting it so far. Cemal Talu, my consultant, and Yasemin from Ankara University, I would like to thank you for giving me the duty of moderating this session. I would like to wish them luck in their future endeavors, and I would like to commit to the fact that I will provide all sorts of support in the future to you. Well, thank you, İsmet Bozok, our moderator, and all of the other venerable speakers. The next session will begin as of 12:15 Turkish time. And with respects, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Everything is okay for you?
Merhabalar. Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Derneği, Target tarafından düzenlenen
Hello, welcome to the third Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics, organized by Agricultural and Food Ethics Association of Turkey, called Target. In this section, Aslı Elif Tamer will be our moderator. Now I would like to turn the floor over to Miss Elif from Propolis. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, very clearly. Well, hello, everybody. I would like to thank you for this beautiful organization. I would like to thank Target for organizing this event. I am going to talk to you about the bee products with very valuable contributors. We have Cihan Şahin. We have Professor Sevgi Kolay from Karadeniz University, and we have World Bee Association Representative, Quality Division Chairman Etienne Bruno will be with us. If you would allow me, I would like to take the first floor, and then I will give the floor over to the other presenters. Will we have a Q&A session? If we have time, yes, at the last 10-minute mark, we can have a Q&A session. I would like to start by sharing my screen with you first. I'm sure you can see my presentation. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We're going to talk about quality, food ethics, and safety in bee products. My name is Aslı Elif Tanur Samancı. Let me briefly walk you through my background. I am a food engineer, and I am one of the founding members of Propolis. I am still the general manager. I had my PhD and doctorate in the field of bee products. And I am still continuing my efforts in the field of producing honey and bee products. And since 20 years, we have been producing very valuable byproducts of honey. We have contracted beekeepers. We are working together with 5,000 subcontracted beekeepers with 550,000 hives. We have more than 200 employers, 30 food engineers, chemists, biologists, and beekeeping specialists, food technicians, pharmacologists, as well as dietitians. And we are creating and developing products. And within contracted beekeeping, we are keeping 1% of all of our revenues, and we are allocating those funds to the beekeeping industry in order to support the entrepreneurs. That's why we are quite keen on making sure that our beekeepers develop their field of work and create a sustainable environment. And in our Istanbul Technical University Bee Products Excellence Center, we are creating purity, and we are focusing on biological activity of the bee products, as well as exploring the health potential of several products. We are also producing bee byproducts with our subcontracted beekeepers. We have a very valuable geography in terms of beekeeping, and we are ranking quite high on a global scale in terms of producing honey. We are producing 100,000 tons of honey every year, but we are also producing propolis, pollens, and several byproducts. And we are also producing bee venom for several medical purposes. We have 75,000 professional beekeepers, and 300,000 people are making a living out of this industry. And we are conducting scientific studies in the Excellence Center of the Istanbul Technical University, exclusive to bee products. And I would like to walk you through 3 special activities. One of them is about the physiochemical comparison of the samples of bee collected from the global markets as well as the Turkish market. We are also focusing on the antioxidant features of the propolis collected from the global markets. And we are also comparing the anti-microbial effects of Manuka honey and Anatolian bee products. These are the studies that are shedding a light on the problems of the sector as well. Let me briefly talk to you about the honey study. We have collected 202 raw honey sample from our subcontracted beekeepers. These are pine honeys, lavender honeys, chestnut honeys, and different types of honeys. When we conducted the analysis of these honeys, you can see the average values. As you can see in the raw honey, you can see almost by 40% of an invertices, the highest level being almost 500 and the lowest being 74%. And the information on this is not well identified, but this is a very important value as it shows the quality of the honey and how it was processed. You can see glucosis, saccharosis, turanosis, maltosis, and all the other different values, including prolin. So every raw sample we had collected are in compliance with our codex. But when it comes to the honeys sold on shelves, the picture is a little bit different. We had collected 54 samples from global markets, and this is the results that we had cultivated. 11% of the samples we had collected are adulterated honey. We have eliminated them. There was external addition of sugar in them. And you can see the final analyses out of the ones that were eliminated. Color, humidity, HMF, diastasis, prolin, all the values put forward a significant difference between the samples we had collected. 62% of them had been pasteurized. But this is not the information that you can find on the labels. We had seen that the honeys were heated up to 80%, and that takes away invertase values almost down to zero. But this information cannot be seen on the labels. As I've told you before, we cannot in any way identify if a honey was exposed to heat processing or not. I think this is an ethical manipulation of the prospective consumers, because people think that they just get the honey out of the hive and consume it healthily. But once after the heat and temperature processing occurs, the nutritional values of the honey goes down significantly. In the codexes, it is promulgated that the heat and temperature treatment of the honeys should be clearly stated to the consumers. The reason why the honey is being heated is to stop it from crystallization. It's actually quite natural for honey to get crystallized. It is just a physical change. It's a physical state, and it doesn't have to be eliminated. But the producers believe that the consumers don't want to consume honey which has crystallized. That's why it is subjecting the honey to heat and thermal processing. As you can see on this slide, invertase and diastase and HMF figures are going down once after they have been treated with heat. Almost 4 times greater invertase levels can be observed, and this is a clear result of heat and temperature processing on honey. Another important aspect is the propolis. Propolis is a bee product. It's very strong in terms of antioxidant features, and the health benefits of propolis had already been confirmed and proven by scientific studies, but there are so many adulterated products available in the market. Not only in Turkey, but also on a global scale, the debate is going on. This is a product consumed for health purposes. That's why they are very expensive. So there is an urgent need to control this sector. Raw propolis is not suitable for human consumption. 50 or 60% of that is resin, and this is the part that is healthy for human consumption. And 30 to 40% of propolis consists of beeswax. Beeswax cannot be consumed by the human digestive system. That's why we have to purify it. There's about 5 to 10% of essential oils, 1 to 5% of pollens, and other substances. But there is a great misconception or misinformation in the market about propolis. People can find all sorts of propolis diluted using even alcohol and other different materials. But propolis can clearly and scientifically be diluted by ethanol, glycol, and glycerol. Water and oil is not a good dilutant for propolis. That's why if you want to reach the essence of propolis, you need to use ethanol, glycol, or glycerol, so that the end product will have sufficient amounts of nutritious propolis products. Looking at the products in the market, we have studied 100 raw propolis samples, and we have received 157 extracts of propolis samples from abroad. And we had looked at the total phenolic and flavonoid contents, as well as antioxidant capacities and phenolic profiles. And these analyses have been carried out at the Istanbul Technical University labs. Looking at the results, you can see that the raw material consists of almost 20% beeswax and phenolic substance, lowest being 70, and antioxidant capacity being 200 almost at the lowest level. Looking at the results from the world samples, you can see 38 ethanolical extracts, 52 glycolic extracts, 54 water-based products, and 6 oil-based products had been studied. And the results we had gathered were compared to the standard samples prepared in our labs. As you can see on the slide, this is the level of the essential substance in the propolis. Phenolic is 45% the lowest, 45 milligrams the lowest. Flavonoid is 46% the lowest, and antioxidant capacity is around 153 milligrams. And the expected components are artipelin, C, and CAPE. These are all the components of propolis. When we look at the ethanolic propolis products, we can see some products never contained any propolis whatsoever. They have no antioxidant features or are very low. So the results you can see here are showing you the dry matter. And the red lines here show you the standard 20% and 30% extracts, and you can see they're accompanied by the other samples. When we look at the phenolical substance, these are the figures we have gathered. It seems to be a correct and a healthy product. So this is the situation for the glycolic propolis products, but their features are quite different. The biggest diluting material is ethanol. In glycolic propolis products, these are the results we have gathered. When we look at the water-based products, comparing it with ethanolic and glycolic substances, we can see that there's a very low level of antioxidant features. So these products are not providing the health benefits expected out of propolis. They are almost zero. So most of the products sold as propolis are not functional foods at all. And in oil-based products, the situation is even worse. The values are lower than 5 milligrams, and I think oil-based products are the worst of this propolis category. These are all sold as propolis essence, but many of the consumers lack the knowledge to determine their health benefits and nutritional features. So that's why they are consuming these products. But these products should have to go through a meticulous monitoring activity, and certain regulations will have to be introduced. Sometimes we see that the labels of the products are non-compliant with the contents. Looking at the labels, we can see that 20 or 25 to 30% of propolis is being indicated, but when the analyses are conducted, the labels are not compliant with the components. For example, in 57 samples, the antioxidant capacity reached 0. So they have no propolis whatsoever. And in 71 samples, the level of propolis is significantly low. So I think this situation will have to be regulated as soon as possible. This chromatogram shows that the propolis contains 70% of the raw material, but the situation is very different. And in both of these samples, we see there is almost no antioxidant effect whatsoever. 29 samples were studied, and we have not seen any propolis phenolic substances. So this shows that propolis are being manipulated by external addition of supplements. They lack the propolis active ingredient, but they have supplements such as C vitamin or E vitamin or other substances which were not indicated in their labels, and they are being offered to the market claiming to be very healthy propolis. And with these analysis results, we can see that most of these products are not good for human consumption. This has to be audited, and consumers should not be manipulated anymore. And in another activity, we focused on the propolis and honey created in the Anatolian lands. And we had also compared the Anatolian honey with Manuka honeys from the point of view of antimicrobial analysis. As you can see on this slide, this is the antimicrobial analysis of Manuka honeys. MGO 550 is alleged to be the strongest Manuka honey available in the market with the strongest antioxidant effects. But looking at the comparison between Manuka honeys and Anatolian propolis extracts, we can clearly see that even the strongest Manuka honey lacks the basic antioxidant features possessed by the Anatolian honey. So consumers in the market are being manipulated in this direction as well. The properly produced honey of the Anatolian lands is much more powerful than the Manuka honeys available in the market. But there's great claims and great allegations going on wherever you go, and this is an area where we need intervention. The Turkish Anatolian bee products are 4 to 5 times stronger from the antioxidant point of view compared to Manuka honeys. And also, the Anatolian honeys have their antimicrobial features, which are multiple times stronger than that of the Manuka honeys. We can see mouth sprays, we can see different products created and sold in the market freely. And when, in terms of bee pollens and Anatolian propolis bearing products, the situation is quite similar. And finally, from the point of view of the raw honey, we can confidently say that pine honey, chestnut honey, Hakkari honey, and other honeys coming from Anatolia are much more stronger than the strongest Manuka honeys, and they have even greater antimicrobial and antioxidant features. So from the point of view of the labels and from the point of view of the contents, the consumers are being manipulated. Propolis, bee pollen, and bee extracts are quite expensive. And there is great unjust competition going on a greater scale. The consumers are being harmed, and the beekeeping is being harmed as well. In terms of the beekeepers doing their jobs properly, I can confidently say that they are being hindered. So there's great need for standardization and intervention. I would like to thank you. While I'm concluding my remarks, I would like to turn the floor over to the Beekeepers Association, Ziya Şahin. Beekeepers Association Chairman, Ziya Şahin. Well, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for your beautiful presentation. In terms of creating value for our beekeeping sector in Turkey, I hope we will improve and we will come to a better level. I would like to start my presentation immediately.
Evet başkanım, hiçbir sorun
Tamam,
yok. Ses
tamam.
gayet net geliyor.
Ben hemen sunuma başlamak istiyorum. Zamanı da iyi
Let me
değerlendirmek.
begin my presentation, and I would like to make the most use of the time that we have. As the Beekeepers Association, we have a family of 72,000 members, and we have 8 million beehives. And this is what we need to state. Consuming the natural honey products or bee products is a responsibility for our beekeepers. This is a slogan that is explaining a lot from the point of view of our consumers, for our country, and for the health of the world, as well as sustainability. While saying this, I need to explain what we need to do while we are embarking upon this journey. We have certain expectations while producing these products. So you can't only blame the beekeepers for low quality products. These honeys being produced in the rural areas of Turkey require a lot of work by the beekeepers under dire environmental circumstances. We are expecting purest and most natural honeys from our beekeepers, but we have to ask ourselves, are we able to give the input that they need? We need the hives, the basic hives, where we keep honey for months and months. So in order to produce the purest and most natural honeys, in order to offer them to the markets, the honeycombs manufactured by the factories will have to be hygienic, and they have to be very healthy. There will have to be no trace of pesticides and any contaminants. And secondly, we are using feeds, of course. For the hibernation of the bees or under very cold climatic conditions, we use crystallized sugar. These feeds should have to be natural. If you sell the beekeepers not so pure forms of feeds, then you won't have an end product that would satisfy the consumers or the markets. In Turkey, there are certain pesticides used, and we have to revisit them, and we have to stop using them. The pesticides cannot be offered in the form of feeds. You cannot offer the markets pesticides disguised as feeds to keep the bees healthy. Another important issue is the environment. The beekeepers are getting even further away from the agricultural lands, but bees are the insurance, are the wards of agriculture. Without bees, we cannot have strong agriculture. Pesticides are being used at such a scale that bees are getting lost in agricultural lands. We need the scientific councils to work together in order to intervene. And there will have to be standardized communiques published on the bee products, the R&D activities of which have been concluded. Every bee product will have to have a production communique issued. Without further ado, this is the easiest intervention we can come up with. Okay, as the Beekeepers Association, what have we done in order to produce safe and high quality bee products? What are we doing and what have we been doing? Let me speak briefly about that fact. First, best practices for beekeeping will require sustainable, high quality, and safe interventions at every level. So educational activities will have to be also conducted in order to improve the capacity of the beekeepers.
Diğer tarafta sizlerin de hep vurguladığı dünyayı
As you have mentioned,
ama bir türlü
and as the world mentions, but something that we have not achieved in our country, the contracted models, contracted beekeeping models. We tried to incorporate this phenomenon into our industry many, many years ago. The Turkish Beekeepers Association tried to bring together the players of the sector and the producers. But unfortunately, there were not more than a few companies that we came to an understanding with. So more than everything, we need to move on to the contract-based production model. It has to be a part of our sector. But is this slavery, as some people allege? No, on the contrary. The contract-based production model, as I need to say, is a strong phenomenon. In our model, this is what we have been claiming. We are working together with the beekeepers. We are working with the provincial commissions, and we are meeting the corporations in the sector with the beekeepers and putting them under the roof of a contract. So the companies will only have the Turkish Beekeepers Association or the provincial commissions as their interlocutors for production and for purveyance. We need to forge cooperations 6 months prior to the actual production of the honey and the bee byproducts. And we need to teach our beekeepers the best agricultural practices through training programs. We need to follow up these developments, and we need to help our beekeepers become better. And the input required by the beekeepers will have to be compensated by the provincial commissions for at least a year. Whether it be pesticides, whether it be seasonal expenses, if you don't cover them, the quality of the honey as an output will go down, and other bee byproducts will suffer from a lower quality as well. Certain expenses of the beekeepers will have to be covered. Input is fundamental. If, let's say, a plant or an animal, if you don't provide them with natural inputs, the output will not be natural either. So this is an issue that we need to deal with. And we are very clear in our remarks when we say that there needs to be a planned production. How much are we going to produce out of what? We need to have this framework. So provincial commissions, the beekeepers, the corporations, and all of the other sectors will have to know how much of a product will be available in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. The provincial unions and the commissions will bring in the products from the beekeepers, and those products will be registered. And within the framework of the contract, the corporations will be able to supply themselves with the high quality output. But what is the most important thing here is the prices.
Çok önemli, arıcımızın emeğidir.
Prices are very important because they represent the efforts put in by the beekeepers. Of course, it's very important to produce with quality, but every quality comes with a price. And that price is that the Turkish Union of Beekeepers issues the costs of all products each and every year. So as long as we give them the cost plus a sustenance support of 20 to 25%, then all products can easily be produced in Turkey under a contract with control and monitoring and the necessary analyses. This will help carry all the products to people's tables without any problems. So we will insist on this contracted model. Moreover, the Ministry of Agriculture made a statement about digital products, and we support this process. But if you leave the farmers face to face with the industrialists, then this project will not work. So rather than that, if we can make sure that the unions, that the provincial unions give the beekeepers the inputs or the raw materials that they need, then I think we will make sure that we sustain the production. And I believe that we will be able to get some answers to this request in the year to come. Okay, and we pay attention to honey IDs. So we did this for pine honey, and we also carried out the R&D work for others as well. So all these types of honeys, for example, have to have a certain standard, even including the pine honey. We're very late, we know. We should have had the standard before, but it doesn't mean that we should stop working just because we are late. This is not only for honeydew, this is also true for other types of honey that we can produce from citrus, from chestnuts, from cotton, sunflowers, and even wild licorice. So we'll make sure that we have the identification and the marks for all these honeys so that we can make publications about them internationally as well, because Turkey is one of the largest producers of honey, but we lack scientific R&D, which is something that we're trying to overcome. Moreover, of course, there are fake products or fraudulent products in Turkey and abroad as well. This is not only true for Turkey. And as the Turkish Beekeepers Association, I would like to thank the ministry, because we told them that we could run this project with them. And we've been running this project for now 3 years to identify honey that is fraudulent or that is or adulteration as well. We're working on adulteration. And I believe that thanks to this project, the ministry will put in some analysis methods to fight these products as of next year. About natural compound foundations, we've been working with DG Food on this, and we're also a part of the mass fight against Varroa. And we believe that this is the only way to succeed. So we want the ministry to make sure that the provincial unions cooperate with provincial directorates of agriculture and make sure that the factories sell directly to the beekeepers for 1 month, for a year, in the year. That is, the factory sales price or the ex-factory price of a pesticide for Varroa is 75% less than the price of the same
Ciddi bir sıkıntı var.
drug at the veterinarian's office. Well, we do have a lot of problems to do with pesticides. We have to put an end to environmental pesticides. Well, honeydew honey became a part of the national standard.
Ulusal standardın çıkartılıp artık dünya standartlarında olmamız gerekiyor.
We need national standards issued for other types of honey as well, so that we can catch up with the rest of the world. And we've been working on international standards since 2019. Because we do have products that are specific to Turkey. And when I say products that are specific to Turkey, I'm referring to products on which we already did the R&D work. That's why we need to focus more on R&D and scientific research. And as the Turkish Beekeepers Union, we believe that it's high time that we have national standards for all Turkey-specific products. Of course, we keep training the beekeepers constantly. Global climate change is a major issue for us. And we are going to hold a significant meeting, a large-scale meeting in a city in Turkey this year. And we keep teaching or training our beekeepers on natural production, or we provide support to municipalities in their trainings as well. Beekeeping registration system. We attach a lot of importance to this system and we take it very seriously. But I personally believe that for high quality and reliable bee products, we have to make sure that production is guaranteed. That is, if you give the producers, the beekeepers, the input that they need, then we can easily register those products and people can then consume natural products. But this is a very large-scale project and it needs significant support. And it's not only up to the beekeepers to believe in this process. And the sector has to support the beekeepers. You cannot put all the blame on the beekeepers if you want to really fix this industry. I would like to make a call to I would like to call upon all the industrialists in Turkey. Let's sit around the same table. Let's discuss the problems of the industry together. But let's also give the beekeepers what they deserve, because if we do that, then I think we won't have any further problems. Thank you. Thank you. I think I do have limited time. Of course, I could have spoken for a longer time, but I'll keep those to another meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. If we do have time, after all the presentations, then we can maybe spare 5 minutes for the Q&A. There don't seem to be too many questions now. If you don't have anything else to add, then I will pass the floor to Professor Kolaylı. Of course, I do have a lot to say, but I don't want to exceed my time, and I respect Professor Kolaylı, so that's all from me for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. If you could stop sharing your screen, I will ask Professor Kolaylı to start sharing again.
Tamam. Çok teşekkürler. Türkiye Arıcı Yetiştiricileri Birliği Sayın Başkanı Sayın Ziya Şahin'e çok teşekkür
Thank you,
ediyoruz.
Mr. Ziya Şahin, the President of Turkish Beekeepers Central Union. Now we have Professor Sevgi Kolaylı from Karadeniz Technical University. She will focus on
sunum dinliyor olacağız.
The scientific products on bee products in Anatolia. Yes, please share your screen, Professor Kolaylı.
Bir dakika.
Trying to find how.
Evet, herkese merhabalar. Güzel, güneşli bir Trabzon
Hello, everyone.
gününden
I greet you all from a sunny Trabzon Saturday.
sunuyorum.
Hocam sunumumu
I greet you all.
paylaşıyorsunuz.
Professor, we don't see your presentation. We don't see your presentation. We see the folder.
Ona tıklarsanız iki tık
We see the
yaparsanız
folder.
yani sunum
You haven't
kapanınca
yet
açık,
shared the
sonra
presentation.
oradan share screen demeniz
First,
gerekiyor hocam.
actually, you should first open your presentation and on your screen and then share screen on Zoom.
Önce
I'll do
açın,
that.
büyütün, sunum formatına getirin. Sonra share screen'e bastığınızda direkt paylaşıyor hocam.
So first open your presentation, switch it to slide mode, and then share screen, please.
Tamam mı?
Hocam bir de sunum formatına getirirseniz en soldaki bu.
Evet.
And now if you could switch to slide mode.
En sola tıklarsanız hocam sunum şekli.
Açtım ben.
I now switch to slide mode.
Ona tıklayın hocam bakın en
It's
sağ altta. Yok,
no,
onun yanına
yes, that's the one that you should click on.
Nasıl?
Can you see it now?
tıkladığınızda bir bekleyelim, gelecek herhalde. Gelmedi ama.
Tekrar deneyeyim ben.
I'll try again.
Bir daha tıklayın hocam ona. Yok
No, that's not how you should do it.
ona tıklayınca
This is what you should click.
Hocam, önce oraya tıklayıp açın ekranınızda, sonra share screen yapın. Şu anda göremiyoruz çünkü küçük görüyoruz.
Well, why don't you stop sharing the screen, click on the slide mode, and then click on share screen again?
Ben paylaşayım mı?
Or shall I share your screen? Because you had shared your presentation with me, says the chairperson. But how I'm going to change the slides then? No, you'll tell me and I'll do it. Okay then, I'll try it once again though.
Şimdi olacak.
I think now it's gonna work.
Bilgisayar yavaş herhalde sizin, o yüzden açılmıyor diye düşünüyorum.
Olabilir.
Maybe your laptop is a bit slow. No, actually it's in slide mode on my screen. No, but we don't see it on Zoom. So why don't you stop sharing? Or yeah.
Yani başka bir
Tamam, görüyoruz.
ama
You can share it like this. That's okay.
acemiyim. Onu
That's okay.
Estağfurullah hocam, deminki evet böyle.
Okay.
Tamam.
This is okay.
böyle ama böyle de hiç hoş değil.
It doesn't look good this way.
Açabilirim.
How about now? That's what we're trying to do, but we don't see it on the screen. We don't see it on the screen. I'll open your presentation. Yes, please do that. Please stop sharing.
Tamam. Ben şimdi sizin sununuzu hemen açıyorum. Evet. Şöyle. Hocam gözüküyor mu? Önce onu sorayım. Görünüyor mu?
I think now you can see it.
Hocam ben geçiyor olacağım.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Evet, evet, herkese tekrar
Okay, I'll change your slides. Hello everyone.
bu kongrenin konusu biraz gıda güvenliğine dayanıyor. Ama benim konum birazcık daha farklı.
So this Congress is actually on food safety, but I will focus on the Anatolian bee resin.
Propolis, bal, arı ürünleri üretiminde ilk 3 sırada yer alan bir ülke.
Anatolia is very rich in this regard.
Ama yeterince propolis üretilmiyor.
But we don't produce enough bee glue.
Bizim eksikliğimiz. Şimdi propolis nedir?
And this is actually a mistake. Propolis or bee glue is a bee product.
Daha çok ağaçların kabuk, yaprak ve reçinelerinden topladığı ve
It's a resinous mixture that the bees gather from tree buds, from sap flows, and other botanical sources. Why do they gather the bee glue? It's for the hygiene of the honeycomb, and it protects bees from many diseases. And we place bee glue traps in the honeycombs or extract it from the clean parts of the comb to consume it. It's a very important food ingredient for us. It shouldn't be consumed raw because raw bee glue may be harmful for the stomach or for oral flora because it's a very strong antibacterial ingredient, and that is why it may kill or inhibit some of the useful or the beneficial bacteria in your oral flora. And that is why it makes more sense not to consume it raw. So the bees, of course, use the propolis or the bee glue for the health and the hygiene of their comb. They use it for mummifying as well, to mummify the dead insects, and it is also used as a material to fix the damaged parts of the comb. We can change the slide. Okay, there are different types of bee glue in the world. Depending on the climate belts, the types of propolis changes. The Anatolian propolis is in the moderate climate belt, but it's slightly different according to our research. It is different in that the vegetation in Turkey is richer in terms of diversity than that in Europe, and that is why the Anatolian propolis is very rich in flavonoids, and we call it local propolis actually, but there's not enough propolis produced in Turkey, and that is why we import raw or processed propolis products from abroad. But it's very important, of course, to increase the production of local propolis. The Turkey the Beekeepers Association, the Beekeepers Union of Turkey, and industrialists pay a lot of attention to producing more propolis. I believe that beekeepers in Turkey are now aware of the value and the worth of this product. That's why in recent years we've seen a substantial increase in the production. So what is there in the propolis? There are, of course, waxes used for mummifying or used in fixing the comb. And then there's the balsamic segment of it, which can be extracted. It can be extracted in ethyl alcohol. And of course, the third part of it is the ethereal oils. These volatile oils are also very important because they're antibacterial, according to scientific literature. The Anatolian propolis has many different varieties and colors and changes from region to region, but it's the Black Sea where there are many trees which produces the highest amount of propolis, because there, of course, there are a lot of chestnut trees, there are a lot of poplar trees. and they're higher in flavonoids.
Evet, polifenoller aslında P vitaminleri olarak da
Polyphenols
çok geniş bir aile.
are also called vitamin P, and they form a very large family. There are 10,000 different varieties of polyphenols because the plants can produce an
Literatürde 10.000'nin üzerinde polifenol
indefinite
bileşik
number of different compounds.
sekonder metabolit
And
diye adlandırdığımız
these compounds, these polyphenols, are produced as secondary metabolites by the plants. They're needed for adaptation into the nature, protection against diseases and insects.
biyolojik aktif özellikleri çok yüksek.
These are biologically very active. They're vitamins. They have antioxidant qualities. They're anti-inflammatory and antiviral, antitumoral at the same time. They have many biologically active qualities. And among the natural compounds in nature, the product that is richest in polyphenols is the propolis itself. It is also a source of flavonoids. Caffeic acid, p-coumaric acid, apigenin, and pinosembrin are other polyphenols that can be found in very high amounts in Anatolian propolis. Well, Turkey is in top 3 in the world when it comes to bee products and their production. And due to the increasing interest in recent years, we see articles, we see the number of articles on Anatolian Propolis is on the rise as well. I'm not going to go into details of all the articles in literature, but these studies show us that the Anatolian Propolis is high in anti-inflammatory qualities, anti-microbial qualities, antiviral qualities, etc. And these papers were all published in high-impact journals. So our number one priority should be the production of Anatolian propolis. I mean, our imports should be very, very limited. We should be producing our own. Well, propolis is not consumed raw, as I said before. You have to extract it. There are different extracts, water-based, alcohol-based. There are propolis capsules, liposomes, and there are extracts that are prepared in other fluids. But my experience shows me that alcohol-based propolis, especially if the alcohol is 65% or higher, then alcohol is the best extractor, I could say. But of course, in the future, things may change because a different natural solvent that can replace alcohol may appear because science is dynamic, as you know. This is the research that I referred to before. It was a PhD, it was a master's thesis actually, showing that 70% alcohol rate is the most ideal polyphenol source. Let's skip this slide. Now that this Congress is on food safety, I also would like to share with you the fact that we conducted our own research as well. We bought different propolis extracts from the market and looked into their content. This showed us that there's quite an unfair competition in the market because propolis has certain active ingredients in them, the polyphenols. These polyphenols vary from 0 to 150, even 250 milligrams.
Toplam polifenole sahip olan özütler olduğunu tespit ettik. Hatta şunu tespit ettik. Konsantrasyonu düşük olan
It also showed us that lower concentrates are sometimes sold for higher prices. That's very unfair. It's unfair competition. So we need a standard in place for this to make sure that the polyphenol content in the extract varies less. Actually, this is the standard that we generated under the Turkish Food Codex at the ministry level. It will be issued sometime soon, so I believe once the standard is issued, many propolis producers in the market will have to renew themselves. There should be no dyes in any of these propolis. One of the products that we bought said it was water-based. We placed it in water, it was red. Propolis itself is not red. It's dark brown to black. The intenser, the thicker the concentration, the darker the color. So actually, this showed us that certain producers or certain sellers added a colorant to the propolis that they were selling. And the pH. The propolis pH changes between 4 to 6. It's acidic. It's below 7. Some of the products that we tested had a pH of 9 to 10. This is highly basic and it's harmful for the stomach, and one has to be careful. One has to pay attention to this as well. As I said before, we're ranked number 3 in the world when it comes to scientific papers published on propolis. We're number 3 in production and number 3 in propolis-related papers, scientific papers. Propolis is high in therapeutic value. It has a very high antioxidant activity. It prevents or stops oxidation. And I would like to call upon to those who smoke. Cigarette, tobacco is a very oxidant agent. There are hundreds of oxidant compounds in tobacco itself, be it free oxygen radicals or free nitrogen radicals. There are tons of free radicals in cigarettes. So if you smoke like 10 sticks a day, then it means that you're exposed to these oxidant agents each and every day. If you can't quit smoking, then you definitely should consume propolis, because the active ingredient in propolis is antioxidant. And that is why it neutralizes the oxidant compounds in tobacco. So smokers, in my opinion, should consume more propolis than the rest of us. Propolis is a very good antimicrobial and antiviral agent. Here are some other studies and papers that we published. And propolis can be directly consumed, or it's maybe processed and consumed that way as a capsule or as a gum.
Propolisin önemli bir özelliği antiviral özelliği demiştik.
One significant feature of propolis, of course, antibacterial and antimicrobial, it helps cure helicobacteria that sits in the stomach, and it is very resistant to antibiotics. Of course, propolis is very effective in fighting this helicobacteria in the stomach. But of course, you need a high quality propolis in order to get the most benefits. It is a new innovation for the alternative medical remedy. In our country, we have investigated propolis collected from different parts of Anatolia. When you investigate the raw propolis collected from several producers, you can see that they have a high inhibition effect on the helicobacteria found in stomach. And these results have been confirmed, and they have become a part of the literature as a result of the activities we had carried out with several universities. Propolis has very high antimicrobial features. A review that was published in 2019 shows that propolis has effects on 600 microbial strains, and the propolis collected at the Middle East is much more effective. And antiviral features of propolis, that's something I need to talk about a little bit further. You know, for the last 2 years, we have been fighting COVID pandemic. And there are studies proving that propolis is very effective against COVID-19 virus. When fighting COVID-19, propolis is a sort of a protector, and propolis strengthens the immune system in humans, and it brings a shield against COVID-19. But at the same time, the active ingredients such as flavonoids inside propolis. Next slide, please. Yes, we can stop here. Fighting COVID-19, propolis has 4 or 5 different functions that I'd like to elaborate on. Propolis strengthens the immune system, and the receptors that we have in our lungs, the virus that comes through the lungs connects or bonds to these receptors. They bond to these receptors and stop the virus from clinging to the body. And COVID-19 virus spike proteins, they have the feature of connecting to them as well. And the sepsis patients, different sepsis samples were actually studied, and it was proven that propolis is very effective against sepsis. Yes, let's move on to the other slide. In the in vitro activities and the molecular docking studies that we conducted, the active ingredients inside propolis could offer an alternative remedy to COVID-19 treatment. This is the Anatolian Propolis component with a high polyphenol content. They are not only rich, but they're also diverse. The Anatolian Propolis is very diverse in terms of its components. Let's skip these slides. These are some extracts from the COVID study. Pinosemprin, renine, they are very effective, and rutin and quercetin are very active and effective in terms of fighting COVID-19. Yes. Let's skip these slides. Let's skip these slides. And again, in the studies on Anatolian Propolis, there are anti-tumor effects of propolis, and they are very effective against certain tumor types. And this study points out to the fact that the Anatolian propolis and the honey produced in Anatolia, they are not necessarily marketed to the rest of the world, because Manuka honey became popular and it's being sold at very high prices coming from New Zealand, and it is stated that it's antibacterial. But all honey products have antibacterial features. We have to set it in stone. So there's kind of a marketing manipulation. In this study, 42 different honey samples were actually investigated, and the Manuka honey is lagging behind our honeys quite significantly. So there is unjust competition going on. Manuka honey is being sold for really high prices, but the mentality that the more you pay, the better product you get is not correct. So we have to change that. Propolis, actually, this is a study that we had recently published with the dentists. Propolis is quite effective in preventing denture problems, the cavities, and generally, dental health is provided with a regular usage of propolis products. The propolis that we had studied carries almost identical antibacterial features to the products used by the dentists on a global scale. These are samples from that study again. Propolis is not only antibacterial, nor is it only antiviral. It's also anti-diabetic. But in what diabetics? Type 2 diabetics can benefit significantly from the propolis, which are independent of insulin, because we know that propolis is an inhibitor for glucosidasis and amylases. So we are still studying these facts, and we are going to publish them as a doctorate's paper. Aquabase is used for diabetics, and we know that propolis shows almost the same identical effects as the Aquabase. This is an animal study, again, diabetics study and liver study, as well as pancreas tissues were studied, and we have seen that propolis is very effective. Propolis is very effective in terms of curing diabetic wounds, and propolis can be used to produce plaster tapes to be applied on the wounds by diabetics. This is, again, a comparison between a commercial propolis and an Anatolian propolis. We had developed a plaster for the wounds of the diabetics with Istanbul University. And in this study, we have created the plasters using 3D prints. And these plasters have shown high antibacterial effects on the curing of the wounds. Propolis is closely related to neuroprotective effects as well. Propolis can be used for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease treatments. They have been shown to be quite effective in those areas as well. These are scientific activities, and these scientific studies are still continuing. Madam, we are exceeding our time. Could you please wrap up? Yes, and in this study, we focused on the use of propolis waste. And we tried to identify how we could use the propolis waste in efficient fashion. Propolis waste can be used as a fuel battery, as we had conducted the study with the engineers. And similarly, propolis waste can be used as an impregnant agent in wood industry. It can be used as a form of a dye. Another study, a study we carried out with a physicist, propolis also protects against radioactivity. And in our final study, we have seen that propolis waste can be used as a fertilizer, a worm fertilizer. We carried out this study with Turan Yüksek from Istanbul University. But in our first try, we killed all of our worms. The concentration was very high, most probably. Or maybe there might be some pesticides inside raw propolis. The pesticides can harm the worms quite significantly. We are going to renew this study, and we are going to see the results in the future presentations that I will carry out. So finally, we can see that the Anatolian Propolis is very valuable. And we want the products in Turkey to originate from Anatolia and Anatolian hives exclusively. Thank you so much for listening to me. Associations like you, NGOs, and the formal institutions of the government. If we join hands, if we cooperate, we can turn Turkey into a country that exports propolis to the rest of the world. This is my biggest wish. I would like to thank you for listening to me. Well, thank you so much for your beautiful participation and your presentation. Now, I would like to turn the floor over to Etienne Brunet from Apimondia. Etienne, welcome.
Yeah, you see me?
Beni duyuyor musun?
Is it okay like this?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Perfect.
So anyone, thank you. Please, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to can speak a little about the bee product in the context of this Congress. Yes, it's really important because we are confronted with a lot of problems in this field. So first of all, I will check just the frame in which we are working on. It's just all the bee product, not all, but the most important are there. And just to give you, honey is we have a definition of the honey there at the international level, and it's really important because we have the codex definition, and this codex definition is applied also in European countries. But in some part of the world, we will see it's not the same definition, and there on this topic we have a lot of problems there. For the works, we have some definition, but it's not so clear. It's not official definition in the codex. So it's for propolis, we have nearly nothing at the international level. No one definition. We know that we are working now with the ISO norm to define some specificity of the propolis, and we define that we will work more specifically on the brown, the green, and the red propolis. For the royal jelly, we have only international definition with the ISO norms. And there we have two types of royal jelly. One is produced only with natural product, onion pollen coming from the environment. And the other one is coming with a mixture with natural product and artificial product. So we have two types of royal jelly at the international level. For the pollen, no one definition. It's always the same situation, like for propolis, but there we have an ISO group is working to start to define the pollen, the bee pollen pellets. Bee bread, no one definition. It's always the same, and this product is not so well known in the world. Bee venom, it's also the same. We don't have a common definition in the world level. Perhaps with the pharmacopoeia, there we must have something on the bee venom. And we have all the bee larvae and all these products who are absolutely not defined today. And we have a problem to eat some insects in Europe because it's not allowed today to do this. And we know that in some European country, they use male drone and these kind of things, and they eat them. So it's just a problem of legislation there. This is the frame for the legal frame. And for the consumer, we have to know that the image of nature and health is the most important for them. When they buy product, bee product, it just they have in their mind that the product are collected and processed by bees without processing or external input. And this is really important, and because when we analyze this image with the reality, it's a very big gap in some situation. And it shows that when you buy a bee product, you think that it's no foreign substance or damage. It's normal. And as you know, and if we tell just with all the presentation now with propolis, it's used as medicine for a very long time, but it's not my field, and so I will not speak more about this. This is a map who presents the market of the bee product. Where are the producer? And here you can see the most important producer is China. This is a reality. And you see the importance of the jar there. It's a honey there for the wax, for the royal jelly, for the pollen, and for the propolis. They are the best nearly for all the products in the world. They are the most important producer. What you can also check there on this map, it's royal jelly is more produced in the east part than in America. They didn't produce royal jelly. For the wax, yeah, it's a little, you can find some producer a little everywhere in the world. No very specific situation. And for pollen, yeah, sure, you have this in Vietnam, in China, in Europe, US, and Brazil. And the other countries are not so important. And you can see here that Turkey is a very big producer at the world level, very big, because in comparison with the surface of the country, it's one of the most important producers in the world. So Turkey is a very heavy, has a heavy weight on the common markets. What you can see too, it's for honey, it's Argentina is a very big producer, Mexico also, US, and sure, Europe. European Union is an important producer. And for Manuka, they didn't produce so much. It's a little jar there, but on the market, when you compare with the price, it's nearly equivalent of the price of the market produced by the Chinese. So, because the price is so expensive, it's crazy. And so they are nearly the number 2 for the exchange when you speak in dollar, in US dollar, they are the second position and very close to the China. So surprising map, but it's not so usual to see it, but it's important to fix the image there. Other image was really important, the evolution of the honey production. We don't have the data for most of the other product, so I will focus my presentation on the honey. It's more important today. What you can see the evolution of the production is nearly the same everywhere in the world, except on the east of Asia. And there you can see in the 16th or 50 years ago, they didn't produce nearly nothing. And they increased by more than 10 times their production in 50 years. It's splendid, no? All the administration can dream of this kind of miracle. How is it possible? And there, it's a big problem. It's due to the way to produce. They are not producing in the same way as in Europe and in America and in Africa. What are they doing? They extract honey as soon as the bee come bring the nectar in the hive. And after they extract it every day or every 2 days, and there they put this in drums. They put in the industry, and the industry they evaporate the honey. They evaporate the honey. So, and to don't warm it at 100 degree, they use vacuum system. And so they have to warm it to 50, 60 degree. And at this temperature with vacuum, humidity can go out very quickly. And so in 24 hours, they can decrease more than 10%, 15% of humidity. And say they can arrive to 18% of humidity very quickly. This is the miracle of Asia. But it's a big problem because on the market, you can imagine that you are in competition with a product who looks like honey, but who is not honey in the Codex definition. And how can you see the difference for a consumer? It's completely impossible. And you have to know that for China, but I can speak of Korea, it's the same. I think even in Vietnam, or I don't know exactly the situation because nobody speak of this. It's true because it's the situation is there. This is when you see the statistics there, it's normal honey, and there it's a vacuum honey, if I can tell. So but it's a big problem because the cost of production is lower because you can produce much more. You have to know that to reduce the humidity of nectar in the hive, they consume 20 to 30% of the income of honey. So if you do this industrially, you save this quantity of honey. So the production is higher in this field. So this is important because it's a fraud at the international level. If you call your product honey, it's not honey. Yes, for the Chinese definition, in the Chinese definition, they accept this. And for the Chinese persons, this is really honey, and it's true honey for them. But the honey is not the same in the other part of the world. Other map was really important is to see the exports and the importers in the world level. And there you can see what you can see. The first number one is EU. You see imports coming from a lot of different countries in the world, most in a big part from China, but also from Brazil, Argentina, Mexico. You see all the line here show you this. And from Ukraine, it's a really big import from Ukraine, 45,000 tons. You see, it's very important. And the second one, it's US. We import not from the same parts. They import from Vietnam. It's completely surprising, this. A very big quantity from Vietnam, but Vietnam is not producing this honey. This is sure. They didn't produce 50,000 tons. So something is crazy there.
I have to ask Atiyen, where is it coming from then? Honey from Vietnam, what's it?
And here it's they import also India, from India, but quality of honey in India is the lowest in the world, the lowest. So it's a little surprising. Is it really honey? We don't know. And the other country, it's more normal. UK, they import exclusively, nearly exclusively from China, and the lower price. Crazy things. And you have Japan, who import at highest level of quality, but they import from China, from Argentina, from Canada. You see, they are the most important importers. So they are the buyer of the product, and they make the market. when we analyze more deeply the situation there, it's really important to see when you analyze the production, the import and the export for different countries. Two important countries are China and Ukraine. Ukraine is really important for EU, and we will see why. From China, you see that this is the production of China, and this is there are the exports. So it will say that they consume a big part of their own, and they export just a little part. So this is completely a normal situation, I can tell. Even if we know that what they export there, it's not true on it. So it's a fraud. This is fraud for the person who buy it, not for the Chinese who sell it. This is important to know. And this is the situation of Ukraine. This is more crazy things. There you see the production in Ukraine around 75,000 tons, and it's the export. And you see something crazy, they import nothing. The import are there. It's nearly impossible to see it, but they export more than what they produce. How can we explain this? This is completely, it's like a miracle. They multiply their production and they resell it outside of their country. Completely crazy situation. Something more crazy there. When you analyze the import volume and the price there, is the quantity here. You see the quantities, the evolution there, the increase, it's the imports coming in these different European countries. They are the most important importers of Ukrainian honey. And you see the increase is always in the same direction. And what you can see in 2016, we have a very big drop in the price. They were at 2.2 and they arrived to 1.5 and 1.6. And there, in front of this, Ukrainian quantity, you see, they increase a lot. It's exactly the same. The price decreased, the quantity exported increased a lot. After the price climbed a little more, a little decrease, the price continued to decrease, and the export increased. So it's directly linked to the price. The buyer, they just are looking where are the lowest price in the world. So if it's Ukraine, we buy in Ukraine. If it's in China, we buy in China. If it's in Argentina, we buy in Argentina. It's like this. It's completely crazy. And what you see here, when you see the increase in Ukraine, it's a drop in China. And the price in China, they were 2.2, but they keep the price at 2.2. But they lose completely their market. And after they have to decrease their price to arrive to the same price as Ukraine, to be in competition. But in this crazy war, everybody loses. It's impossible to continue to produce. Not only in, I don't know what they are doing in Ukraine. You can sell only at less than 1.4 euro. It's completely crazy. It's not possible to produce this. It's a European country. And in Europe, the lower price that you can produce, it's 2.2 perhaps, not 1.4. So how is it possible? It's completely impossible. And they produce much more than what they export much more than what they produce. So this is sure a fraud. This is sure. There is no other way. And China, they continue to export, but the price now on the international market, and this is really important, are dropping completely everywhere in the world. What does it mean? It means that in this situation, it's nearly impossible to continue to produce. At a European level now, a lot of professionals are stopping their activity because it's impossible. In South America, in Central America, it's exactly the same. Everywhere in the world, the prices are too low. And it's due to crazy situation like this. How can we justify this? It's only fraud. It's the only way. What do you, in Europe, we put, it's the European Commission put in place a plan to detect fraud, and they can find 14, 15 persons as suspicious. So it's adulterated. It's another word, but it's this. And there were only this nearly 900 honey were already analyzed by the country, and they tell no fraud. So just on the true, under bracket, true honey, they can find 15% of fraud. And it's a lot of notification. So the market is completely bad. This is a very new information about the fraud. You see, in all the fraud, in all the product, alimentary product, honey is the number 5 in the fraud. Number 5. And on the consumption, it represents, I think, 0.1% of the consumption. So, and they are number 5 in the fraud. So you realize it's completely crazy. And this is it's a journal produced by the Joint Research Center and the DG Santé. And every month they publish the situation there. And you can see in India, 10 of the 13 were adulterated with syrup. Here, it's a really surprising situation there. I received this kind of paper coming from China, and they propose to the buyer, if you want a multifloral honey who go through the NMR, it's a technique to detect adulteration, it costs €2. If it go through the FAMIP, it's just enzyme that they can detect, it's 1.6. If it's nearly the very old techniques used to detect adulteration, it's 1.38 euro. You can realize that if you buy this, it's sure it's fraud, it's adulterated. Even with this, it's adulterated. So all what you, in some company, they produce only wrong, false honey, fake honey. It's crazy. And there, it's every month, every 2 months, you can find just article on honey fraud, and you see honey and royal jelly in the world. Here it's in March. It's just this year. It's not another year. I didn't bring more all these things. And here it's honey and royal jelly too. Here it's you see sugar syrup and crushed yellow bananas, just to mimetize royal jelly. It's crazy. You see, you sell bananas as royal jelly. Splendid, no? Crazy things. You see, you can find very surprising things there. In Greece, you found this. They can additional pigments, caramel color. You see, not legally allowed in honey. This is sure. It's evident. And also, honey royal jelly is adulterated because you have the control are made only on honey and royal jelly, but you can find other problem with wax, with a lot of different products. Here it's in USA exactly the same, and there here it's in India. It's 52. It's everywhere you can find crazy things. Everywhere it's a world problem, a general problem of fraud everywhere. So, and the problem, what is it? How can we explain this? Because it's a search of syrup coming from C4 plants. It's a very old technique because fructose syrup, corn fructose syrup were used to adulterate the honey in the past, 20 years ago or 25 years ago. And there they put in place these official techniques, but they can detect only 10% of addition, more than 10%. So, and these old techniques continue to be used by a lot of official services because it's the only one who is officially recognized. And this is completely crazy too. So after they tell, oh, it's not possible, we have to detect some traces in syrup. And so they developed targeted detection methods with foreign oligosaccharides, foreign enzyme, the FAMIP, just what I present you, who detect the enzyme used to produce the syrup, and a specific marker for the C3 sugar, in the beet sugar, in the rice sugar, and color addition. So these techniques, that I can tell you, in 2 years, maximum 2 years, the adulteration change, and you can't continue to detect adulteration. So you put a new techniques 2 years after finished, you can find nothing. And so now we have the new approach is more global analyze. We have these techniques, EA, LC, IRMS, NMR, profiling, LC, HRMS, and pollen sensory analysis. It's always the same. And when you see, it's a table produced by Eurofab because they are specialists in this, this technology is normal. And it's a very good technology, but very, very difficult to use. And this is another problem there. This is at the European level, the Joint Research Center put in place, organized a very big meeting with all the persons involved in the industry, producer, and all these kind of things, and they arrived to some recommendation. And they know this. It's 2018. Nothing has changed from this moment, I can tell you, because there is no money. It's all. The method, we have to change the method to have some harmonized control plan, to put in place routine analysis for the most sensible techniques. We have to develop and to continue to develop more sensitive methods and to efficient targeted methods to detect and to make a screening. We have nearly nothing about this. Database, there is no international database on honey. Official international database, no, it's not existing. Yes, Bruker is a splendid international database. It is a private one. Yeah, they can open the door, but you have to use their system with their, it's always the same. Yeah, sure. Legislation, nothing really except the Codex with old rules there. And it's we can take the approach of Manuka only because they have developed a lot of very good things. What's the current situation for honey? Techniques are becoming increasingly sophisticated and expensive. This costs a lot. It will cost you to have a very complete detection in your honey, at least 400 euro to detect adulteration, because you have to use normally at least minimum 3 different techniques, very sophisticated techniques. And with this, yes, you can tell probably is not adulterated. These techniques are rarely used by official service, and what they use, most of them use the old techniques. There is no standardization, and so the problem today, you give samples in one lab, another, a third lab, you will have 3 different results because the level of detection is not the same, the interpretation is not the same, and this is a really, really problem. And so on this base, no common base of reference on it, so major fraudster can still market adulterated honey with tailor-made syrup. And this is the problem. Everything continue and you can do nothing. Beekeepers risk having their honey rejected if there are traces of feeding syrup. This is another problem because they can detect 1% or less than 1% of syrup in your honey. And 1%, it's for a beekeeper who use sugar for the wintering on this kind of things, it's nothing. And the other product, it is nearly the same. Wax, you know that it was a very big problem linked with the addition of stearine or paraffin that induced mortality of the brood in some countries. It was a very big problem for a few years ago. Propolis, but actually present you splendid slides on these topics. Royal jelly, very few controls on the authenticity and quality. Nearly no one control, if I can tell. Yes, they can detect if it's a banana in place of a royal jelly, or if they use drone broods. And a lot of beekeepers are doing this. They add in the royal jelly drone broods. Yeah. Pollen, very few elements on the quality of pollen. Even on the ISO norm, we can't put in place some norms on quality because there is we don't have the tools to do it. Just here, the map to give you the politics at the European level. To have fraud, you must have a violation of the EU, the law, this is sure. And intention, you know that you will do something, you must have an economic gain and a deception of the consumer. And for the wax, they tell that they don't use the good category to import. They import this as pure wax, and it was not the case. The intention, they add stearine or paraffin to, and it's completely forbidden, or you have to put this on the label and to change the way of import. And it's just to produce economic gain. And there it's by ton, you can win 2,100 euro. So it's not nothing, because it's very big container for the wax. And deception of the consumer, yeah, sure, yeah, you have a public health issue and animal health issue there in this condition. So you see, for the wax, this is clear. They do all the control, and they are now trying to put in place analyze who can detect officially the adulteration, because it's always the same. We don't have the tools. This Ashley tell you. So priority for bee product, increase the control of on authenticity. This is normally what we have to do. Define clearly the minimum reference criteria for bee product. It's nearly nothing. Improve the labeling of bee product, clear geographical origin and traceability. Put in place a traceability system, blockchain for all the bee product. Is the only way, because at the analytical way, it will cost a lot. And it's crazy. Develop harmonization of the results given by the lab, develop common screening method, put in place inter-laboratory tests, validate method to detect fraud. This is absolutely urgent. Publish a report on global market on bee product to underline the trends and the problem present. This report can be used as an official reference for packagers and traders. When I show you the map with the production and the export and the import, it's a problem. If you buy Ukrainian on it, sure, you make fraud. Thank you for your attention. I hope I was not too long. A little more.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It was a great presentation. It showed us what's going on in the market very well, and it's a pity to hear that fraud is stronger than who are producing real good products. So it's a pity to hear that, unfortunately, but that's the case, unfortunately. Thank you for everything. And I also would like to thank everyone. Can you open your cameras so that we can take one picture all together? Yes. Alıyor musun? Let me. Burada ben görüyorum. Herkes kameralarını açabilir mi? Fotoğraf alacağız.
Can you please all switch on your cameras so that we have a family photo, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you Etienne. Thank you. Hocalarım, sevgili hocalarım.
Dear professors, thank you. And thank you, Target, for giving us this platform. The meeting will be on YouTube. You can watch it anytime you want. We won't be able to take any questions because we've far exceeded our time. Thank you. See you soon.
Bu oturumumuz sona ermiştir. Oturumu
So
yöneten
this ends our session. Thank you, Aslı Elif Tanur Samancı, our chairperson, and the invited speakers. The next session is going to start at 14:45 Turkish time. Thank you.
Evet, zamanımız geldi. Başlayalım yoksa biraz bekleyelim
It
mi?
is time to start the session. Shall I wait or shall we start? I think we can begin.
ben sizi takdim edeyim.
Let me introduce you first. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the second day of the third International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. This session is going to be chaired by Tamay Başağaçgül from Ankara University, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Department of History of Veterinary Medicine and Deontology. I give the floor to her to run the session. Thank you.
I'm really very happy to meet you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very distinguished guest now from the University of Nottingham. She's the director of the Center for Applied Bioethics. I'm sure all of you see her research areas, publications, and projects in the web page of the meeting. As a veterinary ethicist and bioethicist, I have a lot in common with her. That's why I'm really so excited to be listening to Kate. So Kate, it is your turn now. We are ready for your perfect presentation. You have 30 minutes, but if you finish earlier, we will have time for 1 or 2 questions. So yes, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for such a lovely introduction. I feel very honoured not only to be invited to the conference to give a presentation, but also to have you as my chair. We do have an awful lot in common. So can I just check? I'm just sharing my presentation in presentation mode. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, perfect. I think everyone can see.
Brilliant. That's super. Thank you. So as I said, it's a delight to be invited here to present, and you know, a real delight to attend my first actually Target conference. I've often wanted to attend, and unfortunately schedules and timetables have prevented me. So it's a great honour to present, and I wanted to present a talk which is maybe a little bit different, but tries to reminisce a little bit about the delights of conferencing, really. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how we as a community of ethicists and sociologists, political scientists, veterinarians and scientists come together under this umbrella of agricultural and food ethics, and talk a little bit about what we can contribute and do contribute through the lens of thinking about frameworks and tools and training. As I was saying to our lovely session chair before this session started, one of the things obviously that is a real shame, and I understand it's a great aspect of a Target conference, is, you know, a conference is, yes, it's about bringing people together, but it's about bringing people together to engage in discussion, in dialogue, you know, to really challenge in a wonderfully productive environment the work we do, to share our ideas, to engage in a dialogue. It's a real process of discussion. So although, you know, I'd love to share some particular projects or particular research activities, I'm going to try and give you a mix of things, and also try and approach this talk by also asking you some questions and asking you to reflect with me. Don't worry, I tend to, and I'm quite keen often for sort of some interaction when we give these kind of presentations, and maybe some polling, things like that. I'm not going to do that today, but ask you some questions that obviously you can't respond to them directly now, but maybe these are things that we can pick up and we can engage in a dialogue at other events and within future activities. And I'm going to end on a few suggestions on that note a little bit later. I'm not going to bore you with my with my background and CV, but I did want to just really briefly, I had a lovely introduction, but really briefly just say that, you know, where I come from, and I'm based at the University of Nottingham. I have the real pleasure of working with a fantastic group of people in the Centre for Applied Bioethics, and we span across the veterinary school and the bioscience school. We have a broad range of interests, but the things that drive me are really around applied bioethics questions. I'm really interested in frameworks and how we develop inclusive innovation approaches and methods. I'm really interested in particular topics, of course, agriculture and food, with a special interest around animal use and biotechnology. And I really feel like I spend my days trying to work alongside and with my lovely science and clinical colleagues, helping them, identify, characterize, analyze, and respond to the questions that is raised by their work. And in essence, that really frames sort of my presentation today, seeing and reflecting on my role as someone who works professionally in the field of applied bioethics. What do I contribute and what is my role? When we talk about some of these really important grand challenges, what is my very insignificant, but still my small space within this world, and what do I contribute? And I'm particularly passionate about aspects of developing tools and more recently, although it's always been a core activity of mine, interest in mine, these questions around training, and particularly in relation to the future generation of what will be food scientists and agriculturalists and bioscientists. So I'd like to reflect with you on the work that we do, on some of the work we do in the field of agricultural and food ethics, and what we contribute as a community. And I'm going to ask more questions, probably then provide some answers, but really looking at some of the claims that we make, and also maybe looking at some of the things that we could potentially take forward. I'm going to try and cover that over 3 core aspects, thinking a little bit about our approaches, thinking about tools and frameworks, and then professional roles and training, and then finally a suggestion for a few maybe future small steps. So when we think about the need for ethical analysis, characterization of ethical issues, the analysis of those ethical issues, and the type of reflective processes that we need within the agri-food system, and particularly when we think about agri-food research, it's important to think about some approaches that we are either proposing or advocating for. I'm not going to talk about the food system and food systems approach. That would have been a nice topic to have discussed and unpacked, but actually the lovely Jeff Tanzi gave a fantastic presentation yesterday. So if you weren't here to hear it, I'd encourage you to go back. I understand that the presentations will be available. And a lovely characterization of the history of our thinking around food, and how we are transitioning. Again, maybe a bold claim, but hopefully we are transitioning to food systems thinking, and that's becoming more and more prevalent when we think about either the management of food systems, the nature of innovation in production, moving towards a systems approach. But we're also increasingly, I hope, and again a bold claim, that we're increasingly recognizing and realizing that we need food systems thinking, but also explicitly food systems thinking that identifies and discusses the ethical values within those food systems. And what we need, again, another bold claim, is what we need is we need academics, we need ethicists, sociologists, we need those involved with food politics to be along, to be engage with the system. So not at a distance, but also working alongside food scientists and policymakers, veterinarians. We need to think about how we, within our field of research, can be embedded, how we can support directly those that work within this complex food system. We need to help those practitioners think about that life cycle approach. We've already heard some great talks talking about the challenges of recognizing and incorporating externalities, and a real call for interdisciplinary approaches to some of these big food system problems. We need to try and find ways to make those ethical values and those value trade-offs, which are at the heart of the analysis of the food system and decision making, much more transparent. And of course, some of that work has been done over a number of decades. And of course, I'm hugely biased coming from Nottingham, but the voices of people like Ben Meffam, who was originally did his work at Nottingham and published a number of really important texts. I believe that the first text published on food ethics Incorporating Interdisciplinary Voices was published by Ben as editor, this book on food ethics in 1996. And Ben brought together, again, a wide range of academics and practitioners at a really unique conference held in Nottingham in 1993 that was the foundations of the Centre for Applied Bioethics. And the voices that he brought to that conference included, of course, the highly influential, incredibly productive, and really important thinker, Paul Thompson, who we'll hear a presentation from later on today, and other academics and researchers and practitioners who've worked within national ethics councils. Of course, we've heard from Professor Matthias Kaiser earlier today, but Matthias, not only through the work he did within the 90s and the noughties, but also more recently putting forward and editing the important Journal on Food Ethics. So a lot of really important initiatives over the last few decades, and a lot of that work has focused on important substantive questions. So asking questions around, you know, how we breed animals, which technologies are we using, what are the ethical implications, how we are producing food, how we are talking about the issues raised in the foods we choose and the way they are marketed to us, how we think of alternatives to food systems and new innovation that brings us things like in vitro meat, and also, of course, the important role that agriculture plays not only as a food producing system, but of producing other important commodities, and the tensions and ethical dilemmas and inequalities that these new innovations can bring. And of course, we increasingly analyse those specific issues and talk about the substantive ethical issues raised by those particular aspects through the lens of climate and climate change ethics. And of course, we see that most particularly in the last few years. And these have been really important aspects of the work done within the wider field of agriculture and food ethics. And these substantive questions are really, really important. And in no way am I diminishing the importance of looking at particular technologies, looking at particular systems, looking at particular concepts and understanding what those mean ethically, and how we can understand the ethical foundations of things like real food or slow food. That's really important work. But I think it's also really important that we think about not just that substantive work, but also those procedural aspects of which are really important within the field of agriculture and food ethics, and also thinking how these technologies, these systems, these approaches, these processes, how they come to be. In other words, thinking at the early stage of the innovation process, way back into the not just the design of research, but also the even creation of research questions. I think this is one area that we can definitely focus more on, and particularly when we think about working alongside bioscientists and agricultural and food innovators and researchers. I think we're often asking this question, not just us as a community working within this field, but also we the people, as in its citizens and consumers. We're asking about, you know, what are the ethical dimensions of this technology you're presenting to me, or this particular new management approach, or this particular farm system. I think we need to increasingly, and we are doing that, but increasingly change the nature of that question. I think we need to think about the individuals who are involved with the innovation pathways. We need to change that question to, please, can you tell me about the ethical dimensions of the research you are planning or hoping to do? I think we need to think about some of those ethical questions at the point before these technological pathways, these innovation pathways become fixed or might be generated that could be potentially claimed to be unreflexive and not identifying and characterizing and analyzing those ethical issues they raise. So when we think about, you know, why do we need ethical reflection and what's important? I think it's really important that we think about that ethical reflective process, not in the end of pipe aspects, but also really importantly to move our ethical discussions upstream. And what do we need to do that? Well, maybe not surprisingly from someone like me, I claim that we need conceptual approaches. They're really important. We need to think about the ethical frameworks that underpin that work, but we also need tools and frameworks. And I think we need to think about our role as professionals working in this field and how we support what will be the next generation of food innovators, agricultural innovations, and create spaces for these discussions and analysis to take place. So in terms of frameworks and approaches, it's really important, of course, that we do fundamental work and foundational work on understanding core values and principles. And again, we've had some fantastic presentations at this conference looking at some of those aspects. We need conceptual approaches. That's really, really important. But and of course, a lot of that work, it's important that's underpinned by really strong disciplinary work, such as, of course, important work in the field of philosophy and moral philosophy. But we also need interdisciplinary work. And it's been great to see interdisciplinary voices here at this conference. But we also need to develop conceptual approaches that come from that interdisciplinary work that can support our practitioners and those that are working within that food system and attempting to innovate and change that food system. And again, there's been some great examples of that here at the Target conference. And I think we can definitely do more. But with that said, I'd like to highlight, I've had the pleasure of working with a fantastic researcher, Dr. Ola Shortall. I had the pleasure of working alongside her while she was doing her PhD at Nottingham. And she's built on those important philosophical foundations, particularly on Paul Thompson's work around agrarianism and creating and mapping out what she's seen as paradigms that underpin certain areas of research. And by doing that, she's mapped out these paradigms. And through that work, she's trying to help researchers working in their field understand the research framing, their research framing and the assumptions within their work. Now, what aspects of positionality or future imaginaries underpin their work and are affecting their work? Not only can this be helpful for research processes itself, but also, and potentially more important, it can make those underlying ethically relevant assumptions more transparent. And that's particularly important when we see such significant power dynamics at play within the food system. We can only challenge if we can see and understand what ethical assumptions lie beneath and also are at stake. Of course, in terms of sort of tools and frameworks, again, moving on from that discussion of assumptions, you know, claiming that there is important work to be done in terms of developing ethical frameworks. This is not a new ethical framework, the ethical matrix. It was, of course, first proposed by Ben Metham in the 1990s, and we're looking at many decades worth of work using tools like the matrix, in particular the matrix. Now, we've mapped at Nottingham nearly 400 publications that in some way use directly the matrix, apply it, adapt it, and use it to conduct a form of ethical analysis. It was originally designed for food technologies and animal technologies, but it's now been broadly used for analysis of zoos to radioactive material and contamination aspects, you know, all the way through to discussions around AI and other important issues. And of course, it can be used by individuals as individual innovators, but it can also be used by those that assess innovation and technology proposals, and it can be used as a participatory tool. So for those of you who aren't aware of it, just quickly highlighting that, what the matrix does, it's built on, of course, a principlist approach, bringing together important principles set out by the medical ethicist Beecham and Childress, combining the principles of non-maleficence and beneficence, the principle of well-being, and then the principle of respectful autonomy, and the principle of the Rawlsian principle, justice as fairness. And then applying that to a group of interest groups that have important ethical standing. And then what's really important in using these tools is the specification, the translation of those ethical principles for those interest groups. So each of those interest groups, for example, farmers as producers, also as consumers, and then dairy cows, and then the biota and the environment, each of those ethical principles are then specified and translated across those really important interest groups. Of course, as someone who's used the matrix, in the sense academically grown up on the matrix and has used it, of course, I feel it has a value and a role, but I also see its limitations and how it is a tool for certain circumstances and certain uses. So we need to develop more tools as a community. We need to think about more approaches. I've had the pleasure of doing some really enjoyable work with several lovely colleagues based in Malawi at the College of Medicine in Malawi. They're working on a Bill and Melinda Gates project. We're trying to develop an approach to embed ethical reflection within research as the research is being done. And by embedded across all those aspects of the research, from the conception of the work all the way through to the operationalizing of the research process, through to the conducting the research, the analysis and the dissemination, and then the next step through to when that work is then proposed to be taken forward. And I have the pleasure of working with some lovely individuals. You can see in the photographs, this is Professor Joseph Mufutsabengo, who's the director of the Bioethics Center there in Malawi, and an amazing, fantastic PhD student also in that photograph, Limbanazu Matandika, and she's doing some really exciting work on well, for me, really exciting work on a framework that we've developed and are working on, called a real-time research ethics approach. In fact, it's just going through, several papers are going through review at the moment. I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you as a community over the coming months. But one of the things that Joseph and I have been interested in is that whole process of thinking about research and its development, and a approach that sets out a framework to consider all of the important ethical questions and questions around the validity of a research design process. We've developed an 8-level framework that actually comes out from some of my early reflections on, again, the hugely influential Ben Meffam, who talked about levels of validity when talking about physiological research, something he published way back in the 1980s. And the idea is that this is an approach that helps us embed those ethical questions across the whole process of doing research. The 8 levels are going from the empirical through to the ethical, so empirical issues, through to the experimental issues in the experiment, through to the nature of the knowledge that is being generated, and also the knowledge assumptions built into the research work, thinking about the implications and the effects of that work, who and what might be affected and how might they be affected, how might the research itself be used within policy making, used as evidence. How are you engaging across the whole of that research project, bringing voices, co-designing and co-producing? And how are you dealing with issues of empowering all those that we interact with and are attempting to serve? And then finally, all of that falls within the umbrella of the ethical framing of the work. Don't worry, I only have a few minutes left. I'm not going to go through all of those levels, but from the empirical, which is the very narrow and the very focused, talking about the data itself, all the way through to the ethical, which is the big overarching questions. Why do we need to do this research? What are the assumptions we're building in? And how are we reflecting on those? With ethics being the overarching. And our challenge is that it can be really easy for us as researchers, for all of us researchers, but particularly when we think about the work that is done across the animal agri-food research sphere, to focus so much on the data and the experiment, then thinking about the knowledge. And these questions around empowerment and engagement, and really those really important overarching embedded ethical aspects are so small in our processes. What we need to do is change that perspective so that we start with these recognizing and reflecting on these ethical questions, and then moving through talking about engagement and processes, thinking about empowerment, thinking about how our work will be used as evidence, and then all the way down to the data itself. Of course, very important, but each of those are spheres with the levels increasing, one within the other, all interconnected. I'd finally like to conclude with a few comments about professional training and roles, and goes really to the title of my talk about future food ethicists. We play an important role for those of us who sit within the agricultural and food ethics community. And I've had the pleasure of working with my lovely colleague Prue Hobson-West to think about our role within the process of particularly research, but more broadly. What role are we playing, and what is the importance of our role, and what role should we play? Are we asked to be the ethical judge, the ethical review person, the individual that will come with an ethical position? Or is our role to be the teacher, to facilitate, to provide tools and to provide aspects of training within the process of doing research itself? Or really are we another partner who facilitates that ethical reflection process? I'm not going to answer that for you. Of course, I have a personal preference, but I wonder which one do you think you are, or which one do you think we should be? What I think is really important is, even if we see ourselves as a form of teacher or trainer within the research processes itself, we do have a really important role in supporting the next generation of food scientists, agriculturalists, and food technologists. I feel really passionately about this aspect of our role, the role of training. Originally, I've had some real interest in training in relation to agricultural and food ethics, but particularly in terms of veterinary ethics, because we had the development of a new veterinary school at Nottingham at the point really I started my academic position at Nottingham, and that's something I've with lovely colleagues within Europe have done some work on, really thinking about how a lot of our research, a lot of our training often focuses on raising awareness of ethical issues and improving knowledge, but how are we actually developing skills, and how are we supporting the next generation in terms of hopefully helping them become food ethicists, agricultural ethicists? I think that's a really important aspect of what we do. So how do we do that? And also, how are we evaluating the way we do that, and how are we doing that in partnership? Can we be innovative? Yes, I think we can. And these are simple suggestions. Can we create new spaces? I have the pleasure of working with researchers who work in the field of animal infectious disease research. We created a summer school and made it free online, and we're absolutely amazed at the interest in it. Selling out within, fully registered within 48 hours and an enormous waiting list. Yes, it was free, but again, how can we facilitate these activities? Really fortunate at Nottingham at the moment, a new project I'm working on with several lovely colleagues at Nottingham, trying to embed a process of training across our bioscience doctoral training programs, starting from the first year, and rather than parachuting in as ethicists and those that teach on research ethics and integrity, being embedded within the whole process of training. The poor PhD students at Nottingham will never get rid of us. We will be with them across their 4 years, but then trying to think about what are their needs, what are their DNA, their development needs analysis for them as future players and really important actors within the food system. We've tried to think about different approaches and even creating some small but hopefully beautiful spaces to get those future professionals, well, professionals they are now as PhD students, but those future leaders of the food system, getting them to think about the way in which they reflect on ethical issues. And how do we make this kind of impact? I really like this. Ignore the bit that says something nice about a presentation I gave. But I really like this tweet that came after a presentation I gave at a conference, where a student who had gone to Nottingham, about 20 years before, had been lectured to by Professor Ben Meffam, and she remembered it and the significance it had made on her career. How do we make that impact? Well, I think we need more interdisciplinary spaces. We need more exchange of idea. And I think the Target Conference has created one of those great spaces. And doing that in dialogue, but also in a space where we were able to critically reflect and challenge each other, that we can think about not only knowledge exchange and analysis, but also thinking about how we're developing training and partnerships as well. So a big thank you to the Target organisers for organising this. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky, but we are a sister organisation to Target. I have the great pleasure of being the current president of Your Safe, and we have a conference coming up in Edinburgh in 2022. I encourage you, on the back of these great discussions, come and share with us again with Eurosafe members, with Target members at our conference in Edinburgh. And also engage with us as a society. There's still time to put your abstracts in, but more importantly, I'd like to make a bold proposal. Of course, it mirrors my own personal interest, but thinking about the presentations I've listened to over the last couple of days, I wonder if there's a possibility if we can come together as a community within Target and Eurosafe and maybe create a workshop or even maybe a small congress, but think how we come together to develop tools and processes and evaluate our training to support that next generation of food technologists, agriculturalists, and innovators, because they are the ones who need to be the food ethicists, not just us here as professional food ethicists, agricultural and food ethicists. They are the real ethicists, and the importance of bringing us together to work with them. So there are lots of processes we need to ensure that we can get a food system that generates and is underpinned by important future food ethicist practitioners. And by I think all of us working together, contributing our bit, that hopefully we can help to create a really reflective and ethically sound food system for the future. So thank you very much for your attention. It's been a delight to present here today.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Time is about to over for us, but I would like you to thank you very much for this very striking, attractive and brainstorming presentation. As far as I see, there is only a question. Maybe I can say not a question. Maybe I can say a comment for you here. I want to transfer it to you. He or she say, thanks, Kate, for excellent talk. I have a question for those publishing their work, which is please do so only in open access places, not behind paywalls, nor requiring payment for doing so, which cuts out so many potential contributions. The IP issue on access to knowledge is an issue for all researchers and rethinking the publishing system, including the journal Food Ethics. He or she said just after your presentation.
I'll very quickly answer. So Jeff, I completely agree. The whole discussion around open access and open research and science is a really big one, and we need to talk about that as a community as well. I would say that one of the things we're doing as Eurosafe, as a society working in this area going forward, our conference proceedings will be open access. We've just done that with the conference in Switzerland. The next one will be in Edinburgh. So our conference proceedings will be completely open access. And that's how we're hoping to contribute to making our work open and freely accessible to all, so we can encourage more of that really important exchange and dialogue. So Jeff, we should pick up on this issue. I'm going to get to you to come to Edinburgh, hopefully.
And last but not least, Matthias says, thanks, Kate, as always, very inspiring talk. And I like your suggestions of common workshops for Eurosafe and Target.
Thank you, Matthias. And I really hope to get your involvement and support in that. And I really look forward to putting forward some ideas to the Target organising committee and the fantastic Target community. We really should make the most of this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks for this very nice presentation again. I think the time is over for us now. Right?
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you, Kate.
And you too. Excellent sharing. Thank you.
Bu oturumumuz sona ermiştir. Oturumu yöneten oturum başkanı Sayın Samay Başağaçgül ve katılan konuşmacımıza çok teşekkür ederiz.
We would like to thank Madam Raziye Tamay Başağaçgül and our speaker, Kate. The next session is starting now. Hello. International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. In this third Congress, on the second day, we're going to be listening to Mr. Murat Sungur Bursa chairing the session. Well, thank you very much, Edith. First and foremost, I would like to wish a very good and healthy day to all our participants in this autumn day, beautiful autumn day. Well, still we're under the impact of COVID. There are still things we need to do. Well, and thanks God we have the technology, so we are able to carry out such activities and such responsibilities. As is mentioned by the chair of this Congress by Cemal Talu, we need to take into consideration the priorities of the society. In addition to that, we need to also take a balance with the nature, with the environment, with the needs of the ecosystems, and we need to make sure that we carry out all our activities in a sustainable manner. So I would like to emphasize once again what is mentioned in the opening day yesterday in the first opening session. As the Sustainability Academy, we're carrying out our activities in a way to take into consideration all the measures taken and all the scientific research carried out in an overarching manner, as we call it in English. And we believe that all these are based on ethics, ethic behavior. So in addition to agriculture, in addition to food, our association of food ethics has been also focusing on ethics for a number of time now, for a number of years now. And I think this has been very visionary. Now we are in 21st century, despite the development level of the world, despite the level of advancement that we reach, if we do not have ethics, all the technological innovations, all the discoveries will not be sustainable, will not be serving the purpose, and will be threatening the generations of human beings. Now that I have mentioned these issues, I would like to invite our speakers. We're going to have 5 speakers in this session. We will be listening to 6 speakers. The first speaker will be Burçin Çokuysal. She's from Ege University, Faculty of Agriculture. She also completed her graduate studies in the field of philosophy, which is quite coherent, which is quite appropriate to the approach that we have right today, and she will be sharing valuable information with us. Mr. Çokuysal, the floor is yours. Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to greet you all with respect, distinguished participants. I will be sharing my screen. I think I have been able to do so. I would like to thank Mr. Bursa, because thanks to him, I have been able to get to know Sustainability Academy. I'm very much happy to see what has been going on in Sustainability Academy. So in my presentation, I will be talking about the ethical problem areas in agriculture, digitalization, and sustainability triangle. The first thing when we're thinking about agriculture and sustainability, ethics is not the first thing that comes to our mind. I have seen that it is not really discussed frequently. However, if we are to have a look at abroad, we could see that there are a lot of studies going on in this field. And I believe my presentation will be contributing into this field, though to a small scale. We're talking about agricultural production technologies, smart agriculture, and I will be using the smart agriculture terminal as the terminology. Digital farm management, collection of data which belong to producers, animal assets data collection, preparation of data maps, making use of GIS information. All these things are transforming conventional production. The main argument of my presentation will be as follows. We're discussing agriculture, we're discussing sustainability, we're talking about digitalization. However, if we are to think about this triangle, we are not really focusing on ethical areas sufficiently. This is my main argument. In terms of ethical dimension, I always think about the Kiriko's paintings, because under all these slides, there are also the places in shadows, which is not really taken into consideration or which is not really discussed in detail. So I will be trying to shed light to these parts which are left in shadows. First and foremost, there are softwares used, the different data is processed, and all these are helping to come up with informed decisions in a decision-making process. Main argument is that it will be able to feed the growing population, coming up with high yield in crop production and livestock production, making efficient use of natural sources, and coming up with solutions to climate crisis. Unfortunately, the system has failed to come up with such solutions or come to the point that we have reached. Abroad, if we are to look at the foreign countries, there are several studies in this field. For instance, in 2019, Mark mentioned that he has concerns about this because it is going to lead to a loss of income, loss of profit among small farmers. Then there's going to be the problem of intellectual property rights as far as the data collection is concerned. In addition, as it is not going to be possible to have equal access to the use of this data, then the ones who do not have the means to do so, they will have a hard time in terms of benefiting from the results. In addition, we're talking about sensors, robots, autonomous structures in such fields, for instance. There could be, in such farms, there could be loss of employment. Are we discussing, for instance, the ones who are repairing the tractors, who are repairing the farm and agricultural machines in those fields? And what is going to be the risk of manipulation of these data? All these issues should be discussed. And Burg and his colleagues in 2019 focused on the ownership of data and access to data. We have been hearing the fact that Facebook data has been sold. So what is going to be the impact, negative impact on life, for instance, on life of human beings and on society, if the farmer does not want to share his or her data? What is going to be the use of satellites? If you use the satellites to get this data, despite the lack of will of this farmer, what is going to be the ethical reflections? Asymmetric distribution of power is also quite important, which is mentioned by Wolfert and his colleagues as well. And this is one of the most important areas which I focus on. We do not take into consideration the problems which will be brought by these practices. It is not just several orders. This is also discussed in the EU, in the European Parliamentary Research Service blog. They discuss if this is going to be an opportunity or a threat for farmers. And this has been discussed for a certain amount of time now. Is it going to be having, it's going to be leading to problems in terms of autonomy? Is it going to be leading to a certain level of transparency? What is going to be the scale of transparency? And what is going to be the impact of dependency on non-farm services? Is there going to be a problem in terms of use of this data between small farms and large farms? And one of the most important questions is that all this data collected is going to be used for which purposes, for whom, and how. This is not discussed in detail. And Jaku asked that if they do not tell us what they do with this, why should we trust them? In smart agriculture, with trust and with transparency, we should be focusing on how these benefits will be shared. It is quite legal, of course, to benefit from the results of smart agriculture. However, is it fair? Is it just? Is there a gap between what is legal and what is just and fair? Is it fair for the species and environment? And is it going to be also making the future of agriculture safe? All these need to be discussed. I would be now focusing on autonomous structure, but an autonomy throughout the production phases, taking decisions about the future of production, taking decisions about the type of production. Are the farmers able to come up with their own decisions? Are they independent from what is going on around them? And data collection about the physical structure of the farms, data collection about the use of fertilizers, the temperature, the type of livestock they're breeding, the yield that they're getting in terms of meat and milk out of these livestock. So according to the data protection law, these data are not deemed as private data, but who is going to be deciding on that? What is going to be the ownership? Because these data have a certain economic value, a commercial value. That is why these are also personal data. This being the case, who is going to be having the ownership of this data and who will have the authority to decide on these data? All these issues need to be discussed not only at legal but also on an ethical basis. Here, these large agricultural companies, they are making use of artificial intelligence, specialized systems, and when they use all these data, they benefit from this big data at every phase in order to come up with results. So they have various scenarios prepared based on this data. Tractors and the Bluetooth sensors on tractors. Carbonell, in his article, together all these data which are registered previously, and these are at a very large level, at very large amounts, and they have quite a privilege in terms of having access to this data in terms of 1/3 of the agricultural fields in the USA. In addition to seed patents, there are also several, this company is also making use of big data to have a privileged position in the market. And in terms of autonomy, what is going to be the level of autonomy? What is going to be the manipulation of the data by the companies? And based on the data collected, producers come up with a certain safeguard? Is it going to be possible for everyone who would like to have access to these data to reach this data? Of course, all these are very controversial. There are also sensors over the tractors which are able to gather data, collect data through Wi-Fi and through data collection procedures, and they are able to follow with all these phases of production and yield and harvesting periods, and they are able to come up with assumptions and estimations for the future. So hour by hour, minute by minute, all these data is transferred to companies. So these companies, what is going to be the level of responsibility they will have in front of the farmers, in front of the producers? Is this creating an imbalance in terms of power? It is definitely doing so. In our country, there is the farmer registry system, there is the soil data system, we even have livestock data registry, we have environmental information exchange network. All these are, of course, very good. These are used in order to ensure a smooth management and coming up with decisions for the future. But there was a piece of news on Hürriyet newspaper. There was a cyber attack in the servers of Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and the ministry was aware of that, and they took the necessary measures. So this piece of news is an indication of the fact that all these data are open to cyber attack, and we need to also ask how these data should be protected. These data sets, will this data be shared in a just and fair manner with small-scale farms? If I'm sharing all the information, all the data about my field, for instance, then it is going to be also possible to know about the value loss of my farm tomorrow in the future because of increasing amount of minerals and soil and salt in the soil. And if I do not want to share this information, what's going to happen to me? Or if I, for instance, would like to change my service provider, is it going to be possible to transfer my data as well? If there is going to be a change of ownership or among the users of the data, is there's going to be a change, what is going to be the impact on my side? And in addition, of course, what is going to be the level of ethics in terms of the decision taken? If there's going to be an international company or monopolies which have all the ownership of this data, what's going to happen then? How are we going to be dealing with the power asymmetry? So all these needs to be discussed from several aspects, such as the legal aspect, moral aspect, and ethical aspect. This is a business model which is quite widely used, as you know, in advertisement and commercial sector. Whatever you search for on the internet will bring in front of you several commercials, several ads added to that, and there are solutions which are specific for people. So these are mentioned, Oxycom and Experian. These are mentioned as data brokers. So all these issues are among the ones that we need to discuss. And the loss of biodiversity and conventional data, this is also one other item that we need to discuss, because the conventional lifestyle and conventional information will also be lost when we focus on these types of data use. It's not just going to be the local data which has been gathered through years of experience. Will also have legal and ethical implications. We need to discuss such implications and repercussions as well. Big intelligence and autonomous systems. Small farmers, when they have a difficulty in using such systems, what is going to be the situation for them? And when there's going to be technical problems in terms of the functioning of such systems, who is going to be taking the responsibility for loss of jobs, loss of work? Autonomous systems are systems which are not able to evaluate the tips which are not verbal. So when it is not possible to come up with such interpretations, and in case of potential accidents, who is going to be taking responsibility? And cybersecurity should be discussed. I believe a legal framework should be defined for using such systems. The producers, the users of these systems, and the providers, service providers of these companies should discuss the provisions of such frameworks, such contracts in a very transparent manner. There will be a number of personnel who has less experience in terms of driving, because they will be trusting on autonomous driving systems, and how the decision will be taken based on which action. So here we need to discuss the ethical and moral dimension, and there should be data flows in order to see the situation, but unfortunately they do not exist. I would like to show you two examples. Think about these two tractors autonomously driving on their own, and if there is going to be a problem with either of these tractors, either they're going to have a crash or crash people right in
Ankara'dan saygı ve selamlarımı iletiyorum. Öğleden sonraları diliyorum. Öncelikle Kongre Sekreteryası'na, oturum başkanımıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bize bu imkanı verdiğiniz için. Biz aslında bir teknik toplantı bildirilerimizi hangi dilde yolladıysak o şekilde sunmamız rica edildiği için ben İngilizce teslim ettiğim için bildiri özetlerimi bu sunumumu da İngilizce gerçekleştirmek isterim eğer olursa. Öncelikle şöyle ki hemen başlayalım hızlı bir şekilde, zamanımız da dar. First of all, best wishes for the capital of Turkey. Today I will give very briefly information about my outline of my presentation. First of all, I will give the introduction and then explanation and conclusion remarks. As the introduction, the food traceability and comparing the DNA barcoding and DNA metabarcode and gaps. So the food traceability has become a very serious global problem, threatening the food public health and causing unfair trade here. So the challenges, it seems just unfair gain, but depending on the European, across the Europe between the 2000s, so mislabeling cases like horse meat or other fraudulent actions, food fraud, national and international legislation has become an important part of the food security. If we are talking about the global concern about which types of food fraudulent actions across the world, we are talking about India meat price, or the, as I said before, the horse meat scandal across the Europe, or the other these types of fraudulent action. I will give briefly example about which types of food products doing to these types of research. So what's the, especially the maybe most of all close to these topics, but maybe the listener or the other participants want to know what's the food fraud, what we are talking about if we are saying to fraudulent. So fraudulent activity is a risk to human, animal or plant, or the sustainability of the natural source actually. So just not on Turkey or a special country, across the world, across the Europe, for example, Spain, Italy, or Greece, we have to see different types of fraudulent actions in fruits or vegetables or meat products or dairy products. So what's the food fraud? The deliberate addition or addition, misrepresentation of any ingredients of the food products, not just only the raw material or the main material, maybe the spice or maybe oil or other things. So the false or misleading statements cause the not just only the unfair economical gain, causing the different problem. So here you can see the, maybe if we are talking about the food fraud, this topic is definitely food quality and food safety. So the unintentional and accidentally maybe we can see these topics, but the consumers in consumer aspects or the other things, the food defense, food security directly affect the public health. So here I will give the very, very clear results for example, in UK, so 10% of the total food is eaten is fraudulent. So the cost of these types of fraudulent action, other fraudulent activities related to this topic, so 11 billion pounds per year for the UK. So this, you can see how the economy, how the public health related to this dangerous threat. The 10% is really, really high for the UK, like a UK, the big country. So here, maybe I take the different newspaper topics from for example, the honeybee or olive oil, which types of products in these fraudulent actions. Maybe firstly, I will give the timeline. What is the using the methods for these types of fraudulent actions or the barcoding or DNA meta-barcoding research. So you can see the level of the fraudulent actions and the consumer and the consequences of these types of huge financial gain. So it's very important. The DNA barcoding methods started 1077, so up to nearly, for example, 2019, you can see the nanospace DNA barcoding methods here. Then what is the fraudulent actions impact on business and impact on consumer? So for the consumer trust, the loss of sales, decreased management, main impact of the business and related to country's economic, actually the financial source. So the impact of consumers, if you are talking about allergeny or toxicity is so important. So here, for example, you can ask how we are face to face of fraudulent actions. It will become, for example, the raw material or unintentional contamination of food or misbranding of food product, or unlabeled addition or additives. So most fraudulent foods, especially the honey, tea, even saffron or the other species, the minced species. So for example, seafood are the very important. So why devise the consumer? The profits is the another types of things. The cheap material is the main results, and difficult to detection of these types of adulterants. So that's why today I will give very briefly about these topics. So here we can see which types of food commodities, for example, wine, food and beverage actually, and milk or organic food, fish and seafood are even fruit or other things, especially in the packaged food, because the processing or after the mining or other things. So you can see the packaged food, it's difficult to knowing which types of species or which type participating this material inside. So that's why we are talking about DNA barcoding or the packaged food. Even package, the fruit traceability is so important. So here, maybe in terms of the tuna species is very important, even seafood or the general food commodities. So you can see maybe from the legal one, for example, in the violation the UE, for example, European Union law and intention and economical gain, you can see the deception of the consumer, how affect, for example, of just tuna species, how affect because of the oxidation and due to tuna is very low, very high fat content. So we can see how the effect of these types of, for example, Spain or France or Denmark, or how legal treatment of tuna. So you can see very briefly, not just only one country, but most of country we have to face these types of fraudulent actions. So how we are doing how the producer or how the treatment affect these types of fraudulent actions. For one of them, adulteration, for example, melamine add to milk, or the tempering, the changing the expiry date. This one is so important and so dangerous, because that some people has face-to-face life-threatening actions. So the simulations also very important, and copies of the well-known brand without the correct labeling. So it is very important, as I said before. Here you can see the numerical value, which types of food items in the different year with the fraudulent actions we are seeing. So it's so important here. Again, the dilution or substitution, the species, then the high value, economical value species, and also the mislabeling is so important, and approved any contaminant food additives in the package material. We can say the many different types of these fraudulent actions in food industry. So here in the formerly protein-based or pectin-based methods we were using, like a isoelectric focusing or STS page or peptide by protein profile. But as within the increasing technological advice and also the consumer behavior to the correct one, the correct and safety products. So the researcher and industry tends to finding the new methods. So, and also the protein is less stable for the heat treatment. So here maybe, as I said before, which types of health problem is the main problem, and also the mislabeling, other toxicity is the main problem. So here maybe the biological hazards or food material or chemical hazard, you can see the number of incidents depending on the all of the fraudulent actions in food industry. So misdeclaration is the use of unlabeled or the illegal manufacturing process. The manufacturing process is the key part, for example, for the producing any seafood or products. So the manufacturing is the key, but also the raw material, also the packaging industry is so important, these types of chain. So actually the other parts, the sustainability of the natural source, by illegal or unregulated or unreported fishing. So very important technical or the sustainability for the future, the risk. So in this topic, how we are combining these types of food fraudulent actions for traceability, because as I said before, the protein is less stable than the DNA. So we are focusing on the genetic device from the any. So even canned food, for example, even smoked food, due to thermal or the pressure, high pressure application, degraded protein, but the DNA or the genetic device high stable than these types of application. So this is why we are focusing on the fraudulent action combining with DNA-based methods. So first of all, the first things, the collecting sample and the isolating DNA is very easy, but it should be very qualified. So the amplifying barcode and DNA using PCR, and then gel electrophoresis we are using, and then SPARS, and then also the bioinformatics, the main part of these types of DNA analysis. Here, for example, as I might to DNA barcoding and DNA meta barcoding. So the DNA markers developed from the mitochondrial genome of the DNA barcode is stem of the genome, specific genome. In order to facilitate to barcode data analysis, the barcode life, as most of the genetic researchers know, the bold, very big information about very wide range of the information about this one. So to provide insight and also into the space text, also the delimate to another organism. So here, which types of application in the food industry, from the aquaculture, meat and poultry, so the crops and the dairy, we are using the DNA barcoding in food industry. So for example, in seafood, the fish, mollusk and crustacean, so the origin before maybe the fresh consuming is very easily to identification the differences between the species or between the food content, other things. But in the packaged food, in the processed food, it becomes a little bit difficult. And for example, in the canned tuna or the canned products, so it becomes fortunately impossible. So in this line, we are the extracted DNA, and then, as I said, the processing and the amplification or advancing. So ideal traceability system for these types of things. So for example, here primer, the specific primer, but for example, honey or the milk or any specific milk, for example, the DNA samples derived to mixed food, even the food matrix, including the 1,000 or the 100 or 1,000 components. So we are diluting the DNA, and then Sanger-based methods, sequencing is not, for example, for these types of mixed food, but next generation, especially the DNA barcoding methods, is most suitable for the mixed food, because I will talk maybe the NGS platform, like a next generation platform for the amplification of a specific DNA barcode and or other useful target the taxonomic interest. So the sequencing of the corresponding DNA amplification, so we can see we can find the most of multiple pitches in just one drop of the DNA. But in the barcoding, it becomes a little bit difficult and impossible. So here you can see the comparing for PCR errors or which types of sequencing problem we are face to face, these types of things. Yes, definitely the barcoding is a little bit cheaper and easy method, but the reliability or also the our purpose depending on which types of species or which types of we are talking. So here you can see the DNA barcoding comparing metabarcoding and mitochondrial metabarcoding. And today we are talking the first line. So for example, if we are talking for the DNA barcoding, so we are choosing the just one sequencing or just one set, and then we are talking are they absent or present here. But for the metabarcoding, we are finding multiple depending on, for example, our target, you can find the 100, more than 100 species in just one sample. So you can see the which one dominant, which one recessive, or how these types of organism or how the food matrix affected them. So the metabarcoding is very important for the depending on our aim actually. They are so expensive. So the prefix of the meta, as I said before, the key role for the bioinformatics for the multiple samples, if we are, for example, using public or local reference database, it's possible to uninvoluntarily characterizing raw material or the of food products, how which microorganism, depending on the storage, for example, which one is dominant, which one is not. So it's very useful things. So the food matrix, depending on the food matrix, as we know, the food microbiome is so important for the meat products or the dairy products. So metabarcoding is answering this demand. So the high throughput DNA sequencing is very, very vital for the food or the genetic researchers. So here, maybe, as I said before, the bottom of the line, so you can see the which product dominant than the others. So the characterization of multiple species in a same food sample. So the DNA metabarcode, so many benefits. For example, determine just not one sample, more than 2 samples in just in these types of line. Acid or packaged food products is very vital for this demand. So actually, DNA barcoding also offers the microbiology, food microbial, as I said before, which one the sustainable or the microbial deterioration for the food products, even very high stable, very high food in terms on maybe canned or maybe minced or maybe smoked food products. It doesn't matter how the processed food or how contaminants or how many components in this line. So this metabarcoding is why it's so important. That's why. And actually, as I said before, the protein-based methods for the formerly was very important, but then recently the reliability and sensitivity is become very popular in all of the DNA methods. Actually, here maybe I will give very information. The specific target gene region is common, and also the suitable method, because we have so many extraction methods, the commercial one or the lab-based, for example, the CTAP or the other pro-leasing activities. So we have so many extraction methods. Finding the correct one, the cheaper one, and also the feasible one is so important. Also, the sequencing approach is very that's why if you can lose everything. You can lose sample, or you can lose all of the time and all of the effort if you perform the sequencing approach very well. And definitely the bioinformatics, the end of the line of these types of researcher, but very important. If you can't conducting any research, so the bioinformatics play a role, the key role for these types of bioinformatics and DNA-based method. For example, here, I will summarize. For example, DNA barcoding for the saffron powder, we are using the Sanger sequencing, and we can find is this saffron powder or not. But for the DNA barcoding, for example, for the honey, if we are using the high throughput probe sequencing, and we know which types of is in these honey bulbs. So, for example, maybe if they put any other additives, we can see the in meta-barcoding examples. Therefore, in order to fight food fraud, better comply the food regulation, and decrease the food recalls, economic loss, and also the food industry, it's not just only food allergy, but also toxicity is so important. So reducing these types of risk for the public health. So it's necessary to a different approach, attempting to reduce food allergy during processing or other activities, and also the reliable and robust in vitro detection method to prevent undeclarated allergenic or toxic foods. Here, maybe the same thing, I will remove this one for the DNA extracted or one species, or DNA barcoding multiple ones. And here, maybe if you are preventing the food fraud, what is the benefits of the vulnerability assessment? For example, supply chain mapping, socio-economical or behavior or geopolitical or historical becomes or public or industry, depending on the country's economical source. So vulnerability control plan, storing strategy, origin or label verification. The verification is the key point, and also the specification management, the supplier adults before the manufacturing is the key part of these food fraudulent actions. And then analytical testing strategy is so important. Maybe the technological, maybe the future for this one. As I said here, maybe all of the things maybe seems not just only the food industry or the ethical demands or the food producer. The ending of this line, the consumer, especially the children or the adults, not which types of products, but children, especially the baby, is very vulnerable, a little bit higher vulnerability of these fraudulent actions. In the consumer, the technological advance and several kinds of processed food products have become popular than fresh products. This case also the cost of food traceability or the food fraud, which is very important to food security and food sustainability. So future research should focusing on achievements of fraudulent actions, and depending on these activities, to protecting them, to finding the methods, easily the DNA quality, DNA degradation methods is so important, but the methods should eco-friendly, feasible in terms of cheaper, maybe the user friendly and sustainable. Here, for example, I want to show these novel methods, unknown meat products, DNA extraction very easily, the portable advice, and the meat identification, for example, which types of even beef or chicken. The extraction method, as I said, important. The portable device, maybe actually we are focusing, my team and I focusing on this port inside on the field, how we can find the food adulteration or species substitution on site, not just only laboratory, and also the easy gently, that means the less chemical residue, less energy consumption, depending on the climate change. We have to find easily methods and also methods. So end of my talks, how these methods or food fraudulent affect the food, for example, the improve recalls, improve food quality, improve food traceability, or also if we can't maybe we can't doing any actions for the food fraud, the increasing for example the consumer, improve the consumer confidence, improve the other problem, but the consumer health is main part for the sustainability or for next generation. So that's why about this topic. I compared the DNA barcoding and DNA metabarcoding methods for the food traceability. Many thanks for the organizing this and many thanks for the giving this chance to talking this today. Thank you so much. If you have any question, and these are my mails, please contacting me. Thank you so much.
Sayın Tümerkan, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Böylece sizin sunumunuzla birlikte bu oturumdaki son paylaşımı da tamamlamış olduk. Bu mola zamanını da harcadığımız için değerli izleyicilerden özür diliyorum. Ama hiçbir sunum yapan hocamızın konuşmasını kesebilecek bir konumda olmadığımız için onu bizzat kendileri yapmadıkları müddetçe bizim bütünlüğünü bozmamak için sonuna kadar dinlememiz gerektiğini düşündüğümden biraz zamanı çalmış olduk. Hepinize değerli vakitlerinizi bizlerle paylaştığınız için teşekkür ediyorum. Sunum yapan değerli hocalarıma da hem birikimleri hem de bu birikimleri bize cömertçe paylaştıkları için teşekkür ediyorum. En son olarak da elbette ki bu güzel kongreyi düzenleme girişiminde bulunan vizyoner hocalarımızdan başlamak üzere tüm organizasyonda katkı sağlayan değerli arkadaşlarımızı da saygıyla selamlıyor. Emekleri için teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet, Murat Sungur hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve katılımcı konuşmacılarımıza da çok teşekkürler. Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Derneği Target tarafından düzenlenen 3. Uluslararası Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Kongresi'nin bu oturum başkanlığını 19 Mayıs Üniversitesi Ziraat Fakültesi öğretim üyesi Profesör Doktor Sayın Kürşat Demiryürek yapacak. Oturumu yönetmek üzere sözü değerli hocama bırakıyorum. Buyurun hocam. Kürşat hocam.
I think I can connect it, yes. Just receive as a panelist. Can you hear my voice?
Evet hocam, sesiniz geliyor.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me, so we are approaching to the end of our conference, and at the end of these two parallel sessions, we have very distinguished guests from all around the world. And let me briefly introduce those presenters, those guests actually. They are world famous presenters. And the first of all, Molly Anderson is going to present a corporate capture of the narrative about solutions to food system problems. And before she begins her presentation, let me briefly introduce her biography. And she is the professor of food studies at Middlebury College in Vermont. And she teaches about hunger and food security, fixing food systems and sustainability. And also she directs the food studies program. She's especially interested in multi-actor collaborations for transformation to more sustainable food systems, food system resilience, and human rights in the food system. She's also interested in bridging interest and concerns of academicians and community-based activists. And she works with many civil society patterns in the US and internationally. She participates in the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems and serves as a coordinating leader author on the International Assessment of Agricultural Knowledge, Science and Technology for Development, and a contributor to the follow-up Transformation of Our Food System books. And she has worked as a private consultant like Oxfam America and Tufts University. And let me give scene to the Molly Anderson. And your time is about 25 minutes. After each presentation, I would like to give space for comments and questions. And it's a great honor for me to present Molly Anderson. The scene is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Professor Demirurek, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name terribly. Let me try to get my screen up. And let me know if you can see that clearly.
We can see it clearly.
Excellent, excellent. Let me move into slideshow and we'll proceed on. Let me say, okay, I'm being asked to start a video and I'm not sure what that's about. I'm going to say later, since I'm not sure what that's all about, but hopefully you can see my screen. Let me start out by saying that I spent a good part of last year immersed in efforts to understand the 2021 UN Food System Summit and the resistance to it. Much of that resistance is based on concerns about increasing corporate dominance of the food systems, going beyond the domains where dominance is already clear, such as input supply, and into the domain of governance. So just for folks who are not familiar with this, let's go into what the Food System Summit is. It was one day, but it was preceded by 2 years of, and I think people would say unanimously, chaotic organizing. Even people who were inside said that the organizing was terrible and non-transparent. It was depicted as a, quote, historic opportunity to empower all people, to leverage the power of food systems, to promote recovery from COVID and get us back on track to achieve all 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Yet, and this is what the website says, yet the conference itself had nothing to say about the pandemic, and it was one of the big complaints about it. It attracted thousands of people, yet it was strongly resisted by many civil society organizations. And it was seen as a salvo by corporations to consolidate power over food systems. So a little background on the critique. I co-authored a paper with Matt Canfield and Phil McMichael that was published in April of this year, building from an excellent problem analysis by the Civil Society and Indigenous Peoples mechanism of the Committee on World Food Security. The CSM consists of hundreds of social movements and NGOs representing small-scale farmers and fisher people, indigenous peoples, urban poor, landless people, pastoralists, and others. And just this week, a set of papers about the UN Food System Summit that are quite critical have been published in the journal Development. So I would encourage you, if you want to see some of that criticism, to go to the Development Journal. So what were the anticipated outcomes of the summit? On the left, I'm showing what the summit aimed to achieve. This was the official version, generating significant action, measurable progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. Oh, let me go back to my previous slide. Raising awareness and public discussion about how reforming food systems can help us achieve those goals, developing principles to guide governments and other stakeholders that are trying to leverage their food systems to support the SDGs, and finally creating a system of follow-up and review to ensure that the summit's outcomes are carried forward. Yet, what critics feared from the summit, and I would say what actually came to happen, this is what the results actually were. I'll show a bit more about the outcomes in just a few minutes. But what they feared were that the multilateral food systems governance that we have now would be replaced with multi-stakeholderism. And I'll talk about that in just a few minutes. That the summit would undermine the CFS, the ILO, the International Labor Organization, and the Human Rights Council, multilateral organizations that are based in human rights. That it would strengthen corporate control of food systems, and that it would minimize solutions that support marginalized and small-scale producers, such as agroecology, food sovereignty, climate justice, and limits on land grabbing. So why did the summit garner so much criticism? And I was showing you previously what the critics were fearing, but what was it actually doing? First, it was initiated outside the CFS, which should be leading on food systems transformation. There was a lack of transparency regarding decision-making and leadership at every level and how leaders were chosen. The woman on the left of the screen is Agnes Kalibata, who's president of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, and she was appointed as special envoy and was its main spokesperson. So nobody exactly understood why she had been appointed, despite a lot of criticism about AGRA. There were close ties between summit leaders, AGRA, and the World Economic Forum. The summit disregarded the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism, which is the largest recognized group of civil society that's working on food issues. There was a very late and thin addition of human rights to the summit. There were weak principles of engagement. The summit threatened to supplant the high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Systems with what they called a conducive science policy interface, which immediately makes you wonder, conducive to what? And it turned out it was conducive to the personal agenda of the head of the scientific group of the summit, who is Joaquin von Braun. And finally, it championed multi-stakeholderism. So let me start out with a few problems about the principles of engagement and the failure to base the summit in human rights. Many people thought that the principles were extremely weak. One colleague said that they basically were just saying, everybody play nice in the sandbox, and they opened the door to corporate takeover. For example, nothing about human rights, nothing about conflict of interest, nothing about accountability. And this is in marked contrast to principles that have been set for other UN meetings, such as those organized by the World Health Organization, which established strong safeguards against corporate encroachment on decision-making. Those became essential as the World Health Organization started to tackle smoking and the problems with infant formula. The principles are also in contrast to agreed upon standards for any UN process, which I'm showing you here, which come out of the common understanding of rights-based approaches. So programs are supposed to be focusing on anything coming out of the UN. It's supposed to be focusing on marginalized, disadvantaged, and excluded groups, and the outcomes and processes are monitored and evaluated with an analysis that includes all stakeholders. And this simply didn't happen. The fact that human rights and rights-based approaches were not central to the summit was a tremendous missed opportunity to actually improve the welfare of people whose human rights are being abused and violated systematically in food systems, and a missed opportunity to deal with COVID. Michael Fakhri, who's the Special Rapporteur on Right to Food, was added to the Advisory Council after a whole year of advocacy by people that human rights had to be on the program. And he used his position within the Food System Summit and a Special Rapporteur to be an outspoken critic of what he was observing. Here's an article from The Guardian back in September. And remember, the summit itself was in October or September 23rd. So this was right at the time that the summit was happening. Here's another article that was co-authored by several special rapporteurs on human rights. They were saying the summit claims to be inclusive, but many participants in over 500 organizations representing millions of people feel ignored and disappointed. And how was it that in the 2 years that it took to organize the summit, why wasn't COVID brought forward? Because that was the major food security issue that people, especially poor people, were dealing with at the time and continue to deal with. So I want to go back to the other big problems with the summit. One of the issues is the fact that it promoted multi-stakeholderism rather than the customary UN process of multilateralism or engagement by member states and decision-making by those member states. Multi-stakeholderism brings many risks, and the high-level panel of experts of the CFS was tasked a few years ago with developing a report on its risks and benefits. And this is what it said, that there's a risk that they will simply reproduce existing power asymmetries and strengthen the position of more powerful actors, corporations in this case, which have most control over food systems. And unless you take steps to really equalize power, that's what's going to happen. And those steps were never taken in the summit. So MSPs, or multi-stakeholder partnerships, put the private sector, social movements and NGOs, state governments and UN agencies on an equal footing despite major differences in power. There was a great report that came out September 23rd, the same day that the summit was officially happening, by a group of people who were working with different NGOs internationally about the problems with multi-stakeholderism and the problems of excessive corporate influence in the summit. They documented these problems extensively, and this was used, this report particularly focused on how multi-stakeholder partnerships were used to advance corporate power. The report explained the interlinkages of various organizations that were prominent in the Food System Summit that had heavy corporate membership and sponsorship, and how representatives from these groups had major leadership positions in the summit. I already mentioned that Agnes Kalibata from Agro was appointed as the special envoy and the main spokesperson for the summit. But all of these other groups that are either corporations or that have very strong corporate influences, for instance, the World Economic Forum is composed of the 1,000 biggest corporations in the world, and all of these other organizations have heavy corporate influence, or corporations are on their boards. These were all acting heavily and dominating the proceedings of the summit. One of the most insidious impacts of corporate influence has been the way that narratives about solutions that emanated from the private sector have been picked up in public parlance and also in other forums such as COP26. For instance, there's a statement coming out from the president, I think that's his name, the main leader of COP26, that repeats a lot of these same solutions that were brought forward by corporations in the Food System Summit. So this is showing for one of the action tracks how the private sector had a dominant role, and these multi-stakeholder initiative leadership teams, the report goes into details about who constituted those leadership teams, and again, heavy corporate domination, heavy corporate influence in all of those multi-stakeholder initiative leadership teams. So this thing about nature-based solutions is really a prime example of ways that corporations were trying to take over the narrative. And I have a little list down at the bottom of things that have come from the corporate playbook and that have really risen. You'll see these things all over, not just in COP26, but you'll see them in major media. Things like climate smart agriculture in the United States. That's what our president is advancing as supposedly a really good solution. Net zero emissions, which is quite dangerous. We hear that a lot in the COP26 proceedings, yet net zero emissions is basically offsetting the emissions that companies are continue to do with with planting more trees in Brazil, such as this example of Shell using quote unquote nature-based solutions by planting more trees in Brazil. And the places that these nature-based solutions are likely to happen are going to be places where indigenous people are living now or marginalized farmers. So net zero solutions are dispossessing the most marginalized people in the food system. Nature-based, nature positive, they're pretty much synonymous. I also talked a little bit previously about the issue of multi-stakeholder partnerships that are supplanting multilateral decision-making and achieving more legitimacy through the summit. The idea of technological innovation as the major solution to problems instead of social innovation or things that people are already doing, like all of the indigenous food production methods that have been very sustainable for millennia. In some cases, the corporations are bringing in these technological innovations because they can make money off them. And that's the example down here on the right of the Bayer Carbon Initiative, which anticipates making a lot of money off of their innovation of digitally monitored monocultures, which they're bringing into carbon markets. And then the final thing from the corporate playbook is this idea of inclusiveness, which was all over the place in the Food System Summit. Inclusiveness rather than legitimate representation of NGOs and other groups. So all of these terms are being deployed in the narrative now, and their significance in the narrative is that they're crowding out other ways of looking at problems, such as the lack of human rights and the simple fact that corporate concentration is growing and corporate control is growing. They're crowding out other solutions that have been proposed by NGOs and marginalized people, such as food sovereignty and agroecology. Now, let's talk for just a little bit about how agri-food corporations should engage in food systems governance. I've already spoken about the ways that they are trying to engage more and more through venues like the Food Systems Summit. Many people will say that given the tremendous financial and political power of transnational corporations, that nothing can happen politically without them being part of the solution. And that's especially true now with rollbacks on taxes and the extraordinary demands of dealing with COVID, which have left many governments without resources to invest in food system solutions. Although in the United States, the money seems to be there if there's political will to spend it. In principle, multi-stakeholder partnerships with both corporations and marginalized people would let corporations finance the actions that are most needed to improve the lives of poor people. But this simply is not what happens. Corporations are not accountable to the public good, but to their own profit-making imperatives, which are often legally enforced by shareholders. It seems clear that national and international limits on corporate power are needed, such as no junk food advertising to children, fair taxation, closing loopholes that allow agri-food corporations to pay little or no taxes, limits on political donations, charging the true cost of food to force companies to internalize the damage that they're externalizing now onto poor people, especially those in the global South, the environment, and future generations. We also need safeguards against conflicts of interest in domestic and international forums. And finally, it seems reasonable to exclude from food system negotiations corporations that have a track record of human rights abuses or the alliances and trade organizations that represent these corporations that manufacture obesogenic foods, that violate labor standards, that pollute the environment, that lobby against standards to protect human rights in the environment. These corporations should not be part of devising solutions to the problems that they themselves have caused. Could I have a time check? How much more time do I have? How am I doing?
You have 5 minutes, and then we're going to receive 5 more minutes for the questions.
Okay, great. I can wrap up in 5 minutes. So let me go into what actually resulted from the summit. I talked about what people feared would happen, but here's what actually came out. And it's a little bit lackluster. There was tremendous self-congratulation by the organizers. There was a lot of counter-mobilization that was organized by NGOs and social movements. And the organizers were saying, those really weren't significant, even though thousands of people were involved. There were over 300 quote unquote commitments by governments and coalitions that were formed. And the reason I put commitments in quotes is that there's so little accountability for these commitments. The World Bank and the Food and Land Use Coalition aim to unleash $4.5 trillion in new business opportunities every year by 2030, which tells you immediately one of the reasons why corporations were all over the Food System Summit. They wanted these business opportunities. The FAO Director General spoke about targeted interventions for digitalization, technologically advanced innovations. He failed to say anything about agroecological approaches. And the Secretary General of the UN system committed to follow-ups on the commitments made and creating a coordination hub of the Rome-based food agencies, despite promising beforehand that no new institutions would be created. So the big challenges that are ahead of us now for food governance are supporting and strengthening the Committee on World Food Security, which is the foremost inclusive international and intergovernmental platform for working on food system problems, not just food security and nutrition, but all of the issues that affect food security and nutrition. And that's a pretty big basket. Supporting and strengthening the high-level panel of experts against attempts to create an IPCC for food, which has come out of this scientific group that was formed for the Food Summit. Supporting and strengthening other multilateral spaces that use human rights-based approaches, such as the ILO and the UN Human Rights Council, supporting good work that's being done at local and territorial levels. There's a lot happening there that's far more progressive than what we're seeing at the international level, for instance, at the COP26 or at this UN Food System Summit. And finally, reclaiming the narrative of food system transformation. And I want to leave you with one more thing. I recommend, if you're interested in the future of food systems and where it's likely to go, I want to recommend the recently published report on the long food movement. I know that there was a presentation about this that kicked off the conference, and I'm so sorry I missed it. I hope it was recorded. But the authors of this report laid out 2 scenarios at the beginning. That's one of them based on agribusiness as usual, which was largely reflected in the Food System Summit and the narrative that came out of that summit. But it's not pretty. Increasing corporate control over our food, decreasing opportunities for farmers and farm workers to make a decent living, and a continuation of the kinds of environmental degradation that we've been seeing due to food systems over the last several decades, really since the middle of the 1900s. Fortunately, the long food movement lays out scenarios with a more promising future and includes specific opportunities for NGOs to work together in new ways and to reconstruct food system governance. So please do take a look at this report. We're really proud of it in EPAS Food, and I know the ETC group is also really pleased with it. So I'll leave you with that and look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Nice, very, very nice presentation about the food system ethics. We received one comment and a kind of a question from Kumru Arakgirlioğlu, and said, Dear Molly, thank you very much on enlightening us on the criticism of the food summit and what is in the background. And she also made a comment about, I have my own skepticism, but now all is more clear.
When you say what is in the background, are you thinking what's in the background of the food summit? Well, let me tell you a couple of things that were in the background that led up to it. One was a partnership that the World Economic Forum, this group that consists of the 1,000 biggest corporations in the world, a partnership that they developed, that they had signed with the Secretary General or the Director General of the Secretary General, excuse me, it's Director General for the FAO, but the Secretary General of the United Nations system, Antonio Guterres. That was signed a few months before the launch of the Food System Summit. And the World Economic Forum had been pushing for what they call the Great Reset for several years now. They decided a few years ago that this multilateral system of governance, where governments come together, and of course governments are accountable to their citizens, that operated far too slowly. It was inefficient. So governance over major issues should be turned over to corporations, which are able to act much more efficiently and much more swiftly, and they have money behind them to back up their solutions. Of course, the problem here is that the corporations are going to be implementing the solutions that are to their benefit and not to the benefit of the public, because they're beholden to their shareholders. They are not accountable to the public. Sometimes they'll do things for public relations that are good for the public, but that's not their primary motive by any means. So that's the thing behind it, this idea of the Great Reset, which has been carried forward in a more recent initiative from the World Economic Forum. And it was really played out strongly in the Food System Summit. But thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. And also I receive another question from Kate Miller, and saying that thank you for a super talk. And what do you think we can do as a community of academics and practitioners working across agri-food ethics issues to address such poorly balanced power relations when considering options for future food systems?
Oh, what a great question. I would definitely encourage you to be pursuing this further. And just as an example, I mentioned this special issue of the Development Journal from the Society for International Development. A group of academics came together and said, we're really concerned about the Food System Summit. We're concerned about the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism. And we want to do something from our academic post to support the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism. So talk to us about what we might do. So we had discussions together, and what came out of it were several reports, like this report that I showed you that Friends of the Earth International and some other NGOs participated in, but also this special issue of Development Journal, which gets into things like the corporate takeover of the food system. There's a fellow, Harris Gleckman, who has done really wonderful work. I think he's still at University of Massachusetts, but he did a critique of the Great Reset initiative years back that I thought was excellent. So academics can play a real role in exposing what's going on and uncovering the hidden motivations or the hidden narratives of what's happening in the food system. Thank you so much for that. And I really hope that you'll continue to pursue that line of inquiry.
Thank you, Professor Anderson. And also another question, again from Kumru Arakyurlioğlu, and she asked that, can you please open up climate smart approaches a bit more and problems involved in the approaches as well?
Sure, I'd be glad to do that. There have been several things written that are criticizing climate smart approaches, and you might want to take a look at that to supplement the little snapshot that I'm going to give you here. But generally, the problem with climate smart approaches is that they say whatever will sequester more carbon, lock more carbon in the soil, that's great. We don't care what you're using, whether it's genetically engineered crops or pesticides or whatever. And one of the big approaches that climate smart agriculture is using is no-till agriculture, which is great. It doesn't disturb the soil microorganisms and the whole ecosystem, which we're just beginning to understand, that's so critical to keeping carbon sequestered in the soil. But when you dump pesticides on the soil, it really disturbs that ecosystem. And the way that many farmers are implementing no-till is that they plant their crop and then they spray it with pesticides so that the crop, like glyphosate, Roundup, is used a lot where I live to knock down the weeds and to knock down the crop residue. But that means that a lot of pesticides get into the soil where they're doing harm to these microorganisms. Yet this is considered a perfectly acceptable practice in climate smart agriculture. So the big issue is that it's just the boundary is so open. It's not excluding things that are damaging to the environment or damaging to farmers' livelihoods. It's just looking at environmental impacts of agriculture. There was a great report published in 2019 by the high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Security on agroecology, and it had to be agroecological and other innovative approaches to improving food systems, food security and nutrition at the insistence of the United States that did not want to report only on agroecology. But they did a really good job of analyzing agroecology vis-a-vis these other approaches like climate smart agriculture, sustainable intensification, some of these other things that are opening up the door to corporations to sell ever more pesticides, ever more inputs, and may have limited benefits like keeping more carbon in the soil, yet have a lot of disadvantages too. So I would recommend that you go to that report. You can find it easily by just looking up agroecological and other innovative approaches, and it'll send you right to the HLPE report.
So thank you very much for your answers to the questions, and I'm very pleased that the participants for the questions and contributions. And it was a great honor for you, for us to listen your presentation, and I would like to proceed for the next presentation. And thank you very much again, Professor Anderson. And now we are going to
thank you. If I could just say thank you so much for the questions, and thank you for the honor of being invited to speak at the conference.
Thank you very much. You're really kind. Thank you. So let's proceed for the next presenter panelist, and Richard Falk. Professor Falk is the Professor Emeritus of International Law at Princeton University, and he is currently a chair of Global Law at Queen Mary University, London, and research associate of the University of California, Santa Barbara. And he has been a board member and chair of Nuclear Age Peace Foundation since 2002, and serves as chair of the board of trustees of Euromed Human Rights Monitor. And he served as UN's special rapporteur on human rights in occupied Palestine. And he has several books. Let me state some of them. Reimagining Human Global Governance, propose a value-oriented assessment of world order and future trends. His most recent books are Power Shift, revisiting Vietnam War on nuclear weapons, and he has so many books about that one. And let me finally talk about his book and public intellectual, The Life of a Citizen Pilgrim. It will be published. I think it's already published. And Falk has been annually nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize since 2009. It was a great honor for me to present him. And he's going to present challenges of climate change in an unjust world. And sir, please proceed. And you have 25 minutes presentation. Let us leave for this space for contributions and questions. Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those very gracious words. It's a pleasure and an honor to participate once again in this annual Congress on Agriculture and Food Ethics. The fact that it coincides with the UN COP26 summit on climate change taking place in Glasgow is especially appropriate for at least two reasons. First of all, it recognizes the degree to which ethical limits pertaining to agriculture and all aspects of food security are beginning to be acknowledged as part of the problematique of coming to terms with the climate change crisis. And secondly, looking ahead, it becomes apparent that the conflict patterns and the source of the majority of migrants will arise from global warming impacts on agriculture and food security in ways that call attention to the unjustness of the world on many levels, including geoeconomics, ecological, and political distortions. And we are confronting a new phase of the confrontation that was very evident in the early post-colonial period that pitted the global South, or the Third World as it was then called, against the global North. And my sense is that what we are now facing in climate change has important resemblances to this earlier North-South line of demarcation, which really altered the way in which international politics was conducted by the last half of the 20th century and the beginning of this one. My topic is somewhat broader than the explicit focus of the Congress, as it does not directly consider the agricultural and food dimensions of an unjust world. Yet if the specificity of the victimization of societies and peoples in the global South are analyzed, it will be quickly appreciated that the nature of their vulnerability to climate change reflects above all the relevance of agriculture and food security. There is little doubt that these more vulnerable countries, whose challenges have been aggravated by neoliberal globalization, gross inequalities, elite corruption, the paucity of resources, exploitative foreign investments, as well as the vagaries of climate. Such practices as large-scale land grabbing by foreign companies from the North to enable the development of industrial agriculture in the South often cause disruption of communities inhabited by people dependent on traditional farming and agriculture, who have in any event become those hardest hit by climate change and least able to cope with it. These conditions of deprivation, which characteristically exhibit the cumulative impacts of the various forms of injustice, including the greening of Europe at the ecological expense of Africa, are really emblematic of what it means in this period of the 21st century to live in an unjust world. In effect, the dynamics of climate change, including adjustments made to lessen or postpone its impacts, what is recently being called buying time, have the effects of reproducing and accentuating many of the myriad injustices of the global system of international order. A root reality of injustice is experienced in the way global warming points to data that show that the 1% of the world population is now subject to barely livable climate conditions. This figure is expected to increase in the future to reach an incredible anticipated 19% of the world's population by the year 2070. What should disturb us is that literally all of the severely affected countries are situated in the global south, mainly Africa and a large portion of the northern countries in South America and Central America. It is estimated that these extreme conditions of livelihood will alone produce more than 1 billion climate refugees. In addition, even the rich countries of the Gulf face severe crises in coming decades as a result of the pressure for a fossil fuel phase-out in the north being implemented in a serious way, which in effect destroys the fossil fuel dependent economies of the Gulf and elsewhere, including even Russia. This core of climate change adaptation is almost certain to take no more than minimal account of the inequities of the preoccupation in the North with reducing carbon emissions as rapidly as possible. This preoccupation will entail its own more local adjustment calamities and would lead these governments to give much attention by way of funding to the effect of softening the human impacts of such dislocations. It seems evident as never before in human history that it has become an urgent and practical necessity to find win-win solutions to climate change challenges. This will not be easy, as Western capitalism and geopolitics has ascended the ladders of wealth and power by relentlessly pursuing win-lose logics, including those that pertain to problem solving. It may be time to appreciate and learn from Chinese mastery of a win-win approach to foreign policy, as exemplified by their Road and Belt project and their ascent from a poor and weak nation a half-century ago to a challenger for the top rank in the world as global leader. Of course, the challenges of development are not the same as those of climate change, but the reliance on soft power as a prime policy mechanism is highly relevant both ecologically and ethically, and has yet to be integrated into Western security thinking and into the way in which governments pursue their goals at home and abroad. Climate change in the world we know operates as what policy analysts call threat multipliers. For instance, Syria suffered from poverty, discontent, and ethnic religious tensions before 2011. But when climate change seemed responsible for drought in the north, undermining its agriculture, its traditional agriculture as a way of life, it internally displaced a large number of Syrians in the northern part of the country, aggravating tensions elsewhere. And at the time of this Syrian internal crisis, the Chinese were experiencing a food shortage, which led to large purchases on the world markets, driving food prices much higher and creating even more grave problems for the displaced Syrians who suffered from this climate change-induced dislocation. And all these factors produced a tipping point in Syria where a long simmering series of tensions between state and society turned into an orgy of massive violence at a time of regional upheaval known as the Arab Spring. The resulting decade-long civil strife caused between 494,000 and 606,000 deaths, and more than 6.7 million internally displaced persons in Syria. In addition, 5.1 million refugees, 3.8 million of whom came to Turkey, and 670,000 to Germany, which was by far the largest country in Europe to accept migrants. It also, and this is extremely important in understanding the wider ethical and political ramifications of climate change, it induced extremes of chauvinistic or anti-migrant nationalism throughout the global north, especially in Europe. Gross injustices were intensified for the direct victims of the Syrian strife that illuminate patterns of victimization on a global scale and illustrate what it means to call the world unjust. The tragedies experienced by Syrians as individuals forced them to leave their homeland in search of livelihoods, even just to survive, to support their families and themselves. And what was already a tragedy was multiplied in their experience of hostility wherever they went. They were treated as disposable human beings. In other words, the mismanagement of climate change induces conflict and displacement, which in turn aggravates injustice by treating the victims as pariahs who deserve to be, or who are subject to additional punitive experiences. Before I finish, I want to say just a few words of moderately good news. I think there is occurring a rethinking of national security in the United States and other countries that is trying to overcome the grip of what I call the political class that is holding on to this obsolete paradigm of political realism. What Anatolian has recently called in an important article the anachronistic influence of residual elites. I quote from him, this is not a failure of the Biden administration alone, rather it stems from deeply embedded cultures, traditions, and interests within the US establishment as a whole. America today is suffering from an acute crisis of residual elites, elites that came into being in one historical context and to meet one set of historical challenges are now confronted by a new historical era and a new set of national tasks. And what I would emphasize is the fact that this political class in the important countries of the world are out of touch with what realism entails in an era of severe climate change. And even though people are beginning to listen, do we have time for the leaders to understand the new messages about security? Will the public, especially the awakening youth, exert enough pressure to make the political class cut themselves off from militarist mindsets and traditional special interests? And I think there's also an increasing recognition of the fact that unless the problems of the global South are addressed in some credible way, there will not be a systemic solution to the challenges posed by climate change. Only a transnational ethos of human solidarity based on the search for the genuine search for win-win solutions can hope to respond effectively to the magnitude and diversity of climate change challenges. We can maybe hope for a midway position between what is functionally necessary and what is ethically desirable by advocating what is beginning to be called responsible statecraft by the richer, more powerful countries, which would involve acknowledging a rising national interest in maximizing climate change adaptation and mitigating efforts at their source in the global South. For this to work, it requires a sufficient consensus in the global North to apportion assessments for assisting countries in the global South while encouraging responsible and ethical internal statecraft in the recipient countries. And one can only hope that these adjustments, which are so fundamental, can occur in a sufficiently timely fashion that the worst harms ecologically, economically, and ethically will not afflict the human experience in coming generations. Let me stop there and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. You just finished right on time, and let us participants to ask their questions and comments. And Molly Anderson, Professor Anderson would like to say, would you like to say online, Professor Anderson?
Sure, I'd be glad to. I just wanted to thank you, Professor Falk, for a very sobering, but also I think entirely realistic talk. You're talking about some of the major challenges that humankind is facing right now, and it's really a question of survival. But within the United States, I'm looking at media bias, the prevalence of disinformation, and continuing polarization in our society. You pointed to the hope that transnational solidarity could help us overcome some of these issues, but how could Americans be pushed toward transnational solidarity?
Oh, well, that's a very important fundamental question. And let me precede it by saying that I appreciated very much your own lucid presentation of the fundamental issues confronting a corporate-controlled agriculture and food systems. I think we are facing in the United States particularly a very paralyzing polarization that is currently deflecting public attention from the severity of this climate crisis, climate change crisis, and from a series of other related issues. And I don't think the governing elites are, part of what I was trying to say was that their sense of reality is locked into a past phase of international relations, which was geopolitically dominated by confronting adversaries and having more hard power than they have at their disposal and hoping to prevail in that way. That kind of logic won't work. And one has to, I think, hope that the creativity of civil society can sufficiently generate pressure. And it is being, I think the situation is understood to an increasing degree by the young people of the world who are confronted by a bleaker future. Modernity always had the promise of a brighter future for subsequent generations, brought about by technological innovation and by a growing national and global product, gross national product. This is no longer the kind of consciousness that younger people are growing up with. The idea of progress has been substantially replaced by a fear of regress, and a well-justified fear of regress. And youth of the world, as I guess typified by this young Swedish woman, Greta Thunberg, are trying to awaken a 21st century consciousness that sees the problems not primarily as geopolitical, but as ecological, ethical, economic, and biological.
Oh, thank you very much. And also another question from Geoff Tansey. And would you like to ask on your own, or let me read it? Can you connect yourself? You can unmute and ask your question directly to Professor Falk, or otherwise let me ask the question instead of you.
Be sure you both ask the same question.
Okay, let me ask Geoff Tansey's question. And do you see any prospect of all of governments recognizing that progressively and universally redirecting their military expenditures, which can't defend people's real human security, to addressing climate change, transforming food systems, biodiversity loss, and etc.?
Well, my rational mind sees very little hope for that to happen, precisely because this political class is rooted in a traditional national security priority, and how that's, whether that can be uprooted is something that exceeds my political imagination as a rational person trying to understand the situation. At the same time, I endorse what I call a politics of impossibility, since the future is, since we're living at a time of radical uncertainty, we don't know what to expect in the near future, and therefore there's no reason not to struggle for what we believe is right and will bring the world to a better kind of accommodation with these challenges. And as I tried to say in my remarks, that will depend on a recognition of global solidarity and a win-win approach to North-South relations.
Thanks. I did get access. Can I just thank you very much, Richard? I think the big challenge is to get the young people today who see climate or this or that, connecting those things together and saying to all their governments, what you're claiming protects our security isn't doing it. And you have to do that, whether they're Chinese or Americans or British. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much. So any questions anybody would like to ask a question or comments to Professor Falk? I'm checking the comments as well. So if you don't have the questions, I was really impressed, and it was a great honor for me to listen online, Professor Falk, and thank you very much for all your comments. And let me ask Professor Falk, would you like to say anything about it?
Well, it was my pleasure. It was a challenging topic, and I would have liked to have been able to hear more of the presentations at the conference. I did manage to hear Molly Anderson, and that was very enlightening. And I think it's important that people concerned with these kind of issues try to find a new way of exerting leverage on their relative elites to make them see the world as it has become, not as it used to be. And that's, of course, a massive kind of systemic adjustment. But in my view, it is a test of whether the human species has a collective will to survive. So far, the evidence is not encouraging. We know we have an individual will to survive, and even a national will to survive. But whether we have a species will to survive is a question that remains unanswered, and the evidence would induce a rational person to take a skeptical look. Let me stop there and hope the rest of the Congress is a glowing success.
Thank you very much for your best wishes and nice words. And let me proceed for the last presenters, another distinguished guest and another distinguished speaker, Paul Thompson. Let me introduce him briefly. Again, it's very difficult for those three distinguished guests to briefly present, but he's also a professor in agriculture and food and community ethics at Michigan State University. He teaches in Michigan State Environmental Study programs, as well as Department of Philosophy. Lectures several countries all around the world, and he served in an advisory capacity to the programs at USDA and US National Research Council, Genome Canada, and Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations, and many agricultural universities and institutes. Professor Thompson has authored over 300 journals, articles, book chapters, and other written works about ethics and philosophy of food and fiber production. In addition, he is an author and editor on more than 20 books. The most recent one with Patricia Norris for Sustainability, What Everyone Needs to Know, from Oxford University Press. And he has several acknowledgements and awards from very honorable institutions and associations related with ethics. And he is currently in the process of completing a sequel to his award-winning book, From Field to Fork, Food Ethics for Everyone. And today he's going to present Agriculture and Food Ethics, Getting Back to Basics. And it was a great opportunity again for me to present Professor Thompson. And the scene is yours. Your time is 25 minutes. And after that, we are going to receive questions and comments. Please proceed.
Okay, very good. So I'm sharing my screen. I hope people can see that.
Yes, you can see it.
This talk is going to step back a bit from some of the things that we've been talking about in the previous talks and ask this general question: what do we mean when we talk about ethics in the context of agriculture and food? I think it, in some respects, will provide a conceptual map for thinking about many of the presentations that have been made at the conference, and getting some handle on how they fit together and how they don't fit together. I'm going to talk about 4 primarily distinct ways in which we talk about agriculture and food ethics. Within each of these 4, I'm going to explore some alternative understandings of how they shake out what people mean when they're talking about ethics in these different contexts. And I'm going to start from the most abstract end of the spectrum, which of course is philosophy, the way those of us who are professors of philosophy or trained in philosophy think about ethics. And here I'm going to again say that there's at least 2 different ways in which philosophers approach this. I'd say most philosophers, when we talk about ethics, we're assuming that we're developing a theory of ethics, a general theory of right and wrong, and then we're applying them to specific cases, and that gives us a statement of what you should do. It tells you how you should act, but all of the machinery, so to speak, is up in the theory. Then there's another approach in which you kind of use the tools that you get in philosophical training as general sense-making tools, and you might be drawing from the philosophy of science or the theory of knowledge, theory of consciousness, not necessarily so much from what philosophers call ethics. And 2 prominent examples of each of these, one would be Peter Singer and the other one would be me. So let me talk a little bit about each of these approaches. Singer does work from an ethical theory, and philosophers call it 2-level utilitarianism. It was developed by his teacher, who was R.M. Hare. The basic idea is that we have these 2 levels of thinking about ethics. What Hare called common morality is, things like tell the truth, keep your promises. Hare said basically this is ethics as your mother or grandmother would have taught you. So it is kind of ethics in the common parlance. But there are a lot of cases, including a lot of technological innovation cases, where common morality really fails to give us any clear advice. And there are also cases where common morality turns out to be wrong. We just reject it, as in the case of human slavery, which existed for thousands of years, but I won't say it's gone, but it's not viewed as ethically acceptable anymore. So here, the second level of two-level utilitarianism is that when we get to these cases, we actually have to undertake a formal kind of analysis. And what we're doing there, if we're utilitarians, is we're determining the outcomes from each of our opportunities, each alternative course of action, and then we choose the alternative that optimizes the ratio of good outcomes to bad outcomes. Not conceptually complicated, but a very specific direction about how we go in ethics. And if I had more time, I'd talk about some of the alternatives in ethical theory. But generally speaking, common morality is just going to work for us most of the time. And it's only when it doesn't that we should sort of go through this exercise of utilitarian thinking. So Singer wrote a couple of really influential papers in the 70s, one on famine and affluence of morality, and another on animal liberation, use of animals. And he applied both of these ideas to the production and consumption of food. And he's continued to do that throughout his career, producing really influential books on charity and development assistance on the one hand, and on the ethics of diet and what we should eat in other. Both of these are examples of this approach. In my case, I really started out coming more out of the philosophy of science and technology than of ethical theory, and was working on issues in the nature of agricultural research, and also in how we think about technological risks. My work really focused on ways in which certain assumptions, methodological assumptions, tended to limit the universe of things that we were thinking about. This eventually showed up in my work on gene technologies in food and agriculture, and I've recently gone through some of that work and produced an updated version of it. And then I also undertook the philosophy of agriculture, really kind of coming through the lens of agricultural science. How do agricultural scientists think of agriculture? Is their vision of agriculture matching what other people think agriculture should be doing for us? The main point that I want to make in classifying these two approaches that philosophers take is to say they're both perfectly legitimate approaches within philosophy. Philosophers do both of these things. We might say that on the one side, you're starting from ethical theory, whereas on the other side, you're starting from a problem and then trying to delve into the things that either lead to confusion or lead to people to see things very differently, or to lack any sense of where to go with the problem. But these are kind of what we think of as agriculture and food ethics inside the discipline of philosophy. The next two notions really come out of different understandings of what the food movement thinks about ethics. On the one hand, there is a sense in which when people use this phrase food movement, they're talking about a kind of advocacy. They're not talking about campaigns to change various kinds of things. And then the other is as a form of consumption ethics, which is very personal, and it's focused on your diet and what you should eat. So if I focus up here, I'm going to put a lot of information up on the screen that I'm just going to not talk about, but certainly one of the efforts in activism has been changing animal production, perhaps getting rid of it altogether. It has both animal welfare and climate dimensions. We've heard a couple of presentations on justice issues and on food sovereignty issues. And so these are ways in which the food movement is really focused on broad changes in the structure of the food system, and often having a particular kind of policy orientation. What do people mean by ethics when they're in this particular space? Well, I think sometimes what they're doing is they have a vision of where things need to go, and that's what they think ethics is. That's when they use the word ethics, it means this is where we need to go. And so there's a certain sense in which ethics is very closely tied up with the particular objectives that they're working towards. And then sometimes they're also engaged, focused on legal or philosophical persuasion, the reasons why you might sign on to this particular campaign. And this is, again, something that goes back to Aristotle's rhetoric. On the other side, the consumption ethics side, what people are really focused on is, what should I eat? How should I evaluate my dietary choices along ethical lines? And here I would point out that for centuries we have religious ideals that incorporate dietary ethics and the dietary rules. And the notion here is that you should follow these rules as an act of moral piety, perhaps as a kind of self-discipline or sanctification of one's processes. And what we're starting to see is new themes that are getting incorporated into this notion of self-discipline, self-realization, being a person that isn't implicated in problematic practices. And I think it's important not to lose sight of the fact that one of the things that drives consumption ethics for many people is this notion on piety and having pure motives. But consumption ethics also is related to loyalty, solidarity, and providing economic support for the favored causes that people have in the food system. And here consumption goes back, especially in the United States, to movements to support either products that are made in a particular region or by unionized workers. And what we're seeing again is some of that, that understanding of consumption ethics as a way to harness the power of the market to bring about certain kinds of change that we favor as being brought into the way that we think about food. So here we're putting pressure on farmers, food processors, and retailers by not buying a certain kind of product or favoring another kind of product. And so consumption ethics in this sense is incentivizing change among actors within the food system. So I've got kind of two different senses of ethics here. One is this notion of doing the right thing and persuading people to adopt your vision. And another is ties these notions of personal enlightenment together with strategies for using market power. This is the kind of, both of these attitudes I think have been led people to be very frustrated with what I've done in my work, because I don't tell people what I think they're supposed to eat. I'm sort of, again, as I'm kind of doing in this presentation, stepping back and trying to illuminate or help people make sense of what's going on in this complex field of food. But I kind of refuse to tell people what they need to eat. So I would say that these notions of political and consumption ethics really aren't forms of philosophical or academic inquiry, but they are subject to important qualifications that are often admitted by people who are engaging in this. And that would be that they don't apply to everybody, right? There's a certain sense in which if you're of limited means, you have special dietary needs, they don't apply. And so there are ways in which general norms of food security might actually qualify some of these things. And in saying that, I'm actually doing the kind of work that philosophers do to sort of help think through the applicability or the particular space that these different ethical ideas operate in. So I've got 3 of my 4 approaches to ethics, but I haven't yet gotten down to basics. So I need to get to the point of my talk that my title said we should get to. And that is this idea that when we talk about ethics, we're just talking about the moral principles that govern everyone's everyday behavior and activity. To have ethics in this sense is, or to be ethical, is just to act in conformity to these principles. Now, there are differences among different cultures as to what these principles are, but there is also a common core. There are principles that are recognized in virtually every culture in the world, and these, I think, are what Hare was talking about when he talked about common morality. So we do have notions of of telling the truth, not intentionally harming other people, not coercing them, you know, keeping your promises, that I think are very widely respected. And the notion of ethics in this basic sense is a call to, in the food system, is a call to recognize cases or problems or situations where these basic norms appear not to be being followed, where people seem to be violating, their context seems to be in violation of this basic sense of common morality. This notion of calling for ethics, I think, is an important dimension here. Somebody is saying, look, you know, people are not being ethical. And I think that it's important to ask where this call comes from, who makes these kinds of calls. Sometimes the calls are made by elites, people who are power brokers. Sometimes they're made by the broader public. And I think recognizing this is actually starts to tie this notion of common morality to some of the concerns that activists have been making, that it's possible when these calls come from power brokers that they're actually just exploiting a notion of common morality that's actually absolutely critical to maintaining the structure of society. But in both cases, encouraging ethics is seen as just a response to a problem in behavior or conduct, and there's not a deeper kind of philosophical picture of what the right thing to do would be. So this is what I mean by getting back to basics, is paying attention to this sense of ethics. And I could probably illustrate what this means in the context of agriculture and food, really just by pointing to many of the presentations in the conference, but also by publications that have documented cases of unethical behavior that have posed risk or at least fraud in the food system. Whether we're having an increase in this or not, I'm not entirely sure. That's not a question for philosophers. But I do think that one of the things that leads people to ask about ethics is this sense that we need more compliance with some basic norms, non-controversial norms that really you don't need a philosopher to come in and tell you what they mean. We just need to be thinking about how we could have a stronger form of conduct in the food system. And I have noticed a number of presentations in the conference that are focused on this. So this is actually a significant concern, and it is one of the things that's leading to a call for ethics. I've made a couple of trips to China in recent years, and I think this is what's, you know, the Chinese government has been much more supportive of creating programs and support for ethics than virtually any other government in the world. But I do think that they're primarily focused on this kind of compliance notion of ethics. And I have to ask, is there a role for philosophers? And I would point out that the people who have contributed to this, a couple of them who are personal friends of mine, are not philosophers. And these kinds of discussions about improving the safety of food are rich in economics and sociology and business practices, but they don't really typically have much philosophy. I think this says perhaps not, but what I want to suggest is that there may actually be some role for philosophers. One of the ways in which people are focusing on these basic ethics problems is to talk about what's called food safety culture. It's a very nice paper, which I recommend. Food safety culture is the explicit articulation of policy and procedures that are made at a high level by management, either by management or higher level government officials. And it's supposed to percolate downward into the beliefs and attitudes that determine the priorities in individual conduct. At that level, at the level of the everyday worker, the person that's on the line, or the farmer, they're supposed to become inculcated into unconscious habits that actually determine the final outcome of the way the food system behaves. And that would be true for a single processing facility, but it's also intended to address these problems throughout the industry as a whole. And these authors note a particular problem with this notion of food safety culture, which is that it tends to carve people up into categories of being good person versus bad person. This actually creates problems. It creates resistance to the very measures. And so I think there is work for philosophers in teasing out what this means and then evaluating when measures to discipline these so-called dangerous actors actually start to violate our basic norms of ethics. So I would say that one of the things that philosophers can do, they can't do this by themselves, but they can help expose some of the ways in which we talk and some of the assumptions we make in terms of where we think that might limit some of these oppressive side effects that come from actually calling for more ethics. That, I think, is a role that philosophers can play. But I would also say that we are actually back to work that I did with my colleague, Larry Bush at Michigan State for the last 40 years. So I've given you several ways now to think about the meaning of food ethics. And is it time to go back to food ethics? I would stress two conclusions. First of all, those of us who work in food systems should actually be mindful of these different ways to understand food ethics in order to help prevent misunderstanding and confusion, even inside our own ranks. I think that these notions often work at cross purposes, and you encounter somebody who's coming from a different angle and they just don't make sense to you. They often feel like since they don't make sense to you, they must be against you, they must be opposing you. And I think teasing out some of these different notions might help us draw a conceptual map of what food ethics is about. And I'd say that when we're talking about this basic level of food ethics, this notion of common morality, we need to understand that attempts to implement solutions will actually raise more complex ethical issues, and possibly philosophers can come in at this point. They aren't going to make people more ethical. That's not what philosophers do. But we can come in and perhaps clarify or make sense of some of these more complex kinds of issues. But I hope you don't think that I'm going to tell you what to eat. And that's the end of my talk. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Thompson. And it was a very fruitful presentation. And anybody would like to ask question Professor Thompson directly? I haven't received any questions from comments. Anybody would like to raise a question? Please ask.
I have a comment.
Yes, please.
If you would allow.
Yes, please. Yes, I will be really pleased. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this really overall presentation. I always appreciated Hare's sincerity on his article, which he has written according to his choices and how it changed during his lifetime. I think sincerity and how you kind of change your selections and according to the principles or rule changes. The article's name was Why I Have Only Become a Demi-Vegetarian. It was one of my favorite. So I would like to also ask you about his process on the ethics and decisions as well.
Yeah, so I didn't do this in my presentation because I knew I wouldn't be able to finish in 25 minutes if I tried to do it. But I actually met Hare. I think he was a very, as you say, a very sincere, wonderful, one of the nicest people I ever met in the world of philosophy. But I actually don't agree with his theory. and part of the reason is that I think this whole utilitarian model that he wants us to apply up at the top level it has some it has some built-in biases, and we have a much richer repertoire for talking about ethics, even kind of within philosophy, than Hare's theory suggested that we have. He had actually written earlier work on moral language, and I think that he gravitated much too strongly to an approach that focuses on, let's look at where we are, what our decisions are, and then project the outcomes and then evaluate them. Some of my work on technological risk explores that approach. I think it has a lot of strengths and a lot of applications. It needs to be conjoined with a careful examination of some of the assumptions that you build into a risk assessment. But, you know, the notion of duties and, you know, more Kantian approaches to thinking about ethics and, you know, are important sources of how we understand our moral lives. And the notion that we have a certain kind of character, which just doesn't show up in either Singer or Hare's notion of ethics at all, I think is a crucial source of understanding what people mean when they talk about ethics. And so in my approach, I've tried to draw on all of these different ethical traditions, these philosophical traditions, but really sort of not choosing a theory, but sort of looking at a problem and then saying, you know, how are these tools that can help us make sense of this problem? Hopefully in a more collaborative and collective social way that would allow us to understand each other better and possibly work towards mutually agreeable solutions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is a question from Professor Yasemin Yalım. Yasemin Hocam, would you like to ask on your own, or let me ask?
You ask, it will be okay. It will be quick.
Okay. She's the backbone of the society, and thank you very much. Thank you. Let me ask, and she asked that. It's a very short question, but very, good question. Do you think veganism or vegetarianism is a new religion?
I don't think of it as a religion, but you know, it's also a long conversation, because certainly one of the most complex and torturous questions that we face is exactly what we mean by a religion. I do think that Singer's approach to vegetarianism is very focused on the experience of animals. And so it's, and he's been quite explicit in saying that, look, we wouldn't treat human beings this way. We wouldn't subject them to pain without being sure that there's some sort of compensating benefit. And so I don't see that as a specifically religious argument. Certainly, I do think that many people who become vegetarians, they internalize this ethic as a kind of form of self-discipline. In certain respects, I would use the language of saying they're more concerned about their own souls in a certain sense than about the animals themselves. They just don't want to be implicated in these practices that they see as abusive and harmful to animals. And at that point, it does start to take on a dimension that we see in many religions. I think that there are people who are engaged in ethical vegetarianism that see this purely as a kind of political action. I'm going to harness the power of the market. I'm going to put these meat producers out of business. You know, when we all become vegetarians, they won't be able to raise animals and the animal abuse will stop. Hope people understand I'm characterizing that view, not advocating it. But there are also people that really do internalize this as having a more spiritual kind of dimension. It's interesting, in the Hare article that was mentioned, Hare seems to be much more focused on the spiritual dimension, which seems to be kind of at odds to what his larger philosophy would have suggested.
Thank you. Professor Yasemin Yalım asked another question. Amongst other things, they stand for equality, justice, anti-racism, besides talking a dietary position. What will be your comments?
Let me see. Well, I think that you know, if I drop back to there, I mean, I think that you can. Let me just kind of be straight out. If I haven't been clear on this, I think all of the senses of ethics that I talked about are absolutely critical, and they're all legitimate. In a certain respect, they each have they interact with one another, but they in certain respects have different set of rules, right? So if we're philosophers, we're going to step back from things, and we're probably not going to be we in a certain sense cease to function as philosophers when we become advocates, but we absolutely need advocates, right? And we need people to take these advocacy positions. So I think that in the domain of advocacy, you actually need to have some pretty strong commitments to what it would be to be just, to have a particular understanding of justice. I do think that, although it's not maybe even what's politically decisive, that there are alternative ways of understanding what justice is, and also of what the primary means to justice are, and that illuminating those differences, even among groups that may be totally committed to one of them, is one of the things that philosophers can do to at least make some sense of these discussions. And at the theoretical level, right, just as ethical theorists will develop theories of what the right thing to do is ethically, political theorists will develop theories of what the right thing to do is in terms of justice and government and social action. So we do get a lot of cross-fertilization across all of these different areas. I'm not sure if that was the answer you were looking for.
Maybe you can discuss personally.
So, you know, I have been, and I've, you know, I guess I've become most activist with this question of the philosophy of agriculture. And I think that there has been a tendency, a cultural tendency, to increasingly see agriculture as just a sector of the industrial economy, and to evaluate it according to the same sort of norms that we use to evaluate manufacturing or the entertainment industry or the healthcare industry. And I think that as a result of that, we have lost sight of some of the understandings of agriculture that deeply animate the role that food production and consumption plays in many indigenous cultures. And I, in some respects, feel like that some of the food activism has sort of bought into this industrial model in a strange sort of way. It's deployed the kind of arguments that we would use to unionize factories or to empower workers in ways that actually tend to conceal some of the deep meanings that the organization of the food system has historically have reproduced and have animated human cultures. So I actually feel like, although I'm broadly supportive of the last two presentations, for example, that there is a need to kind of have a conversation at a deeper level as to what it is that we think agriculture is supposed to do for a society and for a culture, above and beyond just feeding us. I think that there are many things that agriculture has done in the past, some of it's reflected in things like the dietary rules I mentioned, that are just not really adequately incorporated into kind of food movement activism today. But that's a complicated conversation, and it may not be the best way to motivate change. So I'm perfectly willing to step back from that argument in the context of something like UN politics.
So we have 3 more questions. Let me ask briefly. So we need to approach for the conclusion, and it's going to be a closure ceremony. And one from Matthias Kaiser, and says, thank you very much for your nice talk. And asking that, is there a slow learning in common morality? And if so, how can we speed it up and improve it?
Yeah, there obviously is a slow learning in common morality, but unfortunately, there's also a slow forgetting. And so I'm sometimes not sure. We clearly have learned things, and we don't want to go back to a kind of vision of agriculture that seemed to justify slavery, for example. But how you speed it up, boy, that's a good question, and I don't think I can answer it, but I would kind of go on to Jeff's question, which I think actually Bob Zindal has answered. He talks about this notion that people who work in agriculture have a certain amount of moral confidence, and that is that they, because they're farmers, and partly because there's this 1,000-year history of farmers as the farming activity as giving you a sense of place and giving you a sense of moral character, but also because they're producing food, and food is an essential good, that you just sort of assume that you're a good person, and if people are against you, they're evil. And so I think one of the tasks of agricultural food ethics in the present day is to look at ways in which the organization of contemporary society, some of the things Molly's talking about in terms of roles of corporation, but also the technological systems have actually undercut some of those traditional factors that gave people working in agriculture this kind of moral confidence. So I think that there really is a need both for all four of these senses of ethics, but philosophical reflection about what we're doing in agriculture and what we expect out of agriculture would be part of that.
And also the last two questions, and Kate Miller said thank you, and asking that, do you think we do enough to teach our early career for food practitioners and scientists about these important concepts, and how can we support the exchange of this knowledge in professional training?
Yeah, so, let me actually briefly just kind of throw up medicine as an example. In 1960s, there was no ethics being taught in medicine. Today, there is no medical school in the United States, and I think Europe, and probably throughout the world, that doesn't have an entire department of bioethics. Medical researchers realize that there are some enduring questions. When does death occur? When does life begin? But there are also questions that are raised by technological innovations, the in vitro fertilization, the list, cloning, the list goes on and on. And so they realized that there was a need to actually institutionalize a certain conversation. I'll just call it a discourse, right? So it's not that the ethicists are going to give us definitive answers to these things, but by actually creating a community of people who do this and who publish their work, we can actually deepen that conversation. Maybe this is my answer to Matthias's question as well. This is how we might speed things up a little bit. We've not done that in agriculture. We have not, for the most part, created an institutional ability to do ethical reflection in agriculture. And I will say that when there have been attempts to do that, it's actually been subverted by some of the advocates and activists, because those jobs have gone to people with training in sociology often, or geography, and they're much more comfortable with advocacy ethics than with sort of stepping back and doing the kind of philosophical analysis. So I think that we just have never really committed to the idea that there's a role for philosophy in food and agriculture institutions. It should accompany scientific and technological innovation. And it also needs to have a certain amount of space to play, right? To explore different alternatives, sort of apart from this idea that we're pushing for a particular solution to a problem. So my answer to that question is no.
So thank you. And the last question, we have very limited time. Actually, we just beyond our limitations, but Geoff Tensley asked, do you think those working in food and agriculture, as I did when I started, just felt that doing so was a good thing in itself and questioning what they are doing impersonally quite threatening?
Yes, I think I tried to answer that in my previous remarks, but yeah, I think that's, that's what Bob Zimdahl means by moral competence in agriculture. And it is certainly, I think, the case that as I'm not sure who made this comment, maybe it was Molly, but that we do see that attitude sort of going on to people who work in agricultural science. Many of them come from farms and sort of import this kind of moral competence into their work in science and technology. Now, physicians think of themselves as doing good things too, but there has been a recognition in the medical world that sometimes things can go wrong, either because of the way we're organized or because of innovations. And so there's been this creation of a capacity that has just never happened in agriculture. And I think that it's been partly been difficult because you'll talk to agricultural scientists and they'll say, yeah, we think about those things. And you do think about them, but you don't think about them in an institutionally functional way. You have this conversation over coffee or tea or the water cooler, and you think that you've addressed ethical issues. And indeed, I think scientists do a better job than sometimes they get credit for, but there is absolutely no effort to institutionalize this in a way so that there's a public conversation, that there's an opportunity for public criticism, and for the kind of slow learning that Matthias talks about.
So thank you very much for your answers to all questions, and I would like to thank all the participants for their fruitful questions and comments. And thank you, Professor Thompson. Would you like to say last words?
Well, let me again just thank you for the invitation, and perhaps next time we'll be able to do this in person.
Thank you very much for your best wishes, and I would like to say thank you very much for all distinguished speakers, and I was really enjoy, and it was really good opportunity for us to listen those all the speakers, and thank you very much for all the participants. And let me finish my gratitudes for the organizing committee in Turkish, for my advisor first, Professor Cemal Talu. Thank you very much. Sayın Hocam, Cemal Hocam, Yasemin Hocam ve Petek Hocam, aynı zamanda Mustafa Hocam, sizlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bütün bu 2 gün boyunca çok büyük zevk aldık ve ben çok büyük onur ve gurur duydum. Böyle bir son panele de beni başkan olarak layık gördüğünüz için sizlere çok teşekkür ederim. Aynı heyecanı şimdi ben de hissediyorum. Cemal Hocam'ın açılış konuşmasındaki gibi aynı heyecanı yine görüyorum. Benim şöyle bir avantajım var. Pazartesi ya da salı günü Cemal Hoca ile tekrar birlikteyiz. Tam ben kuzey ucundan Türkiye'nin güney ucuna gideceğim. Suriye'ye yakın bir köşeye gidiyoruz. Orada eğitim vereceğiz Cemal Hocam'la birlikte. Hepinize çok teşekkür ederim. Saygılar sunarım.
Evet, bu son oturumumuzdan dolayı Kürşat Demirürek hocama ve değerli konuşmacılarımıza da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve efendim geldik Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Derneği tarafından düzenlenen 3. Uluslararası Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Kongresi'nin kapanış başında. Oturumun konusu yerel ve yerel ötesi gıda politikaları. Oturum başkanımız Ankara Üniversitesi önceki rektörü ve Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Derneği Başkanı değerli hocam Profesör Doktor Cemal Talu. Oturumu yönetmek üzere sözü kıymetli hocama bırakıyorum. Buyurun hocam.
Evet, merhabalar. Koşunun sonuna geldik. Maratonun sonuna geldik. 2 gün 2 ayrı salonda süren maraton tamamlanıyor. Biliyorsunuz koşuların en heyecanlı, en coşkulu kısmı son kilometreleri olur. Şimdi biz de coşkulu bir oturumla kapatacağımızı umuyorum. 3 değerli konuğumuz var kapanış oturumunda. Bu değerli konuşmacıları tek tek davet edeceğim ama onlardan bir ricam var. Tabii bir etik kongresinde biz daha çok otururuz burada ama teknik arkadaşlarımız var. Çevirmen arkadaşlarımız var. Onlar o kadar çok yoruldular ki mümkün olduğu kadar onların emeklerini daha fazla sömürmeyelim. 15'er dakika 3 değerli konuşmacıya süre vereceğim. Soru almayacağım arada. Duruma göre en sonunda gelen sorular olursa onları kısaca yanıtlamalarını isteyeceğim. Yorumları paylaşacağım. Evet, ilk konuşmacı çok sevgili arkadaşım, çok değerli bilim insanı, Birleşmiş Milletler Gıda Hakkı Özel Raportörlüğünü 2 dönem yapan sevgili Profesör Doktor Hilal Elver. Hilal Hocam, merhaba, hoş geldiniz. Hilal Hoca, Glasgow'dan katılıyor toplantımıza. Bakalım belki Glasgow hakkında da bir iki şey söyler. Hocam zamanımız çok kısıtlı. Hemen size sözü bırakıyorum. Buyurun.
Çok teşekkürler Cemal Hoca. İsterdim ki ben de son 2 gün herkesle birlikte ben de burada dinleyebilseydim ama maalesef dün yoldaydım. Bugün de ancak şimdi gelebildim. Molly Anderson'ın konuşmasının tam ortasında yakaladım ve çok üzüldüm. Çünkü o konuşma çok önemli bir konuşmaydı. Aylardır bu konu üzerinde tartışıyorduk. O nedenle inşallah bu YouTube'dan falan dinleme imkanım olur. Anlıyorum. Ben 15 dakikadan da az konuşacağım. Çünkü biz şöyle düşünmüştük Mustafa Hoca ve Bülent Hoca ile. Bildiğiniz gibi bizim ortak bir çalışmamız var. İstanbul Gıda Stratejisi'ni hazırladık. O stratejiyi devamlı olarak YouTube'da ve diğer kanallarda gruplarla paylaşıyoruz ve paylaşırken de biz üçümüz birlikte konuşmaya alışmıştık. O nedenle ben çok kısa bir giriş yapacağım. Aslında girişimi biraz daha Glasgow'a ve iklim değişikliğine ve de kentlerin durumuna bağlayacağım. Ondan sonra Mustafa Hoca ile Bülent Hoca detaylara girecekler. Sizlere Glasgow'da halen devam etmekte olan iklim değişikliği çerçeve sözleşmesinin taraflar toplantısından seslendiğim için öncelikle kentlerin iklim ve gıda politikalarındaki yeri ve öneminden bahsetmek istiyorum. Bu biraz yerel oldu ama bir şekilde globale de çok ufak bir şekilde değinmek istiyorum. Hepimizin bildiği gibi iklim krizi Akdeniz bölgesinde katastrofik etkilerle kendisini hissettiriyor. Bunu bu yaz önce Akdeniz ve Ege'de aynı anda çıkan orman yangınları ve henüz bitmeyen yangınlar bitmeden Karadeniz'deki ölümcül sel felaketlerini yaşayarak çok yakından gördük. İşte bu nedenle ülkemizin konumu açısından da acil ve çabuk cevap vermemiz gereken sorunlarla karşı karşıyayız. Bu sorunların çözümü için de etkili, demokratik kurallara uygun hem yerelde hem merkezde hem milli hem küresel ortamlarda savunup uygulayacağımız kuvvetli kurumlara ihtiyacımız var. Türkiye Paris İklim Anlaşması'nı sizlerin de bildiği gibi 6 Ekim'de kabul ederek COP26 taraflar ülkeler toplantısına uzun bir aradan sonra nihayet üye olarak tartışma masasına oturdu. Bu demektir ki Türkiye iklim, enerji, ekonomi ve sosyal politikalarda yeni bir sayfa açıyor ve bu yeni politikaların sanıyorum internette bir sorun var, doğru mudur? İnternette sorunumuz var mı? Bana öyle bir mesaj geldi. İnşallah
evet, yoktur. Ben sesiniz ve görüntünüzde bir değişiklik yok. Görüntü küçüldü. Güzel. Eski haline döndü
oldu
diye. Evet hocam.
Tamam.
Devam.
Belki de problemli bir konuya değindiğim içindir. Çünkü Türkiye'de Çok büyük yenilikler bekliyoruz. Bu yenilikleri acaba görebilecek miyiz, göremeyecek miyiz? O konuda şüphelerimiz var. Bu yenilikler gıda sistemlerini de çok ciddi olarak etkileyecektir hepinizin bildiği gibi. Bu yüzden ciddi araştırmalara, doğru kararlara varmaya ve işbirliği içinde çalışmamız gerekiyor. Ne olursak olalım, nerede olursak olalım, ideolojik olarak ne düşünürsek düşünelim, iklim konusunda hep birlikte çalışmak zorundayız. Merkezi hükümetlerin uluslararası hükümetlerde hayati rollerini olduğunu hepimiz biliyoruz. Ancak buna rağmen azaltım ve adaptasyon politikalarında yerel yönetimlerin çok etkili olduklarını görüyoruz. Kentler son yıllarda bu alanda networkler oluşturarak etkili roller almaya başladılar. Yine kentlerin iklim politikalarının yanında gıda sistemleriyle ilgili politikalarda da giderek daha etkin bir şekilde rol aldığını görmekteyiz. Yani belli bir uluslararası network ağının içine biz de yavaş yavaş dahil oluyoruz. İzmir ve İstanbul şu anda bu grubun içindeler. Bunun da nedeni yerel yönetimlerin yerele çok yakın olmaları nedeniyle sorunları daha çabuk yaklaşabildikleri, daha çabuk görebildikleri ve hızlı çözebilme kapasitelerinin olduğu. Umarım bu kapasiteler daha da genişleyecek ve devam edecek. COP26'da giderek artan bir biçimde yerel yönetimlerle ilgili etkinliklerin büyük bir çoğunluğunda iklim politikaları ile gıda sistemlerinin birlikte tartışıldığını görüyoruz. Bu yeni bir olay. Çünkü daha önce gıda politikaları hiç COP26'da, COP'larda yani iklim değişikliği toplantılarında gözükmüyordu. Bu son 3-4 yıl içinde gözükmeye başladı. Çeşitli networkler aracılığıyla birbirlerine yardımı amaçlayan, benzer problemlerin çözümlerinin tartışıldığı, verilen sözlerin de sorulup denetlendiği bir platform olması bakımından önemli bir mekanizma. Yani biz bu networklere girdiğimiz zaman sadece girmiş olmak için girmiyoruz. Bu networklerin bir soruşturma silsilesi olduğunu bilerek, sorumluluklarını alarak giriyoruz. Bu nedenle işte bu mekanizmayı büyük ölçüde diğer kentlere de devam ettirmemizde, onları da sokmamızda büyük yardım, büyük bunların önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Mesela bugün Glasgow İklim ve Gıda Politikaları Deklarasyonu'nda imzacılar arasında yer aldık. İzmir ve İstanbul aldık elimize belgelerimizi. Şimdi bu belgelerle ne yapacağız? Bunu konuşmamız lazım. Yapabileceğimiz bir şeyler var mı? Neler yaptık? Bu işte bizim gıda politikalar raporumuzda da yer almıştı. Bu rapora nasıl bir etkinlik verilecek? O çok önemli. Şimdi sera gazı salımlarının yarısından fazlasının sorumlu olduğu bir yerden, kentlerden bahsediyoruz. Enerji tüketiminin de %80'inden sorumlu bu kentler. Dünya nüfusunun da %60'dan fazlası bu kentlerde oturuyor. Ancak kentlerin kendi kendilerini doyurma kapasiteleri olduğu pek görülmüş bir şey değil, hepinizin de bildiği gibi. Hal böyle olunca kentler alternatif enerji kaynakları, yeşil binalar, ulaşım gibi politikaların yanında agroekolojik tarım, gıda ve tarım sektöründe çöp ve atıkların azaltılması, endüstriyel tarımdan uzaklaşma, biyolojik çeşitliliğini korumak, sağlık ve çevre dostu üretim ve tüketim dengesini kurma, kent çeperiyle kent arasında ve bölgesel işbirlikleriyle tedarik zincirlerinin kısaltılması gibi konularda birincil çareler almak zorundalar. Kentler aynı zamanda çok kültürlü, etnik olarak çok çeşitli grupları da bünyesinde toplayan ve kişisel güvenlik ile kamusal güvenliği dengeleyen politikaların yapıldığı bir yer. İşte bu nedenlerle bizler Mustafa Hoca ve Bülent Hoca ile birlikte İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nin talebiyle İstanbul Gıda Stratejisi belgesini hazırlayıp kamuoyuna yani görücüye çıkardık. Prensipleri ve detayları zamanımızın olduğu ölçüde şimdi tartışacağımız bu belgeyi okumanızı, görüş ve önerilerinizi bize aktarmanızı davet ediyoruz hepinizi. Rapora İPA'nın İstanbul Politikalar Ajansı'nın web sitesinden ulaşabilirsiniz. Böylece demokratik bir katılım ile herkesin üzerinde mülkiyet hakkının olduğu bir belgeyi Türkiye'de bir ilk olarak İstanbul'un uygulamaya geçirmesini bizler de sizler kadar umutla bekliyoruz ve çok mutlu olduk bize böyle bir kapanış oturumunu verdiğiniz gibi. Sonuç olarak en son söz Greta Thunberg'un dediği gibi, eğer buradaysanız, Glasgow'daysanız Greta'dan bahsetmeniz lazım. Çünkü o bir numaralı kişi burada. Artık konuşma dönemi bitti. Yeteri kadar konuştunuz. Şimdi uygulama zamanı diyerek sözlerimi bitiriyorum. Çok teşekkürler.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli hocam, lütfen ekrandan ayrılma, daha doğrusu aramızdan ayrılma.
Tamam,
Sorular gelirse ileteceğim. Evet, ikinci konuşmacımız sevgili Profesör Doktor Mustafa Koç. Mustafa Koç Boğaziçi Üniversitemizden bizim. Sonra Kanada'da çok değerli çalışmalar yapan, bilimsel yaşamı Kanada'da sürdüren dünyanın tanınmış gıda sosyologları arasında müthiş bir de sosyal ağı var. Ben birçok yabancı dostumu Mustafa Hoca aracılığıyla tanıdım. Kendisine şimdi sözü bırakalım. 15 dakika içinde bakalım hocam neler diyecek. Buyurun sevgili hocam, hoş geldiniz tekrar.
Hoş bulduk hocam, çok teşekkür ederim bu olanağı tanıdığınız için. Gerçekten çok mutluyum. Dilerdim sizlerle beraber olabilseydim. Şimdi ben Hilal hocamın arkasından ben de daha çok gıda politikası ve etiği konularına genel bir sosyolojik çerçeve oluşturmaya çalışacağım. Bir sunum da hazırladım, isterseniz belki hani yabancı arkadaşların da takip edebilmesi açısından diye. Bakayım becerebilirsem onu deneyeceğim.
Tamam hocam.
Share screen'den, pardon. Birazcık screen'im çok karışık olduğu için. Şimdi dünyanın pek çok ülkesinde 2008-2011 sürecinde gıda fiyatlarında yaşanan krizin ardından yeni bir ulusal ve yerel gıda politikaları arayışına girildiğini gözlemekteyiz. Bu krizin ve gıda politikalarına artan ilginin ardında 1980'lerden beri yaşanan neoliberal politikaların neoliberal yeniden yapılanma sürecinin toplumsal ve kurumsal tahribine dirençliliği konusundaki kaygıları görebiliriz. Neoliberalizm bir yandan ulusal devletin ekonomideki ağırlığını şirketler lehine azaltmasına, diğer yandan Dünya Ticaret Örgütü gibi uluslararası anlaşmaların, çok uluslu şirketlerin ve IMF, Dünya Bankası gibi uluslararası kuruluşların ulusal politikaların belirlenmesinde ulus devletler üzerinde artan baskısına yol açmış. Bu baskılar altında 1930 büyük buhranı sonrasında uygulamaya konan ulusal kalkınma ve sosyal refah politikalarının yerine serbest piyasa ekonomisini ve küresel ticareti benimseyen liberal ekonomik politikalar egemen olmuş. Bu dönüşüm 1980'lerden beri gelişmiş ve gelişmekte olan pek çok ülkede en acımasız şekliyle uygulanmakta. Bu süreçte ulusal politikaların uygulanmasının temel araçları olan kamu iktisadi kurumları, kooperatifler, meslek odaları ve sendikaların bilinçli olarak yok edildiğini gözlemliyoruz. Bu kurumlar yok olurken toplumsal refah sorumluluklarının yerel yönetimlere, vakıflara ve hayır kurumlarına devredildiğini görüyoruz. Bu politikaların gıda sistemindeki önemli sonuçları arasında kırsal yoksulluğun kentlere akması sonucu yeniden patlayan hızlı ve çarpık kentleşme gelmektedir. Neoliberal politikalar ve hızlı kentleşme dünyanın pek çok ülkesinde plansız büyümeye, toplumsal adaletsizliklere, doğa kirliliğine, tarihi mirasın ve doğal kaynakların tahribine neden olmuştur. Kentler yoksulluğun, eşitsizliklerin, çevre sorunlarının en belirgin olduğu mekanlar haline gelmiştir. Özellikle milyonlarca kişinin yaşadığı mega kentlerde konut, ulaşım, sağlık, eğitim ve beslenme ve altyapı konusundaki yetersizlikler milyonlarca insanın yaşamını tehdit etmektedir. Bu süreçte siyaset bilimleri literatürüne giren yönetim-yönetişim ayrımı, devlet dışında çoklu paydaş diye adlandırdığımız şirketlerin, lobilerin ve STK'ların ve uluslararası faktörlerin gıda politikalarının belirleyiciliğindeki rollerini dile getirmekte. Ulusal ve kent gıda politikaları arayışını bu yeniden yapılandırma sürecinin toplumsal ve yönetsel sorunları ışığında incelememiz gerekiyor. Gıdanın, emeğin yeniden üretimi, ekonomik refah, toplumsal adalet ve siyasi iktidar açısından önemi düşünüldüğünde, devletin gıda politikaları konusundaki hassasiyeti anlaşılabilir. Ancak gıda politikalarının belirlenmesini toplumsal güç odakları ve çatışan çıkarlar, ideoloji ve etik ilkelerden de bağımsız olarak düşünemeyiz. Gıda politikalarının belirlenmesinde kamu yararı, insan hakları, çalışma adaleti, sosyal refah ve çevre sağlığını gözeten etik değerlerin yerine serbest piyasa ve ucuz gıda politikaları öne geçtiğinde, göçmen tarım işçilerini veya kendi toprakları boş dururken başka ülkelerden arazi kiralayarak küresel pazarlar için üretimi, iç talep yetmediğinde ithal gıda ile sorunu çözme kolaycılığını, sağlıksız gıdalardan kaynaklanan obeziteyi, şeker hastalığını ve kanserleri görüyoruz. Yani gıda politikalarından amaçlanan günü kurtarmak, neoliberalizmin toplumsal çöküntüsüne yama yapmak olursa çok daha ciddi krizlerin kapıda olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Bugün dünya nüfusunun yarıdan fazlası kentlerde yaşamakta ve 2050'de 2,5 milyar kişinin daha kentlerde yaşayacağını tahmin etmekteyiz. Küresel megakentler, iş gücü ve ekonomik kapasiteleriyle bulundukları ülke ekonomilerinin motorları oldukları kadar sosyoekonomik ve çevresel açıdan da büyük risk kaynaklarıdır. Kentlerin iaşesi sorunu bin yıllardır hayatiyetini sürdürmekte olan bir konu. Artan iç ve dış göçlerle de büyüyen kentlerde özellikle işsiz ve yoksul kesimlerin sağlıklı ve besleyici gıdaya erişimi zorlaşmakta, yetersiz beslenme ve açlık büyük metropollerde ciddi boyutlara ulaşmaktadır. Bu nedenle pek çok kent, başta dar gelirli kent sakinleri olmak üzere, tüm kentli nüfusun sağlıklı, besleyici ve yeterli gıdaya erişimini sağlayacak eğitim, organizasyon ve politika arayışı içine girmiştir. Yaşanan sorunların boyutları kadar ekonomik faaliyetlerin kentlerde yoğunlaşması, kentli nüfusun farklı alanlardaki bilgi ve tecrübesi ve kurumsal çerçeve kentlere ve yerel yönetimlere bu konuda liderlik etmek olanağı da sağlamaktadır. Bu arayışta yerel yönetimlere toplumsal, ekonomik ve ekolojik hassasiyeti olan tarım ve gıda politikalarının hayata geçirilmesi konusunda büyük görevler düşüyor. Bugün dünyada yüzlerce kentte kenti doğa ve yaşayanlarıyla bütünleştiren, katılımcı, danışan, aşamalı ve çözüm odaklı politikaları üretmek ve planlar yapmak amacıyla kent gıda politikası konseyleri kurulmaktadır. Gerek küresel güçler ve yerel çoklu paydaş yönetişim karmaşası, gerekse ulus devlet bünyesindeki farklı organlar ve ulus devlet ve yerel yönetimler arasındaki koordinasyon ve işbirliği eksikliği, etkin politikaların geliştirilmesi ve uygulanması konusunda ciddi engeller oluşturmaktadır. İstanbul Gıda Stratejisi, özetlediğimiz endişelerden kaynaklanan kenti kırla bütünleştirmeyi, açlık ve yoksullukla mücadeleyi, kentli nüfusun sağlıklı ve besleyici gıdalara erişimini, insanlara aş, çalışanlara iş üreten, doğayı ve kültürel değerleri koruyan gıda politikaları üretmeyi hedeflemektedir. Gıda etiği, gıda temini için insanların doğa ve tüm canlılarla girdikleri ilişkilerde bireylerin ve kurumların uyması gereken normatif kural ve değerleri tartışıyor. Gıda politikaları ise bu süreçte devletin, şirket ve kurumların takip edecekleri eylem planlarını belirliyor. Etkin politikaların belirlenmesinde, uygulanmasında ve bu politikaların topluma ve doğaya etkilerinin değerlendirilmesinde etik ilkeler kadar hukukun bağımsızlığı, kamusal yarar için çalışan kurumların restorasyonu ve demokratik katılımın temini gerekmektedir. Umarım bu tartışmalar önümüzde ufkumuzu açar. Çok teşekkür ederim.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Mustafa Hocam sağ ol. Gerçekten çok önemli. Buna inanıyoruz ve dediğin gibi ne bir yama ne bir tamiratla ufak tefek iyileştirme, güçlendirme değil ama büyük bir yeniden yapılanmayla hepimizin katılımcı saydam biçimde yer aldığı büyük bir yeniden yapılanmaya ihtiyaç var. Evet, şimdi üçüncü konuşmamız çok değerli bir konuşmacımız, çok değerli bir bilim insanı. Doktor Bülent Şık. Şık Hoca üniversitede en güzel, en genç yıllarında ne yazık ki akademinin bağrından söküp atıldı. Ama o sorumlu, namuslu bir bilim insanı gibi akademi dışında da hatta daha yaşıyor, hayata dokunuyor, konuşmalar yapıyor, makaleler yazıyor. Son 2 kitabı müthiş, sivil topluma dokunuyor. Kendisini burada görmekten büyük mutluluk duyuyoruz. Ben sözü sevgili Bülent Hoca'ya veriyorum. Bülent Şık, buyurun.
Herkese iyi akşamlar. Ben tabii hem bu kongrede emeği geçenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bugün öğleden sonraki oturumları izleme fırsatım oldu. Son derece değerli ve yani bütün bu yayınların toparlanıp bir yazılı ya da izlenebilir bir şeye dönüştürülmesi zannediyorum muhteşem bir şey olacaktır. Çevirmen arkadaşlara da buradan tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Son konuşmacı olduğum için umarım aşırı yorulmamışlardır ama yani tahminen 10-15 dakikalık bir konuşma yapacağım. Hilal Hocam ve Mustafa Hocam benim işimi de biraz kolaylaştırdı. Ben bir durum tasviri yapacağım. Covid-19 salgını üzerinden bir tasvir yapacağım. Hepimizin malum ama bir bağlama işaret etmek açısından önemli. Biraz da umut nerede? Hani bu son konuşma olduğu için umuda kapı aralayan bir takım hani imkanlara işaret eden bir konuşma yapmayı çok arzuladım. Yapacağım konuşmanın ana çerçevesini yaşadığımız sorunların da çözümlerin de yerel ötesi bir nitelik taşıdığını fark etmek ve kamusal hayatı yeniden canlandırmak olarak özetleyebilirim. Kamusal hayatı, kamu refah fikrini canlandırmanın sadece yerel ya da ulusal ölçekte değil, yerel ötesi ya da uluslararası ölçekte de son derece gerekli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Tüm dünyada olduğu gibi ülkemizde de son 40-50 yıldır işte 70'lerin ortalarından beri uygulanan neoliberal politikalar ciddi bir toplumsal yıkıma neden oldu. Kamusal yaşam çöktü ve kamu refahını sağlamaya yönelik sosyal politikalar ve bu konuda sorumluluk taşıyan kurumlar işlevsiz hale getirildi. Tabii yani içinde olduğumuz iklim krizi kanaatimce bu yıkımı inanılmaz bir şekilde görünür kılıyor. İklim krizinin yol açacağı ağır sorunların yanı sıra biyolojik çeşitlilik kaybı, su krizi, salgın hastalıklar ve dünya genelinde gözlenebilen yaygın kimyasal kirlilik gibi hem yerel ve hem de küresel ölçekte etkili sorunlar gıda güvencesini ve güvenliğini tehdit ediyor. Bu hepimizin bildiği bir şey. Ancak bu yerel ve küresel sorunların kamusal çözümler gerektirdiği de çok açık. Bu bağlamda baktığımızda yerel olarak örgütlenmiş, iyi işleyen ve sorunlara hızlı cevap verebilen, müdahil olabilen kamu kurumlarına ihtiyacımız var. Bu kurumların uluslararası bir işbirliği içinde olmasını da açıkçası eğer insan uygarlığı yeryüzünde devamlılığını sağlayabilecekse bir zorunluluk olarak görüyorum. Ve bu çerçevede baktığımda içinde bulunduğumuz koşullarda kamusal yaşamı yeniden canlandırmanın, kamu refahına yönelik kurumları işler hale getirmenin en önemli etik sorumluluklarımızdan biri olduğunu düşünüyorum. Şimdi neden böyle bir sorumluluk içinde olduğumuza, halen yaşamakta olduğumuz, içinde olduğumuz COVID-19 pandemisi üzerinden bir parça açıklık getirmeye çalışacağım. Pandeminin küresel ölçekte etkili olması hem birbiriyle ilişkili olan sorunları görünür kıldı. Öte yandan bu sorunlar için uluslararası bir işbirliği ve dayanışma sağlamanın da ne kadar kritik önem taşıdığını gösterdi. Bir salgının içindeyiz ama bu salgın ne ilk ne de son. Çok sayıda akademik rapor ve makalede kitlesel endüstriyel gıda üretim sistemi, ormansızlaştırma, yaban hayatın tahribi, aşırı avrama ve benzeri gibi nedenlerle önümüzdeki yıllarda çeşitli hastalık etkenlerinin toplumsal hayata sıçrama fırsatı bulacağı ve bu nedenle de yeni salgınlara karşı hazırlık yapılması gerektiği belirtiliyor. Kesin sayısını bilemediğimiz ama binlerce olduğu tahmin edilen hastalık etkeninden söz ediliyor çeşitli akademik yayınlarda. Bunlara ek olarak iklim krizinin salgın hastalıkların ortaya çıkışını ve yayılmasını kolaylaştıran bir işlev göreceği de epeyce uzun zamandır dile getiriliyor. Bu sorunlara dünya genelinde gözlenen açlık ve yetersiz beslenme sorunlarını da eklemeliyiz. Yani bu sorunları açlık ve yetersiz beslenme sorunlarıyla birlikte ele almalıyız. Örneğin son yıllarda dikkatle izlemeye çabalıyorum. Çok sayıda akademik yayında sağlıksız beslenmenin ve çevre kirliliğinin bağışıklık sistemimizi zayıflatarak hastalıklara direnç gösterme kapasitemizi düşürdüğüne dair çok sayıda yayın var. Ve bunun küresel ölçekte etkili bir sorun olduğunu, olabileceğini dile getiren yayınlar bunlar. Ve bu sorunu salgın hastalık etkenleriyle birlikte düşündüğümde gerçekten son derece problemli bir geleceğe doğru yol aldığımıza ilişkin bir ön sezi beliriyor bende. Ancak şöyle bir şey var, birbirine eklenen bu çeşitli sorunlar içinde benim en kritik gördüğüm sorunlardan biri hem şu an içinde olduğumuz durum hem de önümüzdeki 10 yıllar yeryüzü ölçeğinde etki yaratacak ani ya da beklenmedik olayların gerçekleşebileceğini mutlak surette hesaba katmalıyız diye düşünüyorum. İklim krizinin çeşitli tanımları olabilir. Yani yol açtığı sorunlar üzerinden, hangi coğrafi bölgeyi etkileyecek, ne ölçüde etkileyecek üzerinden. Fakat ben iklim kriziyle ilgili tartışmaların şöyle bir şeye işaret ettiğine ilişkin bir kanaatim var. Önümüzdeki gelecek belirsizlik duygusunun ya da belirsizliğin her türlü hesaba, her türlü faaliyete bir önemli faktör olarak katılabileceği bir durum yaratıyor. Ya da belirsizliğin geleceği tahayyül etmemizde son derece önemli bir faktör olarak dikkate alınması gerektiğini söyleyebilirim. Biz aşağı yukarı çok uzağa gitmeden son 200-250 yıla yayılan modern bilim diye adlandırdığımız süreç gelecek tahayyülünde bize muazzam imkanlar sağladı. Kullandığımız akademik kestirimler, teoriler geleceği tahayyül etmemizde, öngörmemizde bize çok büyük imkanlar sağladı ama iklim krizinin buna epeyce zarar vereceğine, belirsizliğin tekrar insan uygarlığının önüne ciddi bir durum olarak açığa çıkacağını ön sezim var. Bu yaşanacak büyük ölçekli değişimlerin karşısında ne yapacağız insan uygarlığı olarak? Gerek yerelde, yerel ötesi. Biraz onlara hani değinmeden önce bir noktaya dikkat çekmek istiyorum. Yaşadığımız pandemi aslında tek bir salgın etkeninin, bir viral etkenin hayatı nasıl alt üst edebileceğini hepimize gösterdi, hepimiz yaşadık. Ama elbette yaşanan salgın herkesi eşit ölçüde etkilemedi. Gıda güvencesinden yoksun ülkelerde, toplumun sağlıklı beslenme imkanından mahrum kesimlerinde, işsiz ve güvencesiz kesimlerde salgının yol açtığı sorunlar, özellikle sağlık sorunları çok daha ağır yaşandı. Bu bir gerçek. Pandeminin var olan eşitsizlikleri artırdığı söylenebilir. Yine yapılan çeşitli çalışmalarda güvencesiz, işsiz kesimlerin, yoksul kesimlerin daha da yoksul ve daha güvencesiz bir duruma sürüklendiği belirtiliyor. Birleşmiş Milletler Sürdürülebilir Kalkınma Grubu tarafından geçen yıl hazırlanan bir raporda dünyada 820 milyondan fazla açlık çeken insan olduğu, 135 milyondan fazla insanın da aşırı açlık çeken kişi kategorisinde olduğu, ancak COVID-19 pandemisi nedeniyle bu sayıların 2'ye katlanabilme ihtimali olabileceği belirtiliyor. Tabii bunlar hani önümüzdeki 10 yıllarda açığa çıkabilecek başka salgınlarla birlikte düşünüldüğünde gerçekten son derece kritik sorunlar. Bu kriz riskinin ya da önümüzdeki süreçte açığa çıkabilecek toplumsal hayatı yıkıma uğratabilecek krizlerin sadece yaşamadığımız pandemi dönemiyle sınırlı olmadığını hani belirtmek için bunları vurguluyorum. Önümüzdeki 10 yıllar içerisinde salgınlara yol açma potansiyeline sahip çok sayıda hastalık etkeni var. Salgının olumsuz etkilerine en duyarlı kesimlerin başında yine açlık çeken, yetersiz ve sağlıksız beslenen kesimler geliyor. Türk Tabipler Birliği'nin beslenme ve gıda güvencesi bildirgesinde çok hoş bir tanım var. O tanımı burada okumak istiyorum. Şöyle diyor tanım: sağlıklı beslenme kamusal bir haktır. Sağlık ve dengeli beslenmeyi sağlamak için gereksinim duyulan gıdalara erişim her insanın doğal hakkıdır. Devlet bu haktan her yurttaşın eşit biçimde yararlanmasını sağlamaya yönelik önlemleri almaktan sorumludur. Yukarıdaki tanıma yani bir ek yaparak şunu söylemek istiyorum. Sağlıklı beslenmenin her zaman ama her zaman yani tarihte her zamankinden daha fazla önem kazanacağı bir döneme girdiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bu konuda var olan yetersizliklerin ve eşitsizliklerin iklim krizinin yol açacağı sorunlar nedeniyle daha da derinleşeceğini göreceğiz ne yazık ki. Dolayısıyla sağlıklı beslenme konusunda siyasal iktidarların, kamu kurumlarının, yerel otoritelerin, yerel yönetimlerin özetle söylemek gerekirse kamu yararı adına bir şeyler yapmakla ya da iş görmekle sorumlu yapıların, kurumların her zaman olduğundan daha fazla inisiyatif alması gerekiyor. Yaklaşan gıda güvencesi ya da içinde olduğumuz gıda güvencesi, gıda güvenliği sorunlarıyla ve bu sorunlarla birlikte değerlendirmemiz gereken halk sağlığı sorunları ile baş etmemizi sağlayacak altyapıya, donanıma, birikime sahip ve kamusal bir anlayışla yapılandırılmış bir sağlık sistemi olmadan, sağlıklı beslenme hakkını sağlamadan herhangi bir toplumun ayakta kalabilmesinin çok zor olduğunu düşünüyorum. Yeryüzündeki hayatı bütünüyle tehdit eden büyük bir krizin şimdiden içindeyiz. Yani yaklaşan bir kriz yok. Biz halihazırda bu krizin içindeyiz. Bunu bu şekilde kamu önünde tartışmak gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Ve tek tek ülkeler bazında değil, bir bütün olarak insan uygarlığı bazında bir krizin içindeyiz. Elbette coğrafi olarak, ülke imkanlarına bağlı olarak çeşitli ülkelerde bu farklı şekillerde yaşanıyor bu kriz. Ancak hani biyoloji bilimini esas alarak, biyoloji biliminin çerçevesinden baktığımızda yeryüzündeki ülkeleri birbirinden ayıran sınırlar hayalidir. Yani insan eliyle çizilen bu sınırlar gerçek değil, birer kurgusal varlıktır. Ama elbette bunu bilmek ya da söylemek işbirliğini ve dayanışmayı artıracak bir durum değişikliğine yol açmıyor. Yine de her durumda sınırları aşan, ülkelerin kaderini birbirine bağlayan politika imkanlarını çoğaltmamız gerektiğine inanıyorum. Çevre koşullarının, iklim rejimlerinin değiştiği, açlık, yetersiz beslenme ve sağlıksız beslenme sorunlarının ağırlaştığı, yeni salgınların beklendiği ve insanların bağışıklık sistemlerinin giderek zayıfladığı bir dünyaya, bir geleceğe doğru yol alıyoruz. İnsan uygarlığının yıkıma uğraması olasılığının arttığı bir dünya bu. Ve böyle bir dünyada işbirliği ve kolektif çalışma önünde engel oluşturan her şey mevcut yıkımı hızlandırmaktan öte bir anlam taşımayacak. Bunu fark etmemiz son derece önemli. Gereken adımları atamaz, gerekli çalışmaları zamanında yapamazsak giderek derinleşecek ve toplumsal hayatı yeryüzü ölçeğinde paramparça edebilecek bir kriz bu. Ama biz toplumsal hayatın her ne olursa olsun devam edeceğine inanıyoruz, değişmeyeceğine inanıyoruz. Bunun böyle olmadığını göreceğiz. Önümüzdeki 10 yıllar içerisinde her şey hızla değişecek. İçinde olduğumuz 100 yıl içinde insan uygarlığının ve hatta yeryüzündeki hayatın çökme olasılığı bile bu toplantıya katılan çeşitli dostlar tarafından dile getirildi zaten. Tabii bu hayatın çöküşe doğru gitmek, bir kriz içerisinde olduğumuzu fark etmek, bir umutsuzluk, çaresizlik duygusu doğuruyor. Çaresiz kalıyoruz çünkü özü itibariyle toplumsal ya da kamusal nitelik taşıyan hemen her sorun bireysel soruna dönüştürüldü. Ama bireyler olarak gücümüz sınırlı. Ortada bir başka ve çok önemli gerçek var ama bunu ne olur atlamayalım. Mevcut krize yol açan sorunları nasıl çözebileceğimizi ya da en azından çözümler için hangi adımları atmamız gerektiğini biliyoruz. Ve temel mesele bu çözümleri hayata geçirecek bir siyasal iradenin, bir kolektif iradenin ortada olup olmadığı meselesi. Bunun çok kolay bir mesele olmadığının farkındayım. Değil, kolay bir mesele değil yani. Çünkü neoliberal politikaların yol açtığı düşünme tarzı ya da akılsallık biçimi toplumsal hayatın hemen hemen bütün kesimlerine, bütün veçelerine sinmiş görünüyor. Nasıl bir akılsallık biçimi bu diye sorduğumda şöyle söyleyebiliyorum. Kamu refahını yıkıma uğratan, toplumu ayrıştıran, toplumu bölen, nefret duygularını körükleyen bir akılsallık biçimi bu. Ama bütün bunlara rağmen elbette çözümsüz bir noktada olmadığımızı fark etmemiz de yine çok önemli. Bir kriz hali içindeyiz ama bu krizi çözebilecek bilimsel, akademik birikime de sahibiz, toplumsal birikime de sahibiz. Ve bu bence çok umut verici bir nokta. Toplumsal hayatın devamlılığını ancak ortak paylaşılan bir umudu büyüterek sağlayabileceğimize inanıyorum. Ama elbette bunu yapmak için nasıl bir siyasal iktidara talip olduğumuzu, ne yapmak istediğimizi de net bir şekilde ve ısrarlı bir şekilde ortaya koymamız zorunlu. Bir başlangıç olarak yerelde politika yapmayı mümkün kılacak. Örneğin gıda ve beslenme ile ilgili sorunlara yerel yönetimlerin müdahale olmasını sağlayacak yapılar oluşturmayı ülkemiz odağında baktığımda çok önemli buluyorum. Örneğin gıda üretimi, biyolojik çeşitlilik kaybı ve iklim krizine bir çözüm önerisi olarak agroekolojik çalışmaları gündeme getirmek bence son derece önemli. Ve bu agroekolojik çalışmaların uygulanabilir kamusal politikalara dönüşmesi için de çaba gösterme gereği var. Elbette yapılabilecek başka şeyler de var. Var olan kamusal nitelikli kurumları özenle korumak, hala elde kalanlar elbette. Bu kurumların yetki alanlarını kamu refahı adına genişletmek ya da kamusal hayata yeniden can verecek kurumları el birliğiyle yeniden oluşturmak gerekiyor. Son sözlerimi söyleyerek bağlayayım. İklim krizi, giderek derinleşen yoksulluk, biyolojik çeşitlilik kaybı ve yaygın kimyasal kirlilik gibi gıda ve beslenmeyle doğrudan ilgili sorunlarla iyi örgütlenmiş, donanımlı, müdahale gücü yüksek kurumlar olmadan baş etmemizin olanaksız olduğuna inanıyorum. Ve bu kurumlar elbette yerelde her ne kadar yapılanmış, kurulmuş olsa da uluslararası bir işbirliğine ve dayanışmaya da açık bir şekilde yapılanmış olmasını çok önemli buluyorum. Bunları yapabildiğimiz ölçüde toplumsal hayatın devamlılığını sağlayabilmek mümkün olabilir. Yapmazsak ya da yapamazsak ne olacağını bilmek olanaksız elbette ama Ben bir süre sonra bu çözüm için adımlar atmaya mecbur kalacağımızı düşünüyorum. Yani kamuoyu tekrar canlandırmak zorunda kalacağız. Aksi durumda bir yıkım ya da barbarlık söz konusu olacaktır. Umarım öyle bir durumda çok gecikmiş olmayız. Özetle, hulasa her şeyin sonunda şunu söyleyebilirim. İçinde olduğumuz sorunlar ve o sorunların çözümleri hem yerel hem de yerel ötesi bir nitelik arz ediyor. Gıda üretimi, beslenme, sağlık ve ekoloji ile ilgili meseleleri, sınırları aşan ve ülkelerin kaderini birbirine bağlayan bir çerçevede ele almak ve elbette bu meselelerin kamu refahı gözetilerek çözümünü sağlayacak çabalar göstermek bence son derece gerekli ve vazgeçilmez. Kanaatimce önümüzde duran en önemli etik sorumlulukta budur ya da en önemli etik sorumluluklardan biri budur deyip tamamlayayım. Çok teşekkür ederim bu imkanı sağladığınız için.
Sağ ol. Sağ ol hocam. 3 kısa şey söyleyeceğim konuşman hakkında. Bir tanesi tabii bir kapanış bildirgesi gibi oldu. Bir
Öyle
manifesto
mi?
gibi oldu. Çok mutlu
Estağfurullah.
oldum. İkincisi gerçekten, ikincisi tabii biz dernek olarak bundan evvel yaptığımız 2 uluslararası kongrenin kitabını da yayınladık. Bunu da yayınlayacağımızı düşünüyorum ama galiba bu sefer çok daha güzel, çok daha üzerinde durarak yayınlamamız lazım. Bunu mutlaka yapmamız lazım. Bir de sevgili Bülent Konuşman, uluslararası bir tarım ve gıda etiği kongresine çok yakışan, yani o küresel dayanışma, yani biz bugünkü küresel tarım ve gıda sistemini nasıl değiştirelim dersen, tabii dayanışmacı, paylaşımcı, adil paylaşımcı bir düzen olarak değişmeli, yeniden yapılandırmamız gerekir. Bunu da çok mutlulukla not ettim. Şimdi değerli arkadaşlar, tabii çok güzel bir kongre yaşadık ve bu kongrenin güzelliğine yakışır bir kapanış oturumu yaşıyoruz. Doğrusu ben bu kongrenin değerlendirmesini ben yapmamam lazım. Bizim ekip olarak yapmamamız lazım. İzleyenlerin, toplumun yapması lazım ama gerçekten kişisel olarak çok şey öğrendiğini, birçok soruya yanıt bulduğumu ve bütün güzel, değerli kongreler gibi bazı yeni sorular da, ne yapmalı, nasıl yapmalı, neden yapmalı, yeni sorular da aklıma geldiğini, yeni soruların peşinde de düşmem gerektiğini öğrendim. Tabii soru sorma kısmına geldik ama dediğim gibi soru ve yorumlara çok az vaktiniz var. Hilal söz istiyor galiba. Öyle mi Hilal? Yanlış mı görüyorum? Yok, istemiyorsun. Söyleyeceğim, yani şöyle yapalım. Yabancı dostlarımız var bize kolay ulaşamayan. Belki onların soruları varsa onlara bir soru, yorum hakkı verelim. Sanıyorum, if there is a question from our friends from outside of Turkey, please let us know. I would like to share your questions and comments with our 3 distinguished participants. Is there any question from Jeff or other Thompson or other friends from outside of Turkey? Ben bir chat'e de bakayım da.
It's not a question.
Evet.
It's a big thank you to everybody for everything you've done. And especially the translators, without which it would have been very difficult. So thank you, everyone. Lovely to see some of your pictures now. And sorry we weren't all together to enjoy our company together in reality as opposed to virtually. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Tabii ben Türkiye dışından demiştim ama Jeff Türkiye'den ben.
Of course, I said international, but Jeff is from Turkey. So yes, he's one of us. And as we prepared this Congress, we worked in 3 separate groups. One group was based in Ankara at Yasemin Yalım's place. So I want them just to say hi and show themselves. Berivan Alkaş Başdoğan. Berivan is here. Hi, Berivan. Yasemin Yalım. Yasemin Yalım. Hello, hello. I can't see you. I'm here. I'm here. Petek Ataman. And in Samsun, at the 19 Mayıs University, there was a terrific team. Hi. Mustafa Evren and his friends and colleagues. Hello to them. Hello. Erdem in Izmir, Erdem Ak. He was one of the architects of the Second Congress as well, a member of our board from Izmir. Thank you very much. And Kumru, I would like to thank you as well. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone to thank them. We want them included in the pictures too. This Congress was created not just by the organizers, but by the speakers and the audience as well. Those who, it would be great if you turned on your video to take part in this final photo. And our translators, interpreters, Tamay, she's here, and our interpreters and the technical team. And if one person comes on their behalf, we would also be very happy. And we realized this Congress together, especially our interpreter colleagues. I would like to extend our heartfelt greetings to them. Thank you very much for their hard work. And I would like to thank all of our speakers, participants. I would like to thank both the speakers and the panelists for their invaluable contributions. So I would like to thank everyone for their questions and comments. So thank you very much. And I would like to close the third Congress organized by the Target, the International Food and Agriculture Ethic Congress. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was wonderful. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And goodbye. So hopefully we'll all have a chance to have in-person meetings soon. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hoşçakalın.
Bye everyone.
İyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar. Hoşçakalın.
Tamam. Samsun, çok teşekkürler. Çok teşekkürler.
İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar. Evet, Mustafa'cığım sağ ol, Petek sağ ol. Peki, haydi Allah'a ısmarladık. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Zerrin.